Hello, my dear friend. With you, Rich Manga Recap. I am very passionate about manga and made this review for you. If you have already watched the first or second part, use the time codes under the video. Don't waste time. Let's go.
A hot high school student looked out of the window and turned to her classmate. "Yan Min, what are you doing so suspicious there?" Her friend named Jan Ming was very surprised to see her. He pretended to be looking for a toilet there. Jan Ming was a tall guy with blue eyes and slightly disheveled hairstyle, who was 18 years old. It remained only 3 months before the state exam for entering a higher educational institution. Pretending that he does not notice her by Jan Ming continued to leave the educational institution away. "Jan Ming, only 3 months left before the exam. How are you going to go to the university?" his classmate asked. Thinking about this, Jan Ming understood that even pigs could go to the university. Why would he do it? He's just not such a guy, and there is no more worried about him. He asked his girlfriend named Chen Hirin not to waste time in vain. The excited Shadow Yan peered out the window and asked me to give up to Ming, although she saw how he again escaped from school. Suddenly a tall, strong guy came up behind. It was a class headman and says that you are too naive. You are too naive. The headman continued to say, "You know what kind of man Jan Ming is? If he wanted to study, he would have taken his head for a long time. It just differs from us. You should stop taking care of such a student." The excited crown understood that she was feeling. She was sure that Jan Ming was not at all such a person. There was some kind of anxious feeling inside. Another moment, and Yana Min crossed the fence. He was searched for by school security. The behavior of such a sloppy affects all other students. How difficult it is to be a school guard. In the meantime, Jan Ming hid under the branch of the bush and disappeared from the eyes of curious guards. He fooled them again and cleverly climbed out into the street. Walking on the street, he felt completely free. Maybe for starters to go to play billiards, thought Yan Min. On the way to billiards, Jan Ming thought that in fact, the point is not that he did not want to study. He remembered his classmate, a sweet girl named Su Ai. Even in high school, he was the best student in the classroom. This was his first love. They tried to solve the task in mathematics. A young creature, a girl with eyes sparkling like diamonds. But something went wrong. They were told to immediately go into the teacher's office. The teacher already had Father Jan Ming and his girlfriend. The enraged father of Jan Ming cursed at him and asked what he had done this time, a little bastard. "Everything was destroyed by my class teacher." He said his parents, for which the father painfully hit his son right with the teacher. "Dad, I did nothing. What the hell you hit me? You are still lying. The teacher already told me everything." The father continued to be angry. The girl's father pressed her to him and explained that if you want to find a guy, you should not communicate with people like him. Look at him, a family. They are poor. The girl listened to all this, bursting with tears. And only the teacher was delighted. "The SU family is rich. I am like a princess. How can she be friends with someone, it seems?" Yan Mina. Probably because Su I was still very young, by Yan Ming. All because the girl's father bribed the teacher to follow her, reporting on any events. Clouding to the cigarette, Jan Ming recalled that incident. "After that case, I changed the school, and the teacher lost his benefit, sophisticated his anger on it. Thus, he got sick of learning. But the most unpleasant thing happened after that at dinner. His father wished him good luck to pass the state exam. Walking instead of a school, he thought it may be worth returning at least to the last lesson." A video of an old man who tried to sell his junk and suspicious personalities began to pester him, demanding that he pay for permission to trade here. Hearing how they molested the old man, he could not pass by and decided to help him. Gopniks attacked the old man and extorted his payment for the opportunity to trade their trash in this place. The indignant old man could not understand what was the matter. "I did nothing against you, so why you are trying to complicate my life? You think you can get rid of us with a few words," screamed at him one of the rehearsal. "I gave you a chance, but you yourself wanted it." He grabbed the litter from his goods and scattered it in different directions. Young people went now very rude to the old man. "I will give you another chance if you bow and you will pray for mercy. Then maybe I will let you go this time. Otherwise you can't trade in this area anymore," the racketeer said. Watching all this, Jan Ming decided to intercede for the old man and help him get rid of these scum. "What the hell did you arrange here?" He turned to one of the hooligans. One of the hooligans recognized him and named by the name of Yang He. In this case, he is translated as an older brother or as a respectful suffix. "Since you know who I am, then leave out of sight," said Jan Ming. "Haha. Did you think that we still respect you? Calling you Yange? Your time has come out. Now I'm a boss here," said one bully. "Didn't you hear?" Liang Ge said. "Or are you deaf? You have not a boss for several years." The racketeers continued to speak. Only I did not listen to them. He grabbed his throat and lifted the air. "You're right, I'm no longer a boss, but I can still put your ass," said Yeonmin. "Enough. Forgive me and let go." The frightened river began to whine. Meanwhile, his partner grabbed a brick and decided to strike using such a moment. The second river came up behind and hit him with a brick. I did not expect this, but the brick broke directly on the body of Yeonmina. He looked at him with a hot gaze. "You dared to attack me from behind and hit me from the back." I instantly Yeonming scattered these hooligans. One hit the chest with one. The second got a juicy blow directly into the jaw, from which they fled in different directions. Having straightened his jacket and tucked the shirt, Yeonming turned to the old man. "Old man, do not trade near schools. Bandits usually hang out next to them. Better try in the grocery market." The old man has flashed his eyes. "Are you really a student of the Temple Shaolin? How would you recognize the technique of gold armor?" The old man asked. "Old man, you clearly counted a lot of novels or reviewed a lot of comics," said Janming. "If you do not have a strong chi, then how else did you safe after a brick hit?" the old man asked. Janming took out a case from a pocket in which there were glasses. After a brick blow, they completely broke. "My father worked a lot to buy these glasses. With great regret, I saw Janming. You should not worry like that, a young man. If I just have glasses for you, a gift," the old man said, and handed him a mysterious box. "You pay me for broken glasses?" inquired by Janming. "Do not worry, the old man has ready. Made glasses, they use the most advanced technologies in the world. Initially, I wanted to give them to a good person, and I am sure that you, young man, are a very kind person since childhood, so I give them to you. Perhaps I will take these glasses that you praise, like this is an advertisement of a miracle." Janming took the box and carefully examined it. Having opened it, he saw there a neat case with contact lenses and some kind of note. After Janming looked from the box, the old man was no longer anywhere. He seemed to evaporate. Seeing how he quickly disappeared, Janming thought that he could be a legendary master from another world. He spent quite a lot of time on the street and decided that it was time to return to school. Maybe he would still have time for the last lessons. Meanwhile, classes, graphs, drawings, and other arithmetic calculations, which obviously would not be useful to anyone in real life, continued at the school. Trying to understand everything that the tedious teacher explains, Janming could not stand it, and tore the notebook into pieces. Putting his head over his desk, he thought about the fact that he was sitting in the classroom and does not understand anything. He looks like a cross in class. One small action pulled him out of such deep thought. Then a small piece of paper flew to his collar. It was a small note of the sprinkled very tightly. He turned the note and read, "You finally returned to study, so why not do everything properly? Until the end of the third year, there is very little you try." This note was from his classmate, who was sitting next to him and looking at him with a huge appetite. "Thank you for believing me," he thanked his classmate. "There are 100 days left before the exam, so I have 5 days to study the book. However, I missed a lot. It is better to start with mathematics for grade 9. For the sake of my father, and I cannot give up this beauty," he decided with firm confidence. The bell rang in the class, and the teacher demanded to postpone all the textbooks and announced that we would have a test. A young, red-haired mathematics teacher said that there will be another test work. You have 40 minutes to write it. The students began to be indignant, as they did not even have time to prepare. Apparently, this was necessary for the teacher. She wished them good luck. One of the classmates offered to rely on him. He will help him to write off. So they did it many times. Janming thought that he still did not understand. He would have to write off from a classmate. But how he would do it if those bastards broke his glasses? And then he remembered the lenses that the old man. Janming took out the box and gently removed the contact lenses. "I just put them on," he thought. There was nothing to lose. Having hooked the contact lens with the tip of his fingers, he carefully leaned her to the eye. Wearing the contact lenses, he had to flink a little so that they sat in their place. The student from the first desk showed him ready, made controls. He could only write them off. But he did not know if he could see a small handwriting in these contact lenses. He struggled to consider small handwriting with the correct answers. What is the use of these contact lenses if they do not work? Outraged by Janming, he was very annoyed, as he could not write off the correct answers. At that moment, he felt a strange sensation in his eyes. There was clearly something wrong with contact lenses. Another moment, and before his eyes began to appear symbols and answers that were written on the sheet of the first desk. It seems that he looks through the glasses of virtual reality. He saw everything that happens around and at the same time clearly saw the text written on a sheet in the smallest details. It is difficult to understand this situation what happened to his eyes. And the eyes began to rush, and the image disappeared. Strange things for a moment, the image disappeared, and there was no use from these contact lenses. He decided to concentrate and try again. He needed the image to recover. This time he succeeded, and he again saw the correct answers. I will stick out into the contact lens from one eye. He realized that the headache is associated with them. At that moment, the teacher turned to him so that he would not be distracted and concentrated on the test. She so sharply approached him and made a remark that Yeonmin was very scared. I apologize. Do not scare this. I just got these contact lenses. I was very uncomfortable in them. Hurry up to put them on. 20 minutes have passed and you didn't write anything, the teacher said. If you want, I can help you put on contact lenses, she suggested. Oh, that would be very good. She leaned toward him and gently corrected the contact lenses with her finger. First one, then the second. All this time, her big breasts were approaching the face of Yeonmin. He could not take his eyes off her chest. Why are you frozen? Your lenses are in place. Hurry up to write a control work, the teacher said indignantly. He was so carried away by the study of her neckline that she even gave him a shalbon to bring him to life. Thank you very much, the teacher thanked her by Janming, trying to hide his embarrassment for a slight smile. And then he realized that it was worth taking off the contact lenses, and he could again see normally. At that moment, he realized that these contact lenses are a real treasure. The bell of the end of the lesson rang. Pupils began to rummage through classes. Janming went to the window and tried to consider objects that were very far away. In the distance, he drew attention to the fence, which already saw a large number of times. But now she was attracted by one small detail that he could not notice before. It was a small hole that he saw very well now, and all this is thanks to unusual contact lenses. He thought a completely different matter, because he can use them during the exam. But there are some difficulties whom he can write off in the exam. After all, even if he sees the answers, as he can understand whether the correct answers or not. And then he saw a note from the Rinsen. Then he realized that he was very lucky, because he dreamed of him last night, just like lines from his beloved poem. Late at night I go to bed. I listen to the rain wearable by the wind, and at dreams I see a tear in a bikini on the beach. But unfortunately, all this was in a dream and was vague, and he so wants to see the real Rinsen, and even without clothes. At that moment, a delicate female voice distracted him. Janming, the teacher wants to see you in the teacher's lesson. Turning to this voice, he saw a girlfriend of Atun with one small feature. He saw her only in his underwear. From what he saw, he opened his mouth. She stood in front of him, in delicate pink underwear and long white stockings. Chen Sityan, why did you ask in this form? But what was wrong? Asked the Rinsen in surprise. Trying to cover her eyes with his hands, Yeonmin asked why she did not put anything. Trying to understand what was happening, the manner asked that she did not put on it? What are you sick, don't you see my outerwear? Ironnown asked indignantly. Continuing to consider her delicate linen, he said that he really sees her black pink kit. He could not endure this, and immediately gave him a slap in the face. What is wrong with your eyes, shameless? Rubbing his cheek from the blow, he could not understand why he was shameless. It was on it nothing but underwear. Stop. Something is not so somehow suspicious. For a moment he thought, the tarnish could not come to the class in one underwear? Is it all thanks to contact lenses? He tried and closed his eyes. We must check again. What was his surprise when he opened his eyes and saw that she was standing in front of him, completely in clothes. Sorry, apparently I did not fully woke up, so it seemed to me that Janming tried to quickly rectify the situation. Having straightened her firing skirt a little, she thought, but how he found out what color I have underwear? Are his dreams so true? Walking along the school corridor, he tried to understand that it was all thanks to the new contact lenses with which he could see through his clothes. Right before the Anaunus called him, he thought about seeing her naked, and probably I can control this power of thought. You need to try again to check all this. Do not disappear to such good. Being in the middle of the school corridor, Janming was completely surrounded by girls. But he decided that he would not look at them. He decided that in order to see the obscenity, he would go to the end. If he wants to see the girl naked, he himself must force her to undress. This is how a man should do the present. Having gone a little outside the school, He found his target. A strong guy stood on the porch and examined something on his phone. It was a strange strong guy, because he held the phone with one hand and continued to pull his dumbbell. John Ming concentrated and decided to see what was under his clothes. Like X-rays, he began to shine through his windbreaker. Under the windbreaker, he saw a shirt. This was not enough. He continued to study further. Having concentrated his gaze on his trousers, he decided to find out what his underwear he had. Damn it, disgusting. This pitch had pink panties and a white speck, and even with a yellow bow. "Hey, look where you wrapped the moron. You are tired of living." A rocking pitch turned to him in a formidable voice. "You told me I asked Yan Min." Upon learning of him, the rocking asked for forgiveness. He did not immediately notice him. I'm sorry, I hope you will forget about this incident," the pitch said embarrassingly. "Brother, I just want to tell you that the guys should not wear such a screaming underwear. Be more restrained." "I do not believe my eyes. How does he know what my linen is? Does he really have X-ray vision?" Returning to the school corridors, John Ming thought what the teacher wants from him. For a moment, he plunged into his dreams. Maybe she needs me. Maybe it will be a date. After all, the teacher has an adult body than that of the minion. Maybe I should look at her and study what her underwear is. These thoughts did not give him rest. He decided not to develop them further and stop thinking about it. Feeling complete self-confidence. But he decided to enter the office of the teacher. The young teacher only turned on his favorite solitaire on the computer. John Ming. "You could not knock on the door before entering," she shouted at him, trying to close the computer monitor with her breasts. At that moment, Jan Minus remembered the old Chinese proverb, "Who does not do bad." He was not afraid of so much at the door. "Teacher Zhao, are you hiding something?" John Ming asked. "Do you really think that I have something to hide?" The teacher tried to make excuses. "You just would not have been scared if you were not trying to hide anything to expose her by John Ming." What a strange student. Thank God that there are no other teachers here. Otherwise they would be ashamed of them, the teacher thought. "Let's get down to business. Why did you want to see me as a Zhao teacher?" Jan Ming asked. Damn it, it was my replica. As he dared to steal her, a young teacher was indignant. "You don't want to tell me anything?" the teacher asked indignantly. In surprise, Yan Ming even asked for what exactly he had to say. "Oh yes. Thank you very much for the help with the lenses. The teacher Zhao. Now it is much more convenient in them. I was going to come and thank you for it. But I thought that you were busy with work, so I decided not to disturb you." The teacher looked at him with a grin and handed the sheet with answers, right? "If you did not have these lenses, how could you write off on the test?" He did not expect to hear this. What an imposition! I do not understand what you are talking about, Teacher Zhao." The teacher showed 2 sheets with answers. "You want to say that this is just a coincidence?" she asked. "The same errors in both tests are very the same." And then he remembered that he had forgotten to change some answers when he wrote off. Looking at her luxurious neckline, he was immediately distracted and could not think about the test. Trying to justify Yang Ming a little, said that the world is huge, and this can be just a rare coincidence. "John Min, just look at yourself." The teacher continued to scold him. "You walk lessons, get involved in fights, write off on the control." "Therefore I made a bold decision," the teacher Zhao said. "From today, you will come to the teacher's office after class. I will study lessons with you," said the teacher Zhao. These words thundered like a thunder in his head, as if lightning broke his surprised face. John Ming was clearly not ready for this. To say that this is a tragedy is like saying nothing. He still had to digest these thoughts in his head. From such news, he really got his head. But she did not hurt for long since someone called him by name. It was a tall guy neatly dressed with a blue tie. He went up to him and said that they needed to talk alone. "Is this Van Zhetao? This guy is known for protecting the first beauty school." As soon as they started the conversation, as Minion intervened in him. "It stand you both. You decided to start this conversation because of me?" "Minion, this is a male conversation. You do not need to intervene," said Van Zhetao. Hold his emotions. He tried to dissuade me to intervene in the conversation. But inside him, everything was in full swing. He clenched his fists so that they were already white. Another moment, and he decided to express everything right in the face of Yan Min. Having put out his index finger, he seemed to report to young Mina. "I retreat this time because of minor Yan. But let me warn you, be careful next time. And follow your tongue. You can't talk carelessly with the Manian," said Van Zhetao. Jan Ming did not listen to it all and beat off his hand. "Do not scream at me, and do not go into your own business." Yan Ming said calmly and confidently, "Your mother. I wanted to intercede for Yin Yang, and in the end I look like a complete idiot," Wang Zhetao thought. Feeling his loss, he was going to leave, and casually over his shoulder decided to express everything that he was thinking about John Ming. "Look at yourself. You should know your place and keep it away from the brigade," Van Zertao said. Hearing this, John Ming sent him to hell. The furious Van Zertao was only able to clench his teeth and muttered something slurred. Leaving him, Jan Ming thought that classmate is complete dumbass. Feeling her guilt, the Rinsen turned to Yan Min. "Are you really going to take a walk again? Because self-education will begin soon? The Tinsin in our class is full of other students. Why you can't just lag behind me?" And Yan Ming asked about someone else. The tinsel really thought why not switching her attention to another student. But there was one snag. "I am the head of the class and you're the only one who constantly walks the classes, so I have to change your behavior," said the Vane. "Is it all then, if I have problems with my studies? Can I ask you for help?" Ian Ming asked. Of course you can, suddenly answered the Brown. Jan Ming felt that his heart was crashed. But unfortunately, he did not understand anything. And he could also ask her to work out with him and use this opportunity to be alone with her. This was the end of their conversation, and they parted in their studies. Yan Ming still decided to go to self-learning. After all, so he can get closer to this beauty. The process of self-learning was completed, and finally high school students could go home. A strict driver near the black Mercedes asked the young Mr. Wang who angered him. Van Zertao plunged into his memories from this. It became completely embarrassed. "This bastard poor man, by the name of John Ming, dared to go against me," Van Zertao said. The driver of the car turned and asked who was so daring that he went against our dear master. Should I fill his face, or explain that he is wrong? No. So far it is not necessary. Today we had a small dispute. It will be suspicious if something happens to him. They can think about me, Van Zertao said with a grin. Leaving the school territory on the black Mercedes, the driver told him to warn him when he wants to deal with him. Meanwhile, John Ming raced home on his bicycle. His shortness of breath began from speed and even sneezed a little. The next day he was met by another classmate. Without believing his eyes. "Brother, did you really decide to study? And this is all for the first beauty of the school? Dude, do you really read the textbook? You even hold it correctly by the side?" the classmate asked. Jan Ming studied the textbook and understood that this was all because of the contact lenses in which he could cheat a little. But for what he did, for the sake of a pretty classmate, or maybe for the sake of a delicious young teacher, or in order to give his father a little calm down. Studying the textbook, he just discovered a new curious function of contact lenses. He may not turn over the books, see all their content through. Although some pages are turned upside down, but if I look carefully, I can read everything. Thinking about this, he realized that in the state exam it would be easy. He tried to drive away these thoughts and still focus on studying school material. He looked at the classmate again, and thought that today he did not walk and began to engage in more diligently. Therefore, she does not need to worry about him. Having thought a little, he decided to write her a small note. The beauty of the Manian was sitting all immersed in study when a note flew to her. This is really a note that John Ming has just passed. They burn impatience she tried to open as soon as possible. The following was written in the note. "I will study hard for you." This is what John Ming wrote. And then the beauty of the Manian was in complete confusion. Is it really a recognition from him? Should she immediately tell him that it was impossible? Whether it would be too hard? If I reject it right now, he can fall into despondency, give up, and stop doing. These thoughts more and more dragged on the rod. She looked at him again and decided not to pull with the answer. I immediately wrote a note. Jan Ming was beside himself with joy, since the note was the following. "I hope you will keep your promise," wrote Menyan. He really liked this answer, because she did not reject him. That is, she silently agreed. For himself, he noted that Menyan is a very restrained girl. Walking along the school corridor, he remembered that it was time to learn from another beauty, in the office of the teacher. Approaching the office, he heard that there was someone inside. "Zhao In, I ordered a table in a restaurant this evening and wanted to invite you to have dinner with me," the male voice said. "I am very sorry, but I don't have time. I have classes with a student tonight," the teacher answered. Jan Ming was not long in coming for a long time. He immediately knocked on the door as he was asked last time. But in response, he heard a male voice who asked who came there, that he had come to the teacher Zhao. But the rude man replied that she was not here and that he would leave. Jan Ming turned the door handle and went into the office. An interesting picture opened to his eyes. A rough bastard stood with a bouquet of flowers and tired the teacher. Entering the office, the joyful Jan Ming saw a teacher, and of course she immediately greeted her. An enraged boyfriend screamed at him, "Who you are, who allowed you to enter?" Immediately out of here, he continued to scream and waved a bouquet of roses. Without noticing him, Jan Ming passed him straight to the teacher Zhao. Ignoring the dissatisfied interlocutor, Jan Ming greeted the teacher again and asked if they could start practicing. The teacher Zhao turned to her boyfriend and asked him to leave because she had to deal with the student. The teacher threw the bouquet and fiercely ran out of the class, not forgetting to slap the door deliciously. It turns out that a teacher among young guys seems to have a great honor for me to be alone with her, Jan Ming thought. Jan Ming asked, "Is this man who came also by the teacher of our school?" "Yes, this is a physical education teacher from now on. Try to avoid meeting him. I'm afraid that he wants to take revenge on you for such humiliation," the teacher said. "Avenge me as if he could defeat me in a fight. The teacher beats the student." "He does not want to work at this school," I asked Jan Ming. The teacher suggested graduating from empty conversations and engage in studying. "Come here every day after the lessons. I will walk with you in the evenings so he will not do anything to you." The teacher suggested that she somehow protect the student of this preoccupied physical school. They studied for a long time, and the teacher stopped her back, sitting in her chair. She arched so that her magnificent chest was ready to escape from a delicate blouse. I observed such a picture. Jan Ming simply froze in place, as if these two huge hemispheres swallowed. "Jan Mina, why didn't you go inquiring the teacher?" A little embarrassed by her question, he asked me to wait a little to take a breath. They studied at school until it got dark at all. Leaving the school, the teacher noticed that at night it was very quiet, even in such a noisy place as a school. "I feel embarrassed, going next to him at such a later time," the teacher thought. To somehow fix it, she decided to accelerate and increase the pace of her walk. Jan Min noticed this and asked where she was in such a hurry. An excited teacher really wanted him not to catch up, but could not say this. The analysis answered that she was cold and she wants to quickly get home. Jan Ming was a real gentleman, and he immediately realized what he needed to do in such a situation. He took off his jacket and threw it on the shoulders of a fragile girl. Feeling the warmth of a jacket, she felt safe, and she shared with him that she came to work alone in an unfamiliar city. A lot of time has already passed. She cannot remember when the last time someone took care of her. "I am a real man," Yan Ming said with a smile to defend the handsome man. "The teacher, Zhao, can call you the older sister," asked Yan Min. "Well, but only when we are alone," the teacher answered. "Do not call me that in the classroom. Otherwise, I will not talk to you," she added strictly. "Go out the territory of the school. 2 unfamiliar types blocked their roads. We finally waited for you." One of them, with impudence in his voice, said that this was a robbery. 2 assholes took out folding knives from his pocket and began to approach them, shouting that it was a robbery. The teacher Zhao was scared and, out of fear, tried to hide behind Yan Min. Jan Ming decided to use his contact lenses and saw that someone hid behind the garbage container. Looking a little closer, he found out that this is the very physical instructor that was in the teacher's office. This boob wants to arrange a performance. The hero saves the beauty, and at the same time to teach me, Yan Ming thought. The teacher by the shoulders so that she feels safe, and asked that the robbers want to pick up. Naughty was such a question. One even tried to remember what the physicist ordered to take. "Of course we will take money from you. Give us everything you have." Jan Ming said that they have no money, only their lives. This old Chinese saying means that they will not give them any money. "Stop lying," the robber shouted. "Give us your wallets, phones. Everything is valuable." A frightened teacher asked them to give them money. He reassured and said something else. "If they want our money, let them come up and take it themselves." The robber offered to search the guy, and the second would take a search of a girl. Almost forgot. Physical education ordered us to beat him well. The robber, who was more in size, was clearly not distinguished by the presence of the mind, but he had strong fists. He pounced on Yang Mina, and the first received his foot right in the chest. Following this, there were several more blows to the head, a fist in the jaw, from which the robbers began to call. The excited physical car was frightened that now they will give him out, and he would be exposed. He thought that he would get along with the student next time. Hairly the whiskers of these 2 morons, Jan Ming, invited the teacher to go home. Maybe we should call the police, the teacher asked. It's not worth it. It will take too much time. Let me spend you home. They walked very little more, and the teacher said that he had to go home and she would come home from here. Jianming rejected this proposal in case there are other robbers. This is my sacred duty to accompany the beauty home. They walked very little more and found themselves at the door where the teacher lives. As soon as they crossed the threshold, Jianming asked where her toilet was. As soon as he went to her apartment, first of all, he hurried to the toilet because he could no longer endure. There is such a large toilet. There's also a bathroom, but why the light burns in the bathroom? Because they just came. On the other hand, this is not important. He wanted to quickly correct his need. And then a voice was heard from the bathroom. The older sister that you have been writing so long? She asked. Jianming was not ready to see an outsider in someone else's toilet. It was not just an outsider who was a beautiful girl wrapped in a bath towel. From surprise, she only managed to shout, "Who you are?" And the embarrassed Jianming was happy to see another beauty. This appetizing stranger, only underwear dressed, slammed the door and called him a pervert. Jianming did not understand what he did, why he was a pervert. You interrupted my process, but I still need to go home. And then the teacher remembered that it was Xiao Yan. It cannot be that her girlfriend is now taking a shower. The teacher sharply opened the door and thereby frightened him. He stood in the toilet and held his hose so as not to spray the toilet. You urgently need to leave here, the teacher said. The expression of her face was replaced by surprise to indignation, and vice versa. I apologized to the older sister painfully to restrain the stream, and with you I can't finish you. You deliberately came to see Yan Ming. From such a fright, he can earn erectile dysfunction. She slapped the door and also called him a pervert. He was already lost. How many times in the evening he was called a pervert? He understood that he was again interrupted, and he had to finish it as soon as possible, since his bladder was already ill. Beauty, I have already finished. You can show, playfully said Jianming. The teacher Zhao was delighted that he finally left the toilet. The fact is that I share this apartment, hide for a short while in my room, and she pushed his room and slammed the door. Standing behind a closed door, he restored his breath a little, and thought that in one evening he was seen without his pants 2 girls. But he did not see anything. He burned with curiosity, and everything by the mercy of the opaque door of the shower cabin. An opaque door, damn snakes. I completely forgot about the special power of contact lenses, I thought Jianming. And then he caught himself thinking that peeping is a shameless act, but on the other hand, they saw him, so it would be fair. He firmly decided that everything was honest, and decided to use his contact lenses to make out everything in the smallest details. The teacher Zhao knocked on the door of the bathroom and turned to her girlfriend. She said that there was nobody in the room, and she could go out calmly. At that moment, Jianming stood behind the door and thought that 2 beauties were very close. The girlfriend opened the door and threw herself into the hot arms right from the bathroom. She just took a shower, and therefore she was only on the conflict of external blue underwear. Thanks to their contact lenses, like these 2 cute girls' hug, it started it very much. The next day at school, everything happened as usual. The young Mr. Ivan walked along the corridor of the school. At that moment his phone rang. "Young Mr. Ivan, everything is ready," said a voice in a telephone tube. A guy with green hair smoked a cigarette and asked the driver who they should take care of. The driver of Mr. Wan explained to them that he had not met him before, but he has a photograph. He came here to make sure that this same person, so wait for my signal. A guy with green hair was only delighted with such a proposal. He kneed his fists before beating some stranger. Jianming was just going out of the school courtyard as the driver called him. "Your name is Jianming?" he asked. Jianming replied that, "Yes. And who are you?" Looking at his phone, the driver realized that he was really he. A strict driver said that some ordered him to deliver a message. "You should stop, otherwise you imagine too much about yourself." "It seems that you have questions to me," Ian Ming asked. The driver with a gesture showed 2 scum to attack him. All this time, 2 bastards were hiding behind a tree and waiting for a signal from a driver to attack an innocent guy. As soon as they got closer, as they froze, seeing the devil in front of them, in the person of Yan Mina. "Yange, you didn't understand that. This is a misunderstanding. We did not want to attack you. I apologize," the guy with green hair said in the head. "This older brother, in dark glasses, seems to have said that you are or asked by Jianming." 2 scum of fright ran away, apologizing, and said that next time they would certainly invite him to a cafe to eat. The indignant driver asked where these two bastards were running away. That 1,000 yuan that you suggested to us. You can leave it to yourself. The indignant driver suggested, screaming that it was impossible, because they have already agreed on everything. The guy with green hair stopped his indignation and said that if he insisted, he himself would receive from them in the face. The driver was left with nothing. His saviors had just scattered in different directions. Jian Ming understood that someone wants to beat him, but who was worth it to figure it out? And then Jian Ming remembered. It should be the head of the class that is angry due to the fact that Jian Ming got closer to the minion. It is worth asking him himself. Jian Ming found him in the dining room of school, and at that moment he was waiting for a call from his driver. "The headman, why you do not dine?" asked Jian Ming. From such surprise, the headman nearly dropped the phone out of his hands. Susping, he said that he was not hungry. And did I ask, didn't I go home? Why he was here? I remembered that there was no one at home, so I didn't go. I heard that delicious sandwiches are sold next to the school, answered Jian Ming, and thought to himself that this bastard itself behaves very suspiciously. Jian Ming came out of the dining room whistling his favorite song, and the outskirts of the class realized that his plan seemed to fail. "Jian Ming, I underestimated you. It seems to have to come up with a truly crushing plan." The headman of the class conceived something very insidious. He wanted Jian Ming to lose everything. The family was at home at the dining table. "Son, recently your assessments have grown a lot. You and the teacher Zhao are doing every night. Your mother and I talked about a visit to her with gifts. What you say to it?" my father asked. Jian Ming did not expect such a question, Dads. Not worth it. The teacher Zhao is already my named sister, but I can't tell them this. He was trying to somehow get out of the position of Jian Ming that it was better to treat the teacher Zhao dinner. The dad liked such an idea, and he even decided to give some money. Just find a good restaurant. Sitting at school in the classroom, Jian Ming tried to deal with a difficult task. He was about to ask for help from Atun. At that moment, the headman approached him and said that he wanted to apologize to him. I was surprised to apologize. Whether he understood correctly, I did not rush. He wants to apologize strangely that this time he conceived this scum. The headman began to make excuses about the morning incident, that this was his fault due to the fact that he was jealous of him to Menyan. He still spoke a bunch of all unnecessary text at the same time, adding seriousness with gestures with his own hands. Having made an angelic expression on his face, he once again asked for forgiveness. "I just want my conscience to not torment me. And as an apology, I've already ordered a banquet table in the restaurant Heaven and Earth." Jian Ming stopped him. "I apologize. I have additional classes. Until late in the evening I can't go." But also Jian Ming thought that the restaurant Heaven and Earth is a place where rich people go, and since the headman decided to pay, then why not look into this restaurant? "It's good to be so tonight by Jian Ming then. Then I will wait for your arrival with reverence," the headman said. Jian Ming recalled the difficult task that he wanted to solve and turned to the Tinsen for help. The headman's insidious smile said that his plan began to act. He was looking forward to his completion. "What you talked about with the headman, asked the Sidian about anything. He wanted to invite me to dinner," Jian Ming answered. "He invited you, but you in the tail." "But what really?" she asked. "In fact, he told me to stay away from you," I calmly answered Jian Ming. Jian Ming could not look away from the beautiful chest of the Menyan, and already completely forgot about the task. After the lessons, Jian Ming, as usual, came to the teacher Zhao. She checked his results and was delighted that recently they were better and better. If this goes on, he will be able to catch up with the class in 2 weeks. "Of course it will be, because I pay all my attention to you," I thought Jian Ming. Looking at his cheerful expression on his face, the teacher asked, "You now thought about something?" "Looking at your successes, I wanted to reward you. Let's treat you with delicious food," the teacher said. "No, and how I can. And you teach me for free. You also want to treat me. I feel restless from this." "Why no?" teacher asked, "while about paying my lessons, treating in a restaurant. Otherwise, I will take offense at you until the end of my life." Trying to save the situation by Jian Ming agreed. "So be it. I invite you to eat deliciously." Jian Ming invited her to one of the Café Familiar, where they serve tasty and cheap food. Looking at this plate, the teacher asked the dishes clean here or not. He reassured her that there was a good place here. The institution has been working for 10 years. Here is very clean and also tasty and cheap food. The waiter confirmed that everything was true. The gentleman correctly said that this institution has long been working. You are not a local young lady, but your boyfriend is a local one. The teacher's teacher was outraged that the unfamiliar waiter called her a boyfriend. Leaving the restaurant, there was a feeling of awkwardness. To diffuse the situation by Jan Ming asked, "Do not take it to heart." The owner simply said the first thing that came to mind. "They always do that. You think I was ashamed to be your girlfriend." And he was very surprised that she was not angry. He thought she was angry because of this. Moving further in the dark lane, some vile type blocked the road to them. This is clearly a criminal, since he had a big scar on his face. Having grabbed a knife from his pocket, he ordered them not moving from a place, and again, everything that they have is valuable differently. He will kill them. Jan Ming thought that if he was alone, I was 80% sure. He would win, but he cannot vouch for the teacher. Jan Ming silently climbed into his pockets and took out the money that he had. He threw them to this criminal so that he would take it and removed as quickly as possible. The upset teacher Zhao, kneeling and advanced her lady's handbag. Watching how they quickly followed his instructions, the robber said that the guy could go. Before they had time to take one step as he turned again. "Stand. I said that you can go, but I did not allow the girl to leave." Hugging the teacher Zhao by the shoulders so that she was more security, Jan Ming asked what he wants. The robber continued to threaten with a knife, laughed in his face. "You can go, but the girl will remain. Do not be afraid of the kid. I will let her go as soon as I finish." Jan Ming turned to teacher Chejio and quietly told her that she would run away from here. Hearing this, she was very surprised that he decided to continue to do. Breaking off, Jan Ming prepared to strike an attacking blow. The criminal grabbed the knife and aimed right at him to shout so that he would quickly discard the hooves. Jan Ming deftly dodged the blow with a knife and instantly inflicted a crushing blow to the jaw. The criminal dropped the knife and lost his balance and resisted his feet, only due to the fact that the stamp into the wall. But the criminal was not enough. He still continued to shout something slurred, and he tried to somehow attack our main characters. In a fit of strong anger, he remembered his blow. He calls him the style of Yang. His favorite hit with a foot called a flying kick. He came directly to the chest of an evil criminal. After such a strong blow, he poured drops of blood from his mouth. The exhausted criminal was disconnected. No one can stand after a flying kick. Jan Min approached him better to make sure that the offender is neutralized. In the pocket of the criminal's jacket, Jan Ming discovered a large pack of money. There should be this loot. Perhaps now they belong to me. Having examined the place where the criminal attacked them, Jan Ming found the teacher's handbag. I wonder where she ran away, he thought. And here, thanks to his contact persons, he noticed that someone was hiding in a garbage container. Indeed, all this time she was hiding behind a garbage container. Hearing that the danger passed, she looked out. You were scared by my sister to death, Yan Ming said in surprise. And then the most pleasant part took place. She rushed to him in his arms. He felt her dense elastic chest pressed against him. From excitement, he even felt the touch of firm nipples. I was so scared. You are fine, she asked. Tears of joy performed in her eyes. It's okay, but look at my face. And now I have a cut from a fight with a robber. What if I can't marry because of this defect on my face? Yan Ming said. You have blood. You are joking. You can be at least a little serious, Zhao said. I didn't joke a bit. I just worry about my future, Ian Ming said calmly, to somehow reassure him that in the future I will be your wife. And now let's hurry to the hospital to treat your wounds. Let's better go to your house, said Jan Ming. And then Zhao thought that she had just promised him. What would happen if he did not want her to be his wife? Please, there is no need to go to the hospital because of such a scratch. You can simply process it at home. You didn't think about anything strange? Yan Ming asked with a smile. I thought about something strange was indignant. She was worried about your face, she said indignantly. Without thinking twice, Jian Ming slowed down a taxi, and they went home. The taxi driver turned to him that with your face a guy, did he really run into any troubles? Yeah, they stumbled upon a robber, Ian Min answered politely. Hey young lady, it seems, the guy loves you very much. Since he proved himself like a man in the face of danger, such men still have to look, continued the taxi driver. Brother driver, my girlfriend is too attractive. Honestly, we have been attacked for the second time. From such conversations, Zhao was very embarrassed. because she understood that he was still her student. She is a very beautiful girl, but you can't blame her for this. Try not to walk at such a later time. Now hold my business card, the taxi driver added. If you need to go somewhere in the evening, just call me, I will take you. The taxi stopped right near their entrance. They calmly went out and asked how much they were for the fare. Forget younger brother and sister. Better go home as soon as possible and take care of your damage. Thank you, the older brother. My name is John Ming. I am studying at the 4th Central School. Meet me when you have free time. Of course, you are a very pleasant person. We will drink together another time. The taxi driver politely said goodbye. Jan Ming proposed to spend her to the door home. One climbed to their floor, and Zhao knocked on the door so that Xiao Yan opened it because she had no keys. The door with a creak opened, and her girlfriend met them. As it was already very late, she slept in the same underwear. The older sister? You have already returned why you did not take the keys, she asked. Jan Ming was very surprised at this girlfriend. A dark purple lace robe covered her magnificent breasts quite a bit. Lace panties closed almost nothing. This is an ideal option for sleeping. All 3 people experienced terrible awkwardness in such a situation. As soon as she woke up, a little as she saw this guy in front of her again. From surprise, she covered her charms with her hands. She only managed to turn away and escape into her room, once again calling him a pervert. Zhao offered to wash her face with soap in the bathroom, then she will put his ointment on the wound. Already 10 o'clock in the evening, your family will worry if you will not return home soon. After half an hour, he was already moving along the street alone. Damn, she did not even offer him a drink, the girls are so heartless. Late in the evening, he returned home. Near one noisy restaurant, a small group of men crowded with beautiful girls crowded. Jan Ming noticed that someone pulled him by the jacket. I apologize, a young pretty girl turned to him. She was dressed as a young schoolgirl, in a short skirt and high black stockings. What asked Yan Min? The very young girl turned to him, felt terrible awkwardness and burning with shame. Even stuttering, she suggested that he did not want him to spend the night with her. The surprised Jian Ming did not immediately understand what she was trying to say. She was still very young, and it was evident how she pronounces it with great effort. Then she gained courage and said again, "You want to spend the night with me?" she asked timidly. To spend the night, Jian Ming did not expect to hear this right now. She looks so young and innocent. Is it really so lucky? It cannot be. Is it really the most legendary to spend the night together? Then with you the girls win, please boldly, said the girl. What? In surprise? Asked Jian Ming. 3,000 yuan will be repeated enough. This is my first time, is connected with this great excitement. The evening promised to be very interesting. Jian Ming was a little alarmed by these words. That is, you want to say that you are still a virgin? He asked. From such an awkward situation, the girl even performed tears in her eyes. Since this is your first time, why are you going for this? Do you really need money so much? Unable to restrain tears, they began to roll even more on the cheeks. Sleeps of tears. She said that she really needed money. Trying to calm her down at least somehow, he asked her to stop crying. I will buy you, only explain what happened. My father was knocked down by a car, and her driver escaped. We do not have enough money to pay hospitalization. The hospital was said that if we do not pay 3,000 yuan until tomorrow, they will stop treatment. He grabbed his hand. She pressed her to her soft chest. Please buy me. Jian Ming pulled his hand away. Inside, everything was torn apart, as if two demons inside fought with his feelings. On the one hand, he understood how sweet the soft she was. On the other hand, one should be a complete pervert to use it in such a situation. And then he remembered what happened to him that evening. He said that he had one proposal. He took out the money from his pocket that he took from the robber. He handed this money to this girl who stood in front of him. Take this money for the treatment of your father, and no longer return to this place, said Yan Min. Clutching this money in her hands, the girl remembered how the relatives refused today. One relative said that her cousin enters college this year, so we cannot give you money. And the doctor shouted that if they have no money, let them get out of the hospital. The hospital is not engaged in charity work. She hid the money and thanked him for such a generous gift. Morning begins in the court of school. Everyone is fussing and doing their own business. Sony Young Min came to school, and on the threshold he met several people. Teacher Zhao, what is happening here? What this policeman needs? Asked Jian Ming. The teacher explained that these police officers want to talk to him. I am a senior investigator of the City Police Criminal Investigation Department. Please trace the site with us. Investigators revealed his certificate and showed it. You Young Min, the investigator asked. John Min, you are suspected of involvement in the murder case. I hope the investigator said to your cooperation. The teacher intervened in this conversation and tried to protect the student. Excuse me, but weren't you only going to ask a couple of questions why you want to pick it up? He is my student and is obliged to attend lessons. I am his teacher and will not let you pick him up. Surprised, Jian Ming asked what happened. What crime was being discussed? Investigators took him by the shoulders and began to take him out into the street. Though or not, we will figure it out in the site. The teacher Zhao, please. Do not prevent the investigator, strictly prevent the performance of our duties. Teacher, everything is in order, go to your home. I did not do anything bad, so I'm sure the investigation will clarify everything. Jian Ming tried to calm her down. Once in the police station, he was sent to the interrogation room. The investigator himself participated in the interrogation and his assistant. A lot of questions fell upon him, half the age of the occupation where he lives. A strict investigator asked what he did last night. Without thinking twice, Jian Ming replied that he was engaged in a teacher until late in the evening. Then we went to eat meat with the noodles in a cafe. The indignant assistant to the investigator could not withstand these explanations and demanded that he turn to the essence. Damn it, the old maid. I talk about this, thought Jian Ming. The investigator tried to somehow diffuse the situation and continued to ask his questions, where they stopped, what they ordered. The investigator's assistant could not stand them with her hands on the table that you had a memory. And with your manners, she asked that she was playing a good policeman and a bad policeman. Jian Ming tried to calmly answer all the questions posed. In the cafe they ordered beef with noodles. But he could not stand this pressure, and I made a remark of the investigator's assistant that she should learn the manners from her boss. Clutching her teeth with anger, she almost cut her fist right in his face. Enough, the investigator shouted. He is right. How can you remain impartial if you behave like that? During the interrogation of the suspects, it is most unacceptable to be angry. So you can't find out anything, and even worse than your anger, nourishes their ego, the investigator said. Having reassured his assistant a little, I asked Jian Ming to continue the story. After we ate, we went home, but a robber met on the street. The man about whom you are talking about we found without signs of life, added the investigator. The forensics confirmed that he suffocated due to bleeding in the lungs. Surprised, Jian Ming could not believe these words. Did he really kill a man? Tell me. And you set the personality, the one who attacked us, I asked the Min. The investigator replied that they had already begun the investigation, but there were no results yet. He asked his assistant to go to check the data. Feeling your superiority, the investigator's assistant said that, now you knew fear, enjoy the remaining time at large. Another assistant burst out the office shouting that they found information about this deceased. This person was put on the wanted list for robbery, rape, and murder. From the fact that the door of the investigator flew to the floor, sharply opened. From such a blow to the door, the investigator's assistant fell on a mine, dumping him from a chair. It is possible that the actions of Yan Mina are legal self-defense. From the surprise of the assistant, she fell directly on the young man, presenting him with her hips and magnificent breasts. Trying to come to her senses, she sat on him on horseback, her short skirt lifted up, showing that under her black tights there was light lower linen. This will not work. Blind from me immediately, said Jian Ming. Jian Ming was lying on the floor, and an investigator's assistant was sitting on him. Why are you so heavy? He tried to raise her and accidentally grabbed her with a lush chest with his hand. The whole body of the assistant immediately tensed from the surprise that you were tortured, she asked. Her eyes suddenly widened as soon as he felt a strong male hand on his chest. She tried to fight back, and as soon as possible to get out of such a sensitive situation, but it looked very ridiculous. The investigator put his hand on his shoulder and asked for forgiveness for taking so much time. For your wonderful act, a reward is supposed to be. I will talk to the boss about this. The investigator also turned to his assistant to ask for forgiveness about Yan Mina, and quickly take him back to school. I apologized to the commander, but I still had paperwork. The investigator's assistant was indignant. The investigator immediately reminded her that she was already repeatedly late this week, and her attendance this month was far from perfect. The assistant instantly portrayed a friendly look and said that everything would certainly be done. Another moment, and Jan Ming was already in the school. This old woman from the site so abruptly drove the car that he was almost sick. Sitting at the desk in the classroom, he tried to bring himself to his senses since his head was spinning and he was rocking. He did not notice at all how Menyan approached him. "Yan Min, why didn't you have at school in the morning, and what about your face? Have you really gotten up again?" she asked. Jan Ming only made excuses that recently I had a conscientious study, so that last night I worked hard. It's just that my head still hurts and is a little spinning. He barely forced himself to come to school. She leaned right over his face and said, "Hey, if everything is so serious, let me examine you." Jan Ming only added that it is very close. "I am sick and only a kiss of the Menyan will heal me," said Jan Ming and pulled his lips forward. "What are you doing?" The Menyan was indignant, and without hesitation she crashed his slap in the face. She rushed out of the class, burning with shame. "When you stop joking like that," she added. Running from the class, she thought that she needed to take the exam, and he spread such rude jokes. How frivolous he is. Maybe he is just nervous. Then I should cheer him up. How petty I am. And recently, he really diligently took up the study of a point if she demanded too much from him. Interesting. Is he just joking only with me? No, I don't think about that. I need to return and apologize. He threw his hands back and swayed a little on a chair. He thought that he was not lucky today, and the Menyan was angry. But knowing her character, she will probably apologize now. Closing his eyes and relaxing a little, he decided to wait for her in this position, continuing to sway in a school chair. Then the headman of the class unexpectedly came up. I did not expect such an approximation. The whore, what the hell, escaped from him. Due to such a sharp approach, but he accidentally pushed him and the table swayed and fell. For a fraction of a second, Yan Min managed to grab Old Age by the tie in order to resist the fall. Due to the fact that Yan Ming grabbed the tie, Van Gatao was facing his face in front of him. "Your mother. Why did you arise so silently?" "I apologize. I just came to remind you of dinner on Saturday." At that moment, Menyan ran into the classroom and thought that these two boys were trying to kiss. Two young guys were so close and looked into each other's eyes. Menyan could not even hide her surprise. "What the hell are you doing here?" she asked. "Menyan, this is not what you thought," Jan Ming, lying on the floor, tried to rectify the situation. She asked for forgiveness that they were worried. "I really regret it." And also quickly sparkling with her cowards jumped out of the office. The teacher in the corridor accidentally noticed this situation. Yan Ming knocked the headman to the floor. "Do you really want to completely destroy my reputation?" inquired. "Yan Min, do not get excited. It was you who threw me to the floor, pulled the tie, tried to apologize to the headman." The teacher went into the office and saw this incomprehensible picture. "Jan Ming, did you hear you released from the police station?" "The older sister, I don't know exactly what you thought, but this is definitely not what you think. I tried to rectify the situation by Jan Ming." The teacher only watched all this from the side and understood that something bad was happening. In the evening, as agreed, Jan Ming came to a restaurant. He thanked the headman for the invitation. "I have to thank you. Let's drink a little," suggested by the headman. "Buddy, I was wrong the last time. I will drink as a sign of apology, and as you want." Jan Ming decided to support him and drink with him. Jan Ming thought for a thought. This headman somehow changed dramatically, as much as if it was really up to something. And it's so strong. My head is spinning and the whole body is on fire. The headman only chuckled and offered to eat and drink more. It seems he will be drunk in the trash if he had drunk so much. Jan Ming did not understand that this was some kind of setup and decided to relax. He began to drink vodka directly from his throat. When the bottle was devastated, it fell loudly on the carpet. Very little time passed, and Jan Ming could not keep himself on his feet. The vile elder came up and patted his cheek. "And he knows how to drink. If I had not added something to vodka, he would probably collapse before him," said the headman. The elder's eyes burned with anger. He looked straight into his face. "You are looking for death correctly, since he became my rival." Van Jitao invited his assistants to act according to plan. His two assistants were taken by John Mina and dragged from the restaurant straight to the hotel room. "Drag him here, Van Jitao," approaching a certain number that was previously ordered. "Go, strip it and throw it on the bed," Van Jitao ordered. A very young girl was sleeping on the bed. Her eyes were blindfolded. She was dressed in a short skirt with black stockings, a shirt unbuttoned, and her large and elastic chest was visible. It's a pity to give him such a girl. Can allow you to take it first and try? One assistant asked. Here is a boob. Do you even know how to turn on the brains a little? Van Jitao asked. What do you think the police will check the first thing? Added Van Jitao. Okay, we leave. I hope your medicine will work as it should. Did you check it? The guard asked. Young Mr. Van, is there no exclamation? I said something wrong, the assistant asked. Jan Ming began to recover a little. He could not understand why it was so hot. He burns and his head is spinning. He opened his eyes a little. He tried to understand that it smells so tasty. Where is I at the hotel and what kind of girl is this? Jan Ming tried to rise and understand what is happening around. Where did this sister come from? Didn't I drink with Van Zertao? Is it really a dream? Why are her eyes blindfolded? I have no such addiction. But no, it won't go. Okay, it's just a dream, I thought Jan Ming. The brother came. He pushed her leg and set to work. She only began to moan that she was hurt. Please stop, she continued. Then I slowly, added Jan Ming, and began to move slower. Damn. Even in a dream with girls, there are so many problems. But how nice it was, Yan Ming thought. At this time, the headman Van Zertao was outside the door with his assistants and hotel administrator. They heard moans and screams that the girls published. She called to the rescue and asked him to stop. Van Zertao said a few minutes later, Call the police. Do not be afraid to contact me later, and hold the camera ready when the police arrive. We'll take a good picture. Jan Ming was on the verge of excitement and was ready to finish. Another moment, and this happened. The investigator's assistant poured milk to her beloved cat. A couple of hours before, the investigator reprimanded her that the road police recorded a police car that exceeded the speed. In my opinion, you will stay on duty tonight. At the same time, think about it well. Added by the investigator. After the end, Jan Ming began to come a bit. The busty stranger felt more joyful and much more relaxed. She even decided to smoke the phone after such a pleasant pastime. At that moment, a telephone rang in the police station. The investigator's assistant immediately picked up the phone and asked what was the matter. Good evening, you called the city police department, she said. Hello, I want to report a crime, said a voice on the other end of the wire. I am a visitor to the restaurant Heaven and Earth. I heard a woman's cry from room 315. She called to the rescue, said an unfamiliar voice in the telephone tube. My friend saw a drunken visitor from the room 315. He dragged the schoolgirl to his room. This is terrible. Thanks for your call. The police will soon come to place. The howl of police signals and the creak of brakes was not long in coming, in which case the police reacted very quickly. A couple of minutes passed and several patrol cars were already near the restaurant. Several police officers and the hotel administrator were heading right to number 315. Open the door immediately. They reported to us about the criminal inside. With a cry of the police, the investigator's assistant knocked out the door. She rushed to reassure the young girl. Everything is in order to help already here. She saved me. What the hell that you allow yourself? Jan Ming tried to understand what was happening and why the police twisted him. He gritted his teeth. He tried to pronounce him to be released immediately. What are we doing? Yan Min, you just raped the girl. How else do you have enough to sniff the arrogance? I did not expect from the fact that you would be such a pervert, the investigator's assistant said. Looking at this picture, I thought it was not a dream. How could this happen? He tried to figure it out. Do you think it's all a dream? The assistant to the investigator asked. Do you really think that you are still sleeping? I realized that you were a bad person at the moment when you first saw you. Even the police chief was deceived by you. The investigator's assistant added. Did I really do this? I just remember that I was drinking with Van Zertao. Really, this bastard set me up, Yang Ming thought. Enough of these conversations, you will see him, the investigator's assistant answered strictly. Very little time passed and Jan Ming was in a police station. Moreover, this is the same interrogation room. He was sitting in front of the police chief, who tried to figure out the intricacies of this matter. Yan Min, what have you done? He asked sternly. Chef, please listen. I was tricked. I drunk my classmate in the restaurant Heaven and Earth, and then a drug was poured for me. My head was as if in a fog and my body was burning. I could not control myself, said Jan Ming. Is that really true? So you say that your classmate deliberately set you up? I doubt your words. We will analyze your urine to find out or not, added the police chief. Analysis of urine? Why are there really not enough of my words? Yan Ming asked. Just use this paper glass. Later I will tell the assistant to send it to the laboratory for analysis. Should I really pee from him? Right here in the office? Yan Ming thought. As soon as he decided to pee into a glass, as an assistant to the investigator entered the office at that time. Chef, there is a statement from the injured girl. she added. What are you doing? She asked indignantly. How long should I tell you to knock on the door before walking? The investigator asked indignantly. Take a glass of urine and send it to the laboratory for an examination, the investigator added. A glass of urine for nothing, the assistant said. How dare you? Don't you know that we should take care of all people for justice? The investigator was indignant. I understand, I will do this. Well, now the assistant agreed. And then Jan Ming decided to teach this fiercely assistant. Let's go a dog with us. Let's go that then I won't eat 3 of the most difficult move. The officer, your hand is so trembling that you can shed my urine, added Jan Ming, and accidentally pushed off the glass that he spilled right onto the hand of the investigator's assistant. She was boiling with anger. Why should I take care of people like him? She was indignant. He took the glass with analyzes. She told him to enjoy his time still at large. We will still see who will laugh the last, she added. Jan Ming thought for some reason, this scene seems to him a little familiar. More recently it was the same. How this happened. No one understood. The slippery floor felt her long heels, but the investigator's assistant slipped. A full glass of urine for examination flew out of his hands and fell to the floor, spraying everything around. It turned out straight to the golden rain. The assistant to the investigator fell to the floor and doused with urine from head to toe. Her short skirt and black stockings were completely wet. The police chief only observed in surprise what was happening. Jan Ming wanted to make a little meanness for an assistant to teach her, but he could not imagine that everything would happen that way. Ah, how painful, she added. Rubbing her lower back, the assistant sat on the floor in a puddle of urine. The glass was completely devastated, since everything spilled onto the tights, skirt, and underwear of the assistant. The brilliant idea came to mind, and Jan Ming decided to clarify why she did this. You dropped my urine! How can I now prove my innocence? Why did you do this, really? Asked Jan Ming. What? Does this really mean that he will be imprisoned because of me? The assistant thought. She continued to sit on her knees, all in the urine, and began to apologize. She noticed that there was still a little urine in the glass. Maybe this was enough for an expertise. Jan Min, have you filled not 2 glasses of urine? The investigator specified, and sent the assistant home to change. I myself will take tests for examination, the investigator added. I apologize for my emotions. I am now all on the nerves, so I flashed, said Jan Ming. The whole assistant trembled with anger. For all the time, no one has humiliated her so much. She looked fiercely at him. What a bastard you are! The assistant rose sharply and was about to strike with a fist. But Jan Ming caught her hand in time and took the blow to the side. Jan Min put his right hand on her shoulder, and with his left hand he grabbed her wrist. Strong fingers squeezed her hand. She did not even have time to say anything. It happened so quickly. She only managed to say that she was painful. Is it true? It was you who taught me this technique, added Jan Ming. It hurts me very much. Quickly, let me go, the assistant moaned. You are a bastard. Now get away from me. All in tears and frightened, the assistant said. Then the investigator intervened. Jan Min, let her go, right now. He screamed to the whole office. The assistant could not hold back her tears. Her shoulder hurt. I apologize, I did not want to. I apologized to Jan Ming. She looked at him, but her gaze was full of pain and suffering. All in tears, she found the strength in herself and left the office. Jan Ming tried to rectify the situation. Chef, I'm very sorry. I acted freely. You cannot worry about this. I will talk to her, added an officer. You will spend the night here, under supervision, until we get the results of the tests. And yet, you made a rape, even if the results of the tests prove that drugs were added to you. You must prepare morally. I understand that this is really a difficult situation. Thank you for everything, added by Jan Ming. Jan Ming met this morning in a police station. Jan Min, wake up, the investigator said, who had just entered the office. Jan Ming, the results of the tests confirmed that you were under the influence of drugs, but all evidence was removed from the restaurant. The investigator said, I believe you, but the law does not work like that. The final decision will be made by the court. If so, can I at least see the injured girl? Jan Ming asked. I understand what I did is irreparable, but at least I want to be clarified before her. I'm afraid I can't give you the victims, but I will tell her the details of this business. The court decision may change in your favor if she forgives you. You are the main thing, do not give up. Your life trip is just beginning, added by the investigator. Very little time passed and Jan Ming was already behind bars. As is usually the case in such places, several criminals surrounded him. Hey, a newcomer first-hander, why did you put you? One prisoner asked. Damn the vessels, Brother Bao addresses you. What are you, fucking deaf? Added the second prisoner. I am not in the mood today. Do not dare to approach me, Jan Ming firmly answered. What an arrogant child. The prisoner was indignant. Now I will teach you, he cried out, clenching his fists with anger. The prisoner waved his hand to strike, but Jianming was ahead of him and inflicted a sharp blow with his elbow right into his chest cage. The prisoner did not expect such a turn of events. In surprise, the eyes almost climbed. The prisoner fell to his knees and grabbed his chest with his hand. He was very painful. "Where did your attitude go to fight?" asked Jianming. "I said that today I have a bad mood. So fast. This guy fights much better than me." I noticed the prisoner. "Brother, stupid Bao did not recognize the guru in you and thereby made a mistake." "Brother, I hurried too much. We all make mistakes," added by the prisoner. "I am Bao Sunli. Everyone who belongs to the attacking world calls me Brother Bao," the prisoner said. "My name is Jianming. I was set up and raped. Because of this I was imprisoned." "Brother Bao, I just arrived here and I don't know how everything works here," said Jianming. "Without problems, Brother Bao will tell everything." The noise of the camera with prisoners was replaced by a pleasant summer breeze. Jianming is in the shadow of a lush tree, lies on the green grass, and thinks about something. Opening his eyes, he tried to understand what kind of place it was. And where is he? Where is I? I was just in the cell? What is this voice? But familiar to me, this is a voice, said Jianming. This is the Menyan voice. She was dressed in a magnificent white dress. Flowers were braided in her hair, and a warm wind developed her skirt, opening white lace stockings and delicate panties. "Menyan! Menyan!" Jianming continued to scream. "Why can't I move and speak?" "Menyan, do not run around. We are going to take a common photo," said a male voice. "Dear, come to me," she said. "Who is this next to her?" "Menyan, some beggar is looking at us. Aren't you ashamed?" the guy asked. "Why didn't you tell me about this before?" she asked. And then Jianming noticed that this is Van Zhitao. But why are they together? And now I feel awkward. Should we give him some money? You're very kind. This is my blessing that I have you, Van Zhitao said. Everything faded. Jianming plunged into darkness. He was so surprised that he could not breathe. It just cannot be a reality. How could she marry Van Zhitao? It should be a dream. I'm just sleeping. Jianming continued to crazy. Then this girl from the hotel room appeared. This is all you. You raped me. You destroyed my life. This is all you. I hate you. I hate you. I curse you. She continued to speak. I did not do it on purpose. Jianming tried to say something in his defense. All that she said is true? Didn't you promise to take me to my wife in the future? The image of the teacher appeared. I was very disappointed in you. You are just a scoundrel, she added. Jianming was on his knees and bowed his head. 3 silhouettes of girls were behind him and threatened with a knife. Direct bastard, one of them said. And then, as if in delirium, he began to hear the words familiar songs. This song is so hard. What are these familiar words? At that moment, Jianming woke up. Fortunately, all this was a dream. Some old man in the cell grabbed his leg. Old man, why did you grab my leg? Asked Jianming, and the old man continued to sing a song. Brother Bao, have you already woken up? And what's wrong with this old man? Asked Jianming. This old man is always so strange. Sometimes bad, sometimes puzzled. This is not the first time he sings at night, Bao answered. He keeps my legs so tightly. Does he really think this is a guitar? Do not worry, he will go to sleep after a few songs. He does so every 2 days. He simply does not react to him and be patient, added the prisoner. Then the old man released his leg, and Jianming tried to understand what would happen next. The old man had a crazy look, as if he had thought something bad. Hey, old man, stop immediately. Jianming began to be indignant, but the old man grabbed his leg with all his strength and continued to do incomprehensible things. Surprised Jianming could not understand what was wrong with this old man. Brother Bao, what is he doing? Brother Jian, just don't move. Didn't I say not to resist him? None of us could in a mission from his capture. If we begin to help you, then he will twist us too. So wait for the end of the song. Why is he sings a love song? Jianming could not restrain his irritation. Old man, I will start fighting if you don't let me go, added by Jianming. The sounds of male struggle broke the night silence. It looks like something was wrong with the walls of this institution. Finally, it ended. This old man is incredibly strong. I feel like all my bones are broken. With great difficulty, Jianming said. The mighty old man only cleared his throat a bit and went to go about his business. He once again looked at the motionless body. Jianming could not be resisted. It was completely exhausted. Climb! Get out of the bed! Faster! Hurry up! Every morning in prison it began the same. Strange. I do not feel pain after yesterday. Instead, I feel ease all over my body, Jianming said in surprise. Although it is more strange that this old man is so lively at night, but painful in the daytime. He walks around the territory of the prison and coughs as if he would scatter into pieces now. Brother, let's go breakfast, he said one of the prisoners, and he invited him to go to the dining room. The prisoners began to crowd in line near the distribution of food. Rice with vegetables here is the best, Bao's brother added. Hey, old man, you eat too much. But we have not eaten anything yet. Are you not afraid to die? The prisoner on the old man rushed and knocked out from him a bread cake from his hands. Jianming raised the cake. Why are you so clumsy? Looking at the old man, he asked. Hey you, come to me. Jianming turned to the prisoner. Who are you? He asked. Jianming grabbed the prisoner by the collar and began to push the cake right in his mouth. You wanted to eat, so eat it yourself. With a sharp movement, he stuffed the cake right into his mouth. Hey you, but stop now! The second prisoner began to intercede for him. He turned abruptly and asked him, he also shoved the cake in his mouth? To which the prisoners apologized and said that everything was in order. Jianming went to the old man and handed him a cake. Help yourself, this is for you, he added. Thank you, young man, the old man said timidly and reached out for the cake. Hey, you have a good heart. The prisoner who watched this turned to him from the side. This old man is not only poor but also unhappy. Added by the prisoner. I heard that he has been here for many years. Do you know anything about his past? Jianming asked. This old man is called Fan Chan. He was an influential figure in one town. He was framed because of the woman, and he ended up here. As a result, this woman left him and went over to the side of his enemies. Thanks for your story. Well, everything is in order. Hurry to breakfast if you want to have time to eat something else. Funny, the prisoner thought. Both of them were represented because of the woman. Meanwhile, the police station was interrogated a girl who was also framed as Yan Mina. The premises were not like an interrogation room. It was a convenient office. The assistant to the investigator asked everything about the girl. I do not want to know the personality of this person. What's the point of this? The young girl asked. This part of the procedure. You have to look at the photo and recognize a person. This is just a photo, the investigator's assistant added. The girl agreed to look at the photo. Only she examined the photos. She could not believe her eyes. Was it really the same guy who once helped her at night? The assistant to the investigator was very surprised. What do you know? She asked. Yes, I know him. How can it be? He was such a good person. Why did he do this? She told the investigator's assistant about how he gave her a large amount of money for her father's treatment. By the way, the officer said he was set. Still, he is a good person. At that moment, she thought that he helped when she needed help. Now she will help him. Officer, I want to ask. Do not put him in jail, the girl said. How can he remain unpunished? He committed such a terrible act towards you, the assistant screamed. He helped me before. I want to help him now. In addition, he was set. He is a good man. If he is a good person, then he would not do such bad things. A good person will not do this, the assistant to the investigator screamed. Stop screaming immediately, the girl asked. The investigator's assistant could not believe that she was asking him to let him go. This is already too much. Think thoroughly again. What does he mean to you? She asked, with a great degree of embarrassment on her face. The girl said that he was her boyfriend, and she is his girlfriend. You will talk about this with the boss a little later. I will no longer worry about you. I'm going to report with the boss, the investigator's assistant said. Everything is fine. Thank you, officer, for your attention and patience, the girl answered modestly. At this time, the beating of prisoners continued in prison. From everywhere, there were screams of whistles and clicks and blows. One of the prisoners screamed in pain, and someone on the contrary shouted, "Let's do it!" Embalued prisoners thrown on Yayan Mina and Brother Bao. Brother Yang, do you need help? Bao asked. I want to play in a big thing. Come! Shouted by Jianming, and the prisoners began to run away from all sides. The prisoners were approaching and Jianming continued to beat them. They could not get closer than at the distance of an outstretched leg, as the blow in the jaw instantly flew. Stop it all! She is here! She is already here! Cried one of the prisoners. Wrangler drove up to the little white jeep, and a girl came out of it in high leather boots. Oh, I just left for a short time to buy something, and when I returned here it became so lively. Who will explain to me what is happening? She asked. Brother Bao, you don't see a prison observer? Fire from me, I warn you, he threatened one prisoners. Brother Bao asked Yan Ming, who played him a little. I did it, said Yan Min. The older sister are finally here. Brother Ball began to tell with pity how a bald head almost killed him. I went out to play a little, and a bald head said that I took his place and called people to fight. You must protect me. Go away from the road, moron. Don't touch me. I give you 1 second. If you want me to teach you, urgently go to the prison camera, she said. Which of you young men? She asked. Let's go with me on a short trip. They ended up in a cozy office, comfortable sofas, aquarium, coffee table. She took a sip of hot tea. Yan Min, I think I should raise you better. Your preparation is pretty good. Even the chef asked me to look after you. However, you will create big problems, even if you're fed here. Today's incident is quite large, she added. Come on, raise me, as if Yan Ming said under hypnosis. She waved her long leg, and after a moment her leather boot was already near his face. Jan Ming seemed to froze in place. Fast, very fast. This is physically impossible to do for such a short period of time. Jan Ming was as if under hypnosis. Firstly, I hate when someone interrupts me. Secondly, my name is Zia. Do not forget to contact me later. Sister Zia, she said. Thirdly, if you are not completely sure of your chances, then do not start stupid fights. This world is much more than you think. I cannot move my body. My body seems to be entangled in a snake, Yang Ming said indignantly. Okay, let's talk about you. You still haven't gotten up? Are your legs numb? She asked. I am tied to the floor with a woman. This woman is very dangerous. She also has personality problems, added by Jan Ming. Do not cry, otherwise it will look like I would lift you up. Give me your hand, she said. She was just dangerous as a snake. Now behaves as if she is my sister. I have to stay from her as far as possible, thought Jan Ming. Are you afraid of me? I don't eat you, she said. Sister must be joking. Thank you, Sister Sia, but I can get up myself. I'm not joking or teasing you. Soon you will be freed, she said. What? This is true? This cannot be. Do you really want to stay here? I know that the victim took his statement. Return and put yourself in order. The chef will come to pick you up, added Sister Zia. I am so excited. Thank you for telling me good news, said Yan Min. Something else? She asked. I want to ask you something, a small request. This will not be a big problem for you, added by Jan Ming. There's one old man who shared one camera with me. He is here for a long time. He met face to face with injustice and was sent to prison. It should be very easy for the older sister of Jia. Help him be released. I know this old man. I will deal with this. Now I got it. This is the only reason why I will not punish you, she said mysteriously. In an instant she approached him and closed her mouth with her hand. Her right leg, like a sharp spear, pressed him against the wall. Remember, after talking with me, do not try to hide this strong thought in your heart, she whispered mysteriously. I do not want to see how you are afraid of me when we meet next time. In fact, I look forward to when you make a mistake again. She continued to whisper in his ear. Sister Jia, I will not make other mistakes again. But your leg rises higher and higher. This woman is too terrifying. She is not just incomprehensible, but also eccentric. Remember, no more mistakes, she added. I have to collect things. Can I leave now? Asked Jian Ming. Be careful on the road. It is not surprising that the level of reforms is the highest in this city, she said. It is not for nothing that others treat her as their ancestor when she sees her, said Yan Min. As soon as the door swung open, he urgently ran away. We must leave quickly! Run a little slower or you will fall, she said after him. This is like this child is skilled enough, he said, mysterious gentleman in a white suit. However, his character is not suitable for this, he added. He did not faint under the pressure of the king of the snakes of the sister and restored his calm. I carefully checked his heartbeat. He did not shudder under the pressure of the king of snakes. I don't remember saying goodbye when he left. The younger brother was impolite. She added. Sister Sia plunged into her fantasies. She wanted to step a little with him next time. How can you interrupt my comments, bitch? The guy shouted in a white suit and hit her on the head, so she already bit her tongue. Who wants to listen to your senile comments? The pressure of the king of the snakes. Do not go to my kung fu with your shitty names. I do not fantasize as a child. How could you say such shameful words? Shame on you. The sister of Shia continued to scream. And how could you hit me on the head? With this cry, she struck him with a foot. A serious mess began in the room. It was difficult to make out who was strokes to whom. At the same time, they continued to swear and shout something. But then a gray-haired man intervened. Enough, enough. Behave yourself properly. Do not be naive as teenagers, he said. Would you feel shame if your younger brother recognized this? He said with his eyes closed. Master Shifu, please first put us on the ground. They began to ask. It turns out that it was the same old man who was in the cell with Yan Min. He lifted the guy and girl's feet high. Jay, that you smoke such a heavy smell of smoke can give you out during the operation? The old man said. Ha ha ha. I prepared these cigarettes for you, Shifu. I just checked their quality. They are exactly the best variety. The guy in a white suit added. Lena, have you eaten a lot of sweets recently? You have become much harder. The old man noticed. No, Shifu, these are my shoes. I strengthened them by making steel casing, she added. Do not lie. I saw how you just ate sweets. You kicked me with the other boots? Cruel bitch. I talked a little and did not calm down and cut out a cup of coffee. You must try to prevent such things. You cannot always count on me to finish it right, the old man said in a calm voice. So for sure, Shifu. At the same time, the guy and the girl were pronounced, as if they had just been very tough. I was hiding for so many years. I wonder how many people still remember. They also remember the kings of the killers. Determine the message that I am still alive. It should be very interesting, the old man said sternly. Let's play hide and seek. Will they look for me, or should I look for them first? The old man set a cigarette cigar. The police chief took Yang Mina and thanked the mistress for her attention. See you, added by Jan Ming. Forgive me for bringing you problems, forcing me to take me from here, said Yan Min. Oh, I was those who sent you here. Of course I must pick you up. The path is careful in the future, the inspector said. The inspector, the victim said that she was my girlfriend. Can you tell what happened? Asked Jan Ming. Let's talk about this in the car, the inspector answered calmly. Two girls were watching them from around the corner. Enough. He left. I don't understand why you care about such a villain. Let's just go back. Rain is quite strong, you can catch a cold, one girl said. Miss, can I go now? The affected girl asked. If you are in order, then of course go, the inspector's assistant answered. Yan Min, I'm not in debt in front of you, she thought. Heavy drops of rain fought and her umbrella fly in different directions. At that moment, John Ming sneezed. Damn, what hot girl recalls me now, he thought. Beautiful music of the piano played in the country house. Still not good enough. I have to practice more, Mr. Van said. Miss Minion will definitely be touched. Master, you play very well, the maid said. Without Yang Mina on my way, now I will definitely get the recognition of Minion, said Mr. Van. Mr. Yu will call you a phone call, added the maid. Mr. Janming was released. He uttered a voice in a telephone tube. What? How is this possible? How do I hear the policeman from a friend that the girl took her accusations? Wang continued to scream. Crap! Freak! Shit! How can you be so unlucky? He shouted, and threw the phone on the floor. Very little time passed, and John Ming was again in the courtyard. I did not expect to return here so soon. I was absent today for several days, but for me, this time lasted like a year. I will be surprised if this bastard inflated the scandal on my expense. If he did it, then I can look into the eyes of the smaller Yang and sister of the inn. Well, judging by the passers-by, I think he did not. At the back, he heard whose very familiar voice. Marie, good morning, said Yan Min. Shut up. You dried. Where did you disappear all these days? If you continue to skip, I will no longer help you. How can you become a truant again after you have a little progress in your studies? She asked Les Yang. I feel bad, just my head was spinning. But as soon as I saw you, I felt much, much better, Jan Ming answered cheerfully. Do not talk rubbish, sharply answered the smaller Yang. This is true. Beautiful things do people happy, and happiness helps the patients recover, Jan Ming calmly answered. This bastard Van immediately approached him and pretended to be old friends. John Min, why didn't you go to school all these days? Do not give up at such an important moment, he added. I did not show photos of your crime, because I do not want to be tracked. Otherwise you would not have a chance to talk to Marie, Wang thought. Ha ha ha, I will not give up. I just caught a cold. Thank you for your trouble, Ian Ming answered restrainedly. That's not all. We are now the brothers after that probably already, added Van. Speaking of that dinner, do you remember what happened after I got drunk? Asked Jan Ming. I asked the waiters to take you upstairs so that you rest. Didn't they take care of you? So you have caught a cold because of this? I'm sorry, forgive me. Bastard Van began to think that he suspects him, but he has no evidence. Ha ha ha, this is not so. I was just curious what happened. I really have to thank you for your concern for me, answered Jan Ming. I should not be so careless. As an apology, dinner next time for me, Van said. Okay, deal, answered Jan Ming. Hey, you are two when you finish your conversations. It's so disgusting, Marie said indignantly. This is not what you thought about, Marie, they answered. It won't forget me. Already almost the time is a lesson. Let's go. Jan Min, tomorrow at the school the exam begins. Good luck. She also thought that the relationship of the boys is very strange. They were enemies only a day ago, and now they behave like close friends. Maybe we will go to class together, Van asked. First I will go to the toilet, answered Jan Ming. After they parted in different directions, they thought everyone in their own. John Ming thought that revenge is a dish that is better to serve cold. The villain Van thought about what else we would see. You could not always be so lucky. After everyone passed the examination work, Yan Min lingered at school, and in the evening, the teacher invited him to the office and finished checking his work. The result of all his answers in this exam was 138 points. "Jan Min, I think this is the end of ours after lesson classes," the teacher said, looking at the results of his dough. "What happened? Why, Sister In, did I write a test badly and angered you?" Yang asked with surprise. "Ho ho ho, look here, be more confident in yourself, you see? You no longer need additional classes," the teacher added, and showed the results of his test. What? 138 points? How is it possible? I was surprised by Yang. "Oh, Sister In, this can be a random coincidence. There are still many questions that are difficult for me to give answers," said Yang. "Coincidence? So do you think that we do not help?" "Oh, this is not what I had in mind. I just wanted to..." Jan continued to pick up words. "Except this is easier, as a student eventually becomes independent of his master. In addition, you had to tighten yourself not only in mathematics, but also in other subjects too. And now is the time to go home," his teacher reassured. Din 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 rang throughout the school. "The exam time is over. Pupils, lower your hands, please, and prepare your work for the test." In the corridor of the school, Yan Ming noticed the beauty of Marie, and immediately decided to approach her. "Mary, how is your exam?" Jan asked. "Oh, Yan Min, you surprised me." "About the same as always. But what about your result? You look so happy." "Heh, it was quite simple," answered Yang. "Super, so you have a good progress in your studies." "You make me envy," added Marie. "Speaking of my progress, but I have to thank you for your strict supervision. If not for you, such a loser as I would have surrendered a long time ago." A yellow thanked. "Hey, not so verbose," strictly stopped him by Marie. "Observation of you is just my duty, like your classmates," added by Marie. "Now I will go home to do lessons. Later we will see you." Jan began to spin around her and persuade him to go for a walk. "This is a rare chance that the school ended so early, and it is good for health to refresh after the exam," added Yan. Thoughts in Marie's head shouted only one thing: "Let's agree, please, please." After all, Maria herself wanted to take a walk. Of course she agreed. "Yes, sir. The Knight Yang is ready to do anything to serve your highness," Ian answered quickly. "Ho ho, oh, you are a fool," marked affectionately answered Marie. "Your highness, please look at your feet," added Yang. Marie grabbed his hand from him and playfully ran up the steps. "Just stop fooling around and go. Do not run so quickly, be careful," added Yang. Marie was afraid to show her feelings. "Why am I so excited? This is just an accidental touch, right? I will not wait for you if you continue to fool," she added. A warm summer day. They walked after school classes. There were few people on the street. The main part of them was at work or at study. Jan Ming told a very interesting story. Once upon a time, there was a guy named Niall. He was secretly in love with a girl who was called Valya. They were 3 years old. One night, she decided to accept him as her boyfriend, so they turned in. In this case, the word accept in context is connected with sex. "Guess who they turned into?" Yang asked slyly. "How can I know?" "Tell me now," Marie answered. "I can add from myself, I think you already realized that they turned into a lover." "Ah, wait a second." Walking around the park, Marie noticed something, and she began to consider the jewelry made by hand. And I would never have thought that a girl like Marie would buy things from a merchant on the sidelines, Yang thought. "Look, Jan, which one looks sweeter?" Marie asked. "They are to you. You were born, such things can only be as a cherry," added Yang. "Again you flatter me. Wait, I will solve it myself." With a serious expression on her face, Maria answered, "I will take both. How much will it cost?" "Madame, there will be only 35 from you," the seller answered. Maria began to diligently look for her wallet, reviewed all her pockets and did not find it. "Damn, it seems I forgot my wallet at school." I watched this situation and understood that he had to correct the situation. She has no money with her. The time has come to the hero to save the beauty, Yang thought. "Please take the money, leave the change to yourself," Yang said politely. "I will return the money to you as soon as I find my wallet. Do not worry about it. Just take it like a small gift. You know, I have to give you something better to thank you for your help in my studies." "Marie, don't you think this is like a date?" Yang asked joyfully. "Shut up. We just relax after exams, no more jokes. Otherwise, I will not go for a walk with you next time," Marie answered strictly. "So we will have next time?" immediately asked Yang. It depends on your results in the exam." I decided to calm him down. "My driver arrived, I have to go. It seems to me that the artist chose a wonderful perspective for this slide. He emphasizes all the beauty of her young body." He politely helped her open the door and get into the car. Marie escorted him through the tinted glass. She felt warm inside and could not understand what was happening to her, why she could not tear her gaze from him. Jan Ming relaxed towards the house. Today he did two big things. He passed the exam, and he had a date with the most beautiful girl in the school. Yan Min! A familiar voice called him from behind. The fact that this voice was from a police car. Mr. Chen, I'm glad to see you. What brought you here? Asked Jan Ming. I followed the instructions not far and drove to check how you are doing, the inspector answered. I thought today the school ends much earlier due to exams, but you made me wait a lot of time. Added by the inspector. I did not say this, but how do you know that I have an exam today? It is not surprising that you are a sheriff. Ho ho! Why didn't you go home after school? Did you really meet my girlfriend? The inspector asked cheerfully. It is true where you know. You are really amazing, Sheriff. What did you really meet with a girl? The inspector in surprise even almost got out of the car. Hey, even if you met, how does it concern you? Children's love, along with observation from the police officer? I walked nearby with a classmate, not my girlfriend. Just a classmate, you say? The inspector specified. Yes, one of the best students of my class. She helped me a lot in my studies, added Yang. Okay, get into the car. Now we can talk about that old man named Fan Tian. Do you have any news about him? Ian Ming immediately asked. Yes, I reported on his situation to the director of the prison. He gave this matter great importance and entrusted this business to me. I looked at the files about his business. As you said, in his business there are a lot of dubious moments and inconsistencies, added by the inspector. He was imprisoned for theft, but his term of conclusion is too long for punishment for such actions. Do you think its deadline was a Roan? Or did someone specially enlarged him? Jan asked. I am almost sure of this, but there are some problems, the inspector answered. According to files, Fan Tian was associated with the historical group of thieves, which brought fear and horror to all the inhabitants of the city. Mr. Chen, as I know, he was set. In addition, a long conclusion drove him crazy, said Yang. Yes, I also saw him. I think his thoughts are erratic, the inspector answered. It may be that its file history was invented. I'm not sure. In any case, I will prove everything that I know the director and the final decision will be made by my leaders. It's great, what a poor person. I believe that the director of Wong will fix the situation, Ian answered joyfully. How are you doing? Chard 1 does not cause problems or troubles? He asked the inspector. No. On the contrary, his attitude towards me has not changed. I will even be surprised if he put me. Whether he is it or not, you must act with caution. Never mind, how your exams are doing? Chen asked. Everything is wonderful. I have good success in study. Are you going to enter the SI Jaj Technical University? He asked the inspector. I think so now. I am very motivated, answered Yang. I was once your age. Let me guess, the girl you love to go to the University of Sijaja? The inspector asked cheerfully. How did you know it? I was surprised by Yang. Oh, this is written on your face. Do not forget who I am. Man, I work hard. I'm confident in you as well as your forces and knowledge, added by the inspector. Ho ho ho, I hope Maria is also sure of me, answered Yang. John Ming waited for a bus that was traveling to his house. He tried to pay for the fare, but he spent all the minor money on the jewelry for Mary. He had nothing to exchange at all. Jan, wait! While someone else was calculated by a familiar female voice turned to him. Use my card. Oh, do not perceive me as an outsider. Ian was very embarrassed by this. He did not expect to meet Marie on the bus, and even more so that she would pay for him travel. Yes, I have to miss the formalities. You know, maybe we will become a family, Ian answered joyfully. Family? Shut up. Do not reach for the nucleus after the inch achieved. Maria was very competently, and sometimes answered with proverbs. Ha ha ha. Of course, Ian immediately understood the meaning of this phrase. Hey, do not push, blind bastard. The passenger began to make noise, whom I accidentally hooked my elbow. Why didn't you take a taxi if you don't like shocks, poor man? Ian answered calmly. Perhaps this passenger had some kind of psychological trauma, since he was furious about him. He even swung his fist, but Jan caught his hand and blocked his blow. What power! The passenger was indignant since he could not move on. Mari went to a bookstore. What books do you want to buy? Jan asked. Some books with exercises for the entrance exam. I heard that many school children are preparing for them, and I am on me. I advise you to buy a set of these books too. It will be very useful, she suggested. Instead, Jan drew a completely different book. Excuse me, do you have books about reading on the lips? He asked the seller. X-ray vision, along with reading on the lips, this will be an excellent skill. Reading on the lips? This is there, next to the textbooks for schools for the deaf. Mute. The 3rd Regiment on the other side. The consultant answered politely. Jan brought books to the cashier, and the cashier noticed something. These 2 books were also complete with video tutorials. You can return to the shelves and take them from below, she advised. Jan went to the shelves and finally found these video tutorials. They were hidden at the very bottom. While he was looking for these lessons, his legs in this position were numb. He tried to get up, and at that moment he hit his head right under the skirt to the girl, who also went up to choose books. "Oh, you are a pervert," she was indignant. "Pervert? What happened?" I was surprised by Yang. The girl looked with disgust at the young man. She was outraged. She only corrected her mini skirt. But at the same time, I completely forgot about my blouse. The blouse unfastened a little and showed a beautiful chest in lace underwear. Jan Ming sighed slowly. He tried to translate attention, but his gaze was faced. "Where are you looking like that?" She was indignant. "Sorry, beauty. I just did not notice you." Yang politely apologized. "Have you noticed me?" "Okay, but where are you staring right now?" Jan Ming could not look away from her beautiful chest. "Pervert. I never thought that a teenager could be such a moron. How can you behave so obscene with a beautiful girl?" She was indignant. Jan Ming did not even know what to answer. It did not work very deftly, since he really examined her. "I did not do it on purpose and already apologized. I think you yourself chose to quarrel with me." Jan Ming tried to calm her down at least. "Hey, if not so narcissistic, okay? Have you just called yourself a beautiful girl?" "I will tell you, my girlfriend is much more beautiful than you are, Aunt," answered Yang. "Aunt? Did you call me Aunt?" She continued to be indignant. "Although I am on the verge of my 30 years, no one has ever called me Aunt. And everyone said that I looked young and beautiful. How this spondle can call me Aunt." "Okay, I will not argue. Impicked villains," she continued. Jan Ming went in search of Marie, who was looking for books in the store. "Marie, did you finish so fast?" Of course he found it in a bookstore. "Yes, I took everything I needed," she answered joyfully. "There's something else." And Humori began to pick up in a bag to get something. She clearly had some kind of surprise. "Hold it, this is for you," she said, and handed him a book. And she handed him a book on the preparation of entrance exams, to make its results even better. "I advised you to buy her, but you did not. Hey, if I will not make you work hard, will you take your studies seriously?" Marie asked. "Ho, how much did it cost?" "Let me pay off," added Yang. "Calm down, do not take it in mind. Accept this as a gift. Performing these exercises seriously and let me know if something complicates you." Added by Marie. They left the supermarket building, where they walked a little after buying books. What kind of book did you buy?" marked in surprise Marie. "Introduction to the Lips Reading. The Language of Gestures is the first level." Maria carefully read the name of the book. "Did your father ask you to buy them?" she asked with surprise. "Do you have someone deaf-mute in your family?" "Oh, this is not so. My father will take part in the play, which includes this. That's all what I know." Yang tried to come up with something in response. They waited until the bus arrived, and I, as a gentleman, missed Marie forward. Sometimes it seems to me that gentlemen are doing this in order to look under a short skirt. They never drove on the bus. Jan noticed a woman with whom he encountered in a bookstore, and they had a not very pleasant conversation. Since I often traveled in public transport, he immediately paid attention to one boy. "This guy wants to touch you," he quietly warned Marin. "Why do you think so?" She was surprised. "This is written on his face." "Let's change places, stand in front of me," answered Yang. "I wonder how you can be so sure of this." "Do you often do this too?" she asked. At this moment, the guy, taking advantage of the fact that there are a lot of people in transport and quite closely, pushed another girl. "Hey, what's wrong with you, a pervert? Do not deny this, Mr. Dirty Pervert." The girl was indignant. "Shut up! I did not touch you, Miss Ugliness." Jan Ming and Marie were very close and also heard this conversation. I tried to find a way to teach this guy. It remains to wait for the right moment, I thought Yang. And then this moment has come. Jan Ming acted very quickly and carefully. He reached out instantly and grabbed the girl by her rounded buttocks and pressed a little. What was it? She was surprised. Is this boy really? She turned and immediately slapped him a slap in the face. "Pervert! Why did you give me a slap in the face, bitch?" The boy was indignant. There will be little slap in the face. I will send you to the police, because you grabbed me by the ass. Has you grabbed you by the ass? I'm not so blind. He was surprised. "Stop carrying nonsense. Save your breathing to talk with the police. Stop the bus," the girl screamed. "Police? Only that I was missing." The boy was indignant. At the nearest stop, he immediately jumped out of the bus and ran away. "Humph! Here is a villain, freak!" The girl continued to be indignant. "Marie, have you seen this? As I said," added Yang. "Okay, you guessed, but I was not his goal," I reassured him, Marie. "Have you seen him push to you?" If I had not got up between you, he began to pester you. Do you believe that he has such a bad taste? She asked. That means, Marie thought. Oh, bad boy, it's not bad, it's smart. They laughed together. How do you feel? She asked. Not bad, calmly answered Yan. All I thought about was how to quickly drive this guy, answered Yang. I did not give the meanings in this emergency, Marie thought. Marie, is something wrong? Jan asked. Hush, look there. And Marie added quietly. The girl who was in the store sat down by the window and dozed a little. At this time, one suspicious type began to be interested in her. Aunt, wake up, a familiar voice sounded. Jan immediately thought that everything was being returned. Hey, this is really quick retribution. Marie sat down at this girl and tried to wake her, to protect it from the danger of a stranger. Janming watched all this and saw that an incomprehensible type was not even going to retreat. Do not stick your nose in our affairs, or I will blame you with a knife, this man said, and took out a knife from his pocket. Marie did not expect this and was very scared. Robber! Robber! Here is a robber! Help! Marie began to be indignant at the whole bus. Other passengers simply ignored her call to help. Janming was surprised by such indifference. Hey, bitch, nobody will help you, the man said angrily. Die! He began to threaten with a knife right on the bus, since she felt her strength and impunity. Save me, John! Shouted Marie, and Yang, pushing indifferent passengers, rushed to her help.
Do not get into it. I just want to scare this annoying bitch.
What's happening? Can I read his thoughts? Yang thought. Yang made his way through the crowd of onlookers and grabbed his hand right behind the blade of the knife. The passengers have a little jaw from this. Drops of blood began to drip right on the floor of the bus, so the knife was really sharp, although it is surprising that he had fingers in place. Yang, your hand, Marie said. What do you want? The robber asked in surprise. I want to knock out all the shit out of you, answered Yang, and he began to pound with the hands and feet of this criminal. You, stop it, it hurts me. It was only heard of him. How did you dare to steal? How did you dare to offend my girl? Yang was indignant. Yes, this is real beating. This is again that guy, the girl thought. In the police station, in the pre-trial camera. Mister, why did you put you? Someone asked. Oh, this is all because of this idiot. I was close to success, but this Jan jumped out at me and began to play the hero. The robber was justified. This bastard. Jan, I will kill him, added the second. Damn, you can't win even me. How dare you deliver problems to my brother John? Do not bother Yana's brother. I will correct you myself. A prisoner with a red iron on her head began to knock them down in order to somehow fix them. Oh God, please spare me, this is all my mistake. The criminal prayed for help. Thank you very much. In my wallet lay a passport. I would get into big problems if it were stolen. Polite. Please, until you consider me a goat, added Yang. Are you going abroad? Marie asked. Yeah, for the China-Korean International Student Exchange Program, the stranger added, and they said goodbye. A day later, the school summed up all the results of the examination work. Janmin, come to my office. 703 points in the overall standings. This is the 9th place at school. This is very doubtful. Still, I wrote off too much. I attributed to everyone using X-ray vision, Yang thought. Did he write off others? Other students were indignant. Janming earned glory to your class. He is our honor. Now please return to your textbooks and notebooks. You screwed up, Janming, Chard said. A more important thing for me so that Mary was grateful to me. Look at my beautiful smile of Mary, he added. Chard, come on, smile at me. I like you too, added by Marie. Oh no, not this. Janmin, I am pleased that you began to study better. What is your study method? Let's share with me. The reason why Janming began to study better, you certainly understand. But he did not say this. Mr. Lee, the reason why I did the test so well, this time purely luck. Ian answered calmly. Luck? What do you mean by this? The teacher asked. Before the exam, I performed some exercises that turned out to be very similar to questions from the DOE. That's why I scored so many points. Ian answered calmly. Miss Chu witnessed to this. He added, yes, it's true. These exercises were given to him by me. She answered, in fact, I had no other advantages except that I have a great memory. I learn everything by heart, Yang boasted. What, do you learn by heart? The teacher was surprised. If you do not believe me, Mr. Lee, you can choose any chapter from your books and I can retell it, added Yang. Okay, I have this magazine, the chapter from the work, Finally Sun Rays. And the teachers opened in the right place. Jan Ming took advantage of the ability of X-ray vision. Show the contents of the magazine. He found the necessary piece in the text and began to pronounce it. Surprisingly, this is all true. The word-in-word coincides. The teacher was surprised. Great job. I have no more questions. Now you can leave, the teacher said. Yan Min, come to my office after lessons. The teacher turned to him. Boy, how you dared to hide your abilities from me. She was indignant. Alas, the sister of In was angry at him. After school, Jan Ming decided to return to the office. I will be surprised if the sister is still inside, he thought. Ha! I just use X-ray vision in order to look into the office. I don't even need to open the door. This is incredible. She dresses in the office. And this linen from Hello Kitty just sits perfectly on her. How excites, surprised by Jan Ming. From this, he could not stand the vessels in the nose and began to drip blood. Oh my god, I can't stand it. Now I'm returning home. And Jan Ming Pulpa flew home. What an exciting day today turned out to be, Yang thought with joy. Ding ding. A little dozing off at the computer, he was awakened by a notification in the QQ messenger. I will add from myself that QQ is a popular messenger in China. He opened the messenger and decided to check the messages. Sincere, are you here? Oh, this is in any case, it is necessary to answer. I was not since noon. What happened? He asked. Sincere, great that you were on the network. I was waiting for you, she asked. Have you been waiting? Do not tell me that I am your only contact in QQ, added Yang. She takes me out every time I am online. I will be surprised if she turns out to be a freak who wants to marry me. They continued to communicate in the famous messenger. Bingo, do you feel honor? So I'm your only friend? Jan asked. Of course not. I have other friends in life instead of QQ. Oh, have you seen my new avatar? Is it really terribly amazing? Jan looked at the avatar more closely. Yes, she is really creepy. Is she terrible? Yes, and the past was also terrible, added Yang. Direct bastard? This is the answer? Ha ha ha, she is so funny. Such communication was seriously amused. While we are following the correspondence of two young people, Monday morning has already come. There was a phone call. Mr. Chen, did you want something? Still yawning, I asked Yang. John Min, I have two news for you. One about Taylor Fong. His name was Fan Tian, that old man from prison. And the other about your business. The inspector answered. Information about my case? I was surprised by Yang. Yes, we found a man who set you up, added by the inspector. This is a waiter from the restaurant. Heaven and earth. He took all the responsibility for himself and told the details of the crime. Jan Min, Shardwan is very smart. Now this business is closed because of this scapegoat. Everything will get away with him. I understand, answered Yang. This goat Chard won. We will still see, Yang thought. What is Tylor's news? He was released. How about us to visit him together? Added by the inspector. And they went together in search of this old man. They drove into the most distant piece of their city. It is good that they had the right address. Knock knock, Mr. Fong. I am Philip Chen, police officer. I brought someone to you. The old man slowly went to the door, and with a creak opened the old wooden door. Uncle Fun, do you remember me? Jan asked. Oh, it's you. Go inside. The old man was delighted. The old man coughed and slowly moved in his small house. What a poor and lonely old man. I think I have to visit him more often, Yang thought. Uncle Fong, you are coughing. Let me take you water. Sit down. Respectfully turned by John Ming. I will always be glad to you. The old man answered politely. Great, then still see you. Jan Ming and the inspector said goodbye. Be careful, he added, and they and the inspector headed for the car. The old man thought about it and began to spin the ring nervously on his finger. It is not clear why he did this in order to calm down, or to maintain a concentration of thought. He continued to twist him like a spinner. Come to me and bring the things that I left you, he told his assistant. If you remember, this is an assistant who was a boss in prison. After the old man changed clothes, he looked like a gray-haired leader of the mafia. I made my choice, the old man said thoughtfully. The next day, at school, Jan Ming, as usual, sat at a desk, plunged a little into his thoughts and sang a familiar song. Yan Min, what are you doing there? Jerking forward and backward. What are you doing manual work? He asked. Yeah, Ian Ming answered, manual work. The author means hand job. Ha ha ha, you are shameless, how obscene! Marie was watching this conversation. Em, what are they talking about? When they walked after school, she decided to ask him. Yan, what have you talked about with that student? Why did he say that you... With little embarrassment, Marie continued to speak. What? Jan asked. Hey, you know what I'm talking about? She clarified. Hey, did you mean hand job? Jan asked cheerfully. Well, he just is too often engaged in hand job, so he thinks that others will like it. In any case, I just pumped my foot and he realized it wrong. Yan Ming calmly explained. How do you do it? Marie asked naively. Based on the results of the examination of a well-known organization in 90% of men for the first time, with the hand, added by Marie. So you are doing this? She asked again. Haha, finally I got a chance to tease you. You teased me a lot. Now my turn. Ha ha ha. I am very happy that I was able to put you in an awkward position, well, because you constantly teased me. You are right, sometimes I do this, but rarely, very rarely. You know, I think that I will not do this anymore. Jan decided to rectify the situation. Because now I have you and I do not need to do it. And he reached for her beautiful chest. Oh, Yan Min, you are a pervert. Do not even think that I will do it with you. She was indignant. What to do with me? Ian continued to tease Marie. Do not pretend. Maria was furious from indignation and such impudence. I meant that I focus on studying under your supervision, so I will not have enough time and energy for such stupid things. What did you think about? You, Yan Min, do not talk to me anymore. Mary was very embarrassed and hit him with her bag. Damn my testicles. As usual, this happened very quickly and unexpectedly. It hurts, and in order not to scream, he buried his face directly in her chest. Wow, Jianming, are you all right? She asked with surprise. It hurts very much. He continued to speak. Sorry, Yang, I did not want this. Let me take you to the hospital. She apologized. Do not worry. Just let me stand like this, and I will be in order. I think so. And he continued to cling and shake her tender and elastic chest. Well, a cunning. Wow, look at those two, they are so bold. What kind of unsurpassed master, same? The teachers who passed by? This is Yang and Marie. It turns out they are in love, the teacher thought. From what she saw, her tears of visualities even began to appear. Why? Why do I feel so sad? Is my heart really broken? Is it possible that I fell in love with him? The teacher thought, but I am his teacher and we are not supposed to be together. Goodbye, my desired, accepted for really love. But the teacher thought, and in tears she ran away. The school children did not notice anything and continued to walk on. So they went into a small supermarket. Yan, are you really in order? Marie asked. Yes, I feel much better, answered Yang. I have to stop pretending or she will notice it, he thought. Passing by the stand with daily gaskets, Marie remembered that her gaskets were over and she should buy them. Can you buy me something to drink? I want to drink a little. She decided to distract his attention to buy everything necessary. Marie, what drinks do you like? He asked just the moment when she made her choice. Well, the green tea of Mr. Khan will come down, she answered a little embarrassedly. Interestingly, Always or Libresse, which of them is better? Such a large selection, which pads are best for me? She thought. Jan returned with green tea and saw that she was choosing. Excuse me, maybe I can give you some recommendations. How many blood does you come out? He asked. Not too much. Marie thought that the consultant approached her. She turned and was very surprised. Yan Min, it's you! It's not beautiful to act! She was indignant. Forget. Why don't you just buy tampons? He asked. Tampons? I would never have thought that you know so much. I can't use tampons. She answered embarrassedly. Why? Why can't you use them? I was surprised by Yang. I just cannot. Why do you have so many questions? Maria decided to stop this conversation. Jan, thanks for the walk with me home. From here I will go alone. Otherwise, gossip will begin to dissolve here if the neighbors see us like this, she said Marie. Will they see us how? Yang clarified. Well, he will see us walking together as if you do not understand what I'm talking about, added by Marie. Okay, see you tomorrow, and they said goodbye. Yang, what are you doing here? But suddenly the inspector appeared from nowhere. Mr. Chen, how is the world that is cramped? What brought you here? John asked. Ho, I live here. What about you? The inspector specified. I just escorted a classmate home. Ian answered embarrassedly. Classmate? A guy or a girl? The inspector specified. Girl. Mr. Chen, you are as an employee on the census, answered Yang. Ho, just curiosity. Son, hurry home and end your lessons. Introductory exams are just around the corner and college will be the best place to start a relationship. Added by the inspector. I understood you, thank you very much, Mr. Chen. Yang answered politely. The next day at school, Mary was very excited and decided to ask. Yan, is your end in order? She asked embarrassedly. Oh? Jan Ming was embarrassed by such a question and did not expect to hear him. He had to portray a very sad face so that everything looks believable. What's happened? Marie asked. I think I can no longer engage in hand job, Ian answered sadly. Why? What's wrong? Marie continued to pour questions. Last night I learned something from some books, Marie shared. If a man in a man is seriously damaged, then this is a real disaster. Sorry, I shouldn't have joked in this way, added by Marie. After I came home, it was no longer very painful, but there was another problem. Dry answered Yang. What's the problem? She specified Marie. I watched, adult videos, but he did not react at all, answered Yang. Do not react at all? She clarified. Yeah, he does not react. Dear viewers and subscribers, I just ask you not to write in the comments that you react with you while watching adult films. Thank you for your understanding. But of course, other comments. So what will you do now? Will you go to the hospital? Jan, I am terribly apologized. It cannot be cured if only... Okay, let's forget it, he added. Just in case? Tell me, Jan. She decided to clarify. I read it on the internet. It said that the best way to cure a man to give his beloved woman to help him. Cunning Yang decided to use this situation his benefit. It is clear, but does this method work? The naive Marie specified. Yeah, they said so on the internet. Ian answered briefly. Well, just forget it. This is unfair to you. I decided to improve that she did not suspect anything. Marie felt very embarrassed and understood that she made a mistake. Still, she decided to help him. The guys went to the cinema, of course, where another guy and a girl can stay in the dark. The film is already beginning. Let's hurry. Jan was in a hurry as he understood that his plan would work. They took a suitable place in the spectator hall and waited until they extinguished the light. If you delay treatment, will it become incurable? She specified Marie. I don't think so. This is not cancer. A small delay will not affect my health. Yang answered slyly. This will be the secret between us. No one else will recognize this until we tell this ourselves. Still, I have to try to help you, I decided. Marie said with full responsibility. Seriously? I was surprised by Yang, and he thought that they would just watch a filled, but he also liked this option. But I never did this, so you must teach me this, Marked confusedly answered Marie. Okay, I'll tell you everything. Ian answered quietly, so as not to attract the attention of other spectators. Well, I think just forget about it, said Yang. I think I went too far, he thought. No, she answered strictly. She could not afford that he later suffered all his life because of her stupid act. Cover him with your jacket so that no one can see this, she added. Are you ready? I'm starting, she said in a whisper. Yes, of course I'm ready, Ian answered embarrassedly. Marie did not perceive it like some kind of fun. She really was very embarrassed, and she perceived everything very seriously. She fought with her feelings. He grabbed her hand and decided to help her a little so that she would not look for him in the dark for a long time. Diving under the jacket, he put her hand on his fly. She was very embarrassed, closed her eyes, and imagined that she had now groped for her hand. She perfectly understood that it was his instrument. She began to squeeze him a little and stroke. He reacts to my touch. She was surprised. So he was already cured? Continuing to iron, she asked. Of course not. Judging by the website of the site, the course of treatment should be completed to the end. Otherwise, it will bring a negative effect. Yang said smart words. Marie continued to make these movements with her hand. Earlier, she did not have to face such movements, since she was a very well-educated girl. Yang was so excited that he did not notice how Marie grabbed by the chest. She definitely did not expect this. He gently squeezed and cried her elastic chest as far as it was possible to do through a bra in her jacket. Jan, your hand, she is on my... Maria lacked the courage to pronounce it to the end. Marie, go on, Yang said quietly, and gently pressed against her cheek. Okay, only this time. Marie was clearly embarrassed. Marie, you can please move your hand faster, I asked Yang. I'm not a robot, my wrist is already numb, Marie thought, but still accelerated a little. Marie, I love you. Come on, tell me you love me, Yang said quietly, while she was doing manual work. I love you, Marie answered slowly. At that moment, something began to gurgle. I think you understand very well that it was. Great milk. The guys from the next row enjoyed the milk cocktail and watching the film. Is it over? Marie asked. If this is over, then take your hand, she answered. Eh? Oh, of course. Ian apologized and immediately removed his hand. Let me wipe me with something. How can you be so inattentive? She asked. You can't wipe him? Marie asked in surprise. You can help? Jan decided to act to the end. Yang, if they weren't so insatiable, I know what you think about. Marie answered strictly. Ian was very surprised. Did she really guess that it was a helping mouth? Marie, now we... Jan did not finish his phrase. Now what are we? Listen, Jan, there was a special case today, she answered immediately. This will not happen again, Marie answered, and she switched all her attention to the film. Hearing this answer, Jan was very upset. Why is he so upset? Marie thought with surprise. At least not earlier than the end of entrance exams, added by Marie. Yang was very enthusiastic. Does this mean that she agreed to be my girlfriend after the end of entrance exams? How else is it possible that we will repeat this? After some time, Marie returned home. Apparently Dad and Mom are not yet at home. It is not surprising because today the school is over early. First of all, I have to wash my clothes. There was a spot on my skirt from what Jan did. It is amazing that it did not stick to my leg while I was going home. This Yang is fool, she thought, and with a slight movement threw off her short school skirt. She threw her things right on the floor, and she went further to change clothes. I feel tired, take a little bit. The day was very emotional, and she was all exhausted. Knock, knock, knock. Mom opened the door and entered the room. Her girl slept tightly and heard nothing. Oh, sweet, you should be very tired, sleep well. Mom saw things on the floor and decided to immediately remove them. You scattered clothes again. Okay, this time I wash it for you, Mom said. Taking her skirt in her hands, she found a very unusual spot. She sniffed him carefully. This is nothing but... With great surprise, she thought. Well, you understand what kind of stain it is. A little time passed and Marie woke up, her blue underwear. It's just great. Her gaze was attracted by one feature. Did someone go into her room while she was sleeping? Where's my clothes? So Mom has already taken her? She was indignant. Yang! Well, I got it! What should I do if my mother has already found out about this? Marie was very ashamed. Marie, how are you already waking up? Mom asked who prepared dinner. Not bad, Mom. Where's my skirt? Sharply asked Marie. Oh, I washed your school uniform. Lunch is ready, Mom answered. Marie, have you already started a guy? Mom decided not to delay questions and immediately asked in the forehead. Guy? Marked Marie. Of course not, mothers. I will not think about it until I go to college, she answered. And I immediately thought, could Jan be called her boyfriend? Clearly, do not worry. I'm just interested. Now let's eat, she answered. This is natural if she started a guy at that age, her mother thought. Guys and girls, dear students, today is the last day in your school life. Soon you will write one of the most important exams in your life, continued to speak. Poor Van slyly looked at Yang and thought that today was the last day in his life. Marie, come out with me a couple of words, he turned. What? Can't you just say it here? She was surprised. This is very important. This applies to John Mina. Van continued to keep the intrigue. Maria was very surprised, but still agreed to leave him. The bitch when it comes to Jan Mina. You are ready to leave, but soon this bastard will be kicked out of school, Van thought. Chard, what happened? She specified Marie. Marie, you and Jan are well finished, aren't you? Van asked. It's none of your business, Marie answered strictly. Well, I have some photos, and I think they will help you better know about Jan Mine. What do you mean? What is this? Surprised by Marie. You just look, Van answered meanly, and he handed her a pack of photos. Didn't you want everyone to know this? She asked in surprise. Sorting a bunch of photos, Mary was very surprised. Is this Yang Min? How else? Or can you find him out? Van asked meanly. Where did you get it? Surprised by Marie. I accidentally got them. From the web editor. You know that the other day in the restaurant, Heaven and Earth, called the police because of the dissolving behavior of one client. He took these photos in the hope of publishing this on the internet. Since my family has shares of this restaurant, of course we did not want this to spread, and I seized them. In addition, I heard what Yang Ming did not dissolve behavior. It was a rape. Van continued to torment Marie with his answers. How did you know all this? Marie was very difficult to ask this. She was incredibly painful and unpleasant. Since the editor is a young guy, my father thought it would be better if I talked to him on behalf of my father. Continued to deceive Van. So you see? I don't want anything from you. I just remind you to beware of him. Jan Ming is not an honest guy, he added. Maria grabbed the photos and ran away. Everything was raging inside her. She had never encountered such a deception in her life. Jan Min, you are a bastard, and do not dream of getting Marie's heart. But this time you are a corpse. Hee hee. Good luck in the entrance exams. Ding dong, a call about the end of the school day. Marie, can we take a walk? Jan asked her. Maria was very upset. She looked at him very sharply. Her gaze seemed to cut him into small parts. Is something wrong, Marie? He asked. Do not follow me. I don't know you, Marie answered sharply. She turned and ran away from him. Marie, what happened? Why are you angry at me? Yang was surprised. You do not understand what happened. You yourself know what you are hiding from me. No longer come to me. I hate you, she answered. What does it mean? Strange. Ian sorted out different options in my head, but could not find the answer. Could it be Van's scoundrel? Perhaps he said Marie something bad about me, Yang thought. It looks like I should teach him, added Yang. Damn stupid Marie, how could you believe this scoundrel and not me? I was surprised by Yang. We had sweet conversations this morning and now you just reject me. Okay, as you want. I do not care, Yang thought. Young Ming left the school territory in the late evening, not having time to get to the gate as someone called him. Yan Min, let's come with me. An unfamiliar voice said. I am busy right now, Ian answered, and did not even turn. Busy? He was surprised. Damn it, how dare you ignore me? I'm here in order to teach you. I confiscated your bike because of your wrong parking. Just follow me if you want to return it. You broke all my plans. Today I'm going to ride with you and remind you that this is the teacher who wanted to invite the teacher on a date. Although this teacher was not particularly competent, he possessed a rather high courage, as he decided to meet him face to face. True, did you decide to get even with me? Yang clarified. At that moment, his fist whistled with a time flew into the face of this impudent teacher. Bats, followed by a series of blows. Jan continued to knock out all the negative out of it, if I may call it that. He followed a few more blows, and after the bloody snot, the knocked out his teeth began to leave his mouth. Bam bam, get a bastard! Jan continued to carry out educational work. I did not touch you because I was busy with my happy days. How dare you provoke me? Jan Ming asked in surprise. Didn't Kim Kong ask me to wait here to teach this? But where does he go? Please have patience. Maybe we go and see what's wrong with him. Okay, let's just quickly. Since he said to wait for him here. Bam bum! Jan about continued to strike. Crap! I knew about all your dirty tricks! Yang continued. Hey kid, stop a little. The bald bully turned to Jan. I instantly turned around and instantly assessed the situation. He immediately realized that these were the assistants of this miserable teacher. A blow, another blow, and already Bald was lying next to the teacher. Is it Yang John Ming? He was surprised. The bully remembered how John Ming tormented him in prison. Derek, have you already forgotten the past treatment? John asked. Why did you suddenly fell silent? You were hired Kim, right? Jan asked. Ho ho, Jiang Ming, so you were released? The bully was surprised. Do not bear nonsense and follow your tongue. I was released before you, added Yang. Of course, I just passed it. Did you just pass by? Ian asked in surprise. And suddenly I wanted to play the hero? He asked sternly. Of course not. How do I dare to climb into your business, Jian Ming? All that beat someone should be bad people, he added. Goodbye, you will see you, Jian Ming, Dick shouted after. Jian Ming turned around and went about his business. The whole family gathered at the dining table. You have already noticed who is the dad of this girl. The soup is ready, Mom politely said. Marie, what about your eyes? Have you been crying? Her father asked. Eyes? Oh, everything is in order. Just a dust hit. Marina knew what to answer, so she came up with the fact that the first occurred. Thank you. I will not be anymore. She could not stand such tension and ran away from the table. Hey, go and conduct your investigation. You are a specialist in this, Mom said. Okay, investigation, added Dad. Marie closed in her room and cried bitterly, clinging to the pillow. She had a lot of unpleasant emotions, mental pain, resentment, and even hatred. Maria, what happened to you? Father politely asked when he entered her room. Marina gained courage, and yet she decided to ask. Dad, can you fulfill my request? Of course, no problem. What kind of request? Speak soon, Dad specified. She handed him the photos. And you can keep the results of this investigation secret for me, she asked. What is this? Dad took the photographs, was very surprised by the one he saw there. Dad, I want you to help me if I would check the police raid on this day. If it wasn't, maybe you will be able to find out whether these photos are genuine or not. Added by Marie. These are photos from that day. Where did you get them? Father asked in surprise, examining photographs. Hey Dad, you asked too many questions. Just tell me whether you will help me or not. In fact, a man in these photographs is a boy from my class, Marie shyly answered. A boy from your class? Is he your boyfriend? The dad asked. Of course not, just an ordinary friend. Marie was very surprised by this issue and tried to restrain her irritation. Another boy from my class today gave me these photos. Added by Marie. Oh, at least tell me the name of the boy from the photo and the name of the one who gave you them. Do you know where he got these photos? Dad specified. His name is Jan Ming, and I received these photos from a classmate, Chard Van, the headman of our class. He said that he received them from a web editor. Dad began to take shape in his head. Chard Van, you finally betrayed yourself. You brought these photos and made my daughter cry bitterly. Do you think that now I will just let you go? Father thought. At this time in the police station, Mr. Chen, I heard you have progress in that case? The assistant asked. Yes. Chard Van brought several photos from that case. The investigator answered sternly. So this means at least we can confirm that he is involved in this matter, the assistant added with confidence. Still, Chard Van lied. It was a completely dummy case. With this, we have every reason to suspect that he was involved in this incident. Immediately, the assistant understood. Mr. Chen, let me arrest Chard Van right now, she said decisively. Calm down. Do not have a mess. We must check everything and act for sure, added by the investigator. First, we must meet him and talk about it. We must also wait for a report on the fingerprints from the expert of the criminal, added by the investigator. The investigator returned home and decided that he would simply hide the truth from Marie so as not to injure it. Marie, now I can confirm what Chard Van told you. This is a lie, Dad said. I checked the basis for the record of crimes and did not find a single rapist named John Ming. So I can say that the photo is most likely, the father added. Is that really true? Marked Marie. But at this time, the investigator's assistant was in the interrogation room. I think you already guessed with whom she worked at that moment. Let me remind you that the next day the entrance exam should begin. Admit it. Did you take part in the substitution of John Mina? And where did you get these photos? No, absolutely not. Well, I lied about the photos. Van tried to at least somehow pick up words. These photos were not from the editor, in truth. They were given to me by that waiter who pleaded guilty, added Van. To tell a lie is not a crime, right? Here is shit. Already 4 o'clock in the morning. I have to attend the entrance exam in the morning. Van looked at his watch. Stop carrying nonsense. You did not say anything useful for the whole night. Now I will use a whip and a candle on you until you tell the truth. The assistant stated strictly. The investigator understood that the father of Chard Van was already pressing them through his ties. It hurts. Do not stop. Continued to drink Van. Chard Van, now you can leave, but I think we will meet again. The investigator answered politely. I hope that you enjoyed your night interrogation under a bright lamp. Good luck with your introductory exams. It turned out that I was mistaken about John Mina, but why didn't he explain it to me all this? Surprised by Marie. At least he had to at least just call. Forget it. I am a man with dignity. At this time, John Ming was also thinking about it. Mister, your underpants! The surprised driver was waiting for Chardvana under the police station. Shut up! Time is running out! Take me right on the exam! Van said excitedly. At this time, entrance exams have already begun. At the entrance of the announcements on the red plate that entrance exams are held. No entrance for unauthorized people. There was complete silence in the offices. Only a light whistle of wind was heard. All students were focused on their tests. With the help of my contact lenses, I must be able to enter the SI Judge Technical University, thought John Ming. But what's the point now? He remembered Marie, who said that he hates him. Okay, I'll just do this so that my parents are proud of me, Yang thought. Jan Ming exam? Do you think you can go to the University of Saijaj? Van asked. Most likely I can. What about you? Completed Jan Ming. You know who I am. My father made a promise while the results of my exam are not too bad, added Van. He promised that he would send me to the University of Sitai through his ties. So we can still continue to go to study together. As they say, for an influential father, all assessments are good, he thought. My father said that to prepare for me 20 or 30 jade pendants, I can use them to raise girls at the university, Van added proudly. Speaking of girls, I heard that yesterday you quarreled with Marie. You know, later I will go to my father's company. Recently he received a batch of jade suspensions. Let's go with me. You can take one suspension for free from Marie. It will be happy with this. Van continued to lure Yang Mina. Oh, I don't want to be such a freeloader, Ian answered calmly. Come on, we are best friends. And although forget tomorrow we'll go to Yunnan, added Van. Yes, my father will go there to expand his jade business so we can walk with him. Nephritis? I have to get the opportunity to experience luck, Yang thought. They went to the distant Tenchun district, Yunnan province, where they get a jade stone. Now only 9 hours? Still too early, let's take a walk, the vile friend suggested. Hey guys, a very pretty girl turned to them. I think you guess what services they provide. Do not want to go in and have fun with us? Did she ask politely? No, Ian Ming immediately answered. He perfectly remembered how the last walk ended. How much is from us? Van asked. Crap! Are you serious? What are you doing? Jan Ming asked in surprise. He obviously did not expect this from his acquaintance. How else? Let's go. Jan Min, don't tell me that you are still a virgin, continued to insist Van. Of course not, Yang was indignant. Oh, I understand. Do not worry. I will not let Marie find out about this. It will be our secret. I will add from myself, only I do not understand that John Ming still does next to this scum. Well, what is it? Why are you hesitating there? Continued to insist Van. He already found 2 beauties for entertainment. Do not worry, I'll agree on everything now, added Van. My boyfriend is first here. Offer him one of the innocent girls, please. Van turned to one of the girls. Hey, I got one of the innocent girls for you. I heard that they are virgins. Chardvan was delighted. How lucky you are. I've never done this with a virgin. God, you are so straightforward. Not every minute is precious. Hardly fun, Jan, Van said, and went to the room with 2 girlfriends. Jan Ming calmly opened the door and went into the prepared room. The girl immediately attacked him and pressed in a passionate kiss. Jan Ming did not expect such a quick reaction from such a sweet girl. God, I never thought that the virgin could be so active. And they continued to kiss passionately. Crap, I can't resist this anymore, thought Jan Ming. Oh! The girl moaned and sometimes cried out in pain. She really is a virgin, I was convinced by John Ming. Looking at how she sleeps tightly after what happened, Jan Ming thought she was still a minor. Judging by the reaction, she was not ready to what happened between them. Yang continued to think, just like a girl from the restaurant Heaven and Earth that night. I wonder if she will cry and arrange scenes when she wakes up, Yang thought. Two demons resisted in his head. Just hurry up and go quietly, if you do not want to get into problems, one said. You slept with her. How can you be so cruel to leave her here? He said the second. Jan, how did you have a great time? Chard asked. If I want to pick up a girl from here, will the hostess object? Jan asked. I don't think so, but why? Did you fall in love with her? Van asked. I will explain later. Now help me get contraceptive tablets, added Yang. The girl woke up in the room completely alone, but it is not clear what she expected to see. Mom was right. All men. Like a real animal, she thought. You chose to escape, so do not blame me for what will happen next. She thought strictly. Young Ming returned to the room and opened the door. The girl was very surprised when she saw him. Oh, you already woke up. I took some pills for you. Jan Ming politely greeted her. This reason. Why are you returning? Because of the pills? If so, you can leave. I know how to accept them, she answered. In fact, I want to offer you to leave here, Yang Ming said confidently. Yes? And what will I do if I get out of here? This girl immediately asked. I think you should go to school at this age. Despite the fact that your father abandoned you, you can earn your living. I will give you 10,000 wen. This should be enough for a while, said Yang. Will you leave me? She clarified. I do not live here, I added Yang. I came here for only a couple of days. This is not important. I will follow you anywhere, the girl answered joyfully. Jan Ming still hesitated with his decision. He wanted to help this girl and the situation was incomprehensible. You should not explain or prove something, she added. Indeed, this is wrong if you want to leave with me. But what I want to say, I do not know anything about you. Everything that I feel for you is a sexual attraction, he said. She approached him and looked into his beautiful eyes. This should be enough. My name is Linda Liam. These feelings will certainly develop into love for me, she added. Clothing disappeared at the moment of its approach. By the way, how old are you? Jang asked. 16 years old, you can already do this. Do not worry, the police will not come for you, she answered. I mean, sex does not affect the health of young girls, he added. Then why are you doing this like a wild beast? You almost killed me, Linda said. Listen, you first flew into me so wildly, is it not? She approached him and offered to repeat it, but already in a more calm and sensual atmosphere. They were engaged in this, paying special attention to speed and their feelings. They also left the light on to enjoy every emotion. Hey, you do it because you like me. Am I right? She asked after they all ended. Hey, I know what you think, even if you do not say this, she added. How can you know what I think about? I was surprised by Yang. Because you are under my curse, she added slyly. What? A curse? What the heck? Suddenly, Jan Ming was surprised. What did you say? Am I under your curse? Are you kidding? At that moment, he already jumped away from her. It was not me who did it, this is my mother. When I was little, my mother put a curse on me. According to her, the curse will move on to a man who will take my virginity, she added with sadness in her voice. And if this man gives me, then he will die, a terrible death, she added. Seriously? Do not lie to me, surprised by Jan Ming. I'm not lying, I'm a Hong, a descendant of the witches tribe. My mother is a very strong witch, she added. What should I do to remove the curse? Yang clarified. It is impossible to remove it, except that my mother can do this, she added. Well, let's go to your mother, Yang calmly suggested. There is one problem, she has long died, she added. She died when I was still 6 years old. My father killed her, Linda said sadly. My father was a pathological gambling player. After he lost everything, he forced my mother to pay his debt, sleeping with another player. My mother committed suicide after that man abused her, Linda said sadly. Why didn't your mother use her curse or her knowledge? I was surprised by Yang. She warned that man, but it was useless. That man died, the murdered curse of my mother, she added. I am very sorry that this happened. He sold his wife and daughter, what an abnormal father. I was surprised by Yang. My mother was afraid that I would be a devoted man, so I put this curse on me, Linda said. Jan Ming gently pressed against her and affectionately hugged her. Calm down, I will not betray you, he added. When Jang went down to the reception of this hotel, he met his friend. Hello, Chard. I'm glad to see you, he added. God, what have you done? Have you really slept with Lowly? He was surprised. I'm not Lowly. I am Linda. Linda Liam, she answered sharply. When my father comes here, please transfer this money to him. Linda left the envelope with the administrator. And tell him that I was talking to family ties with him. I'm no longer his daughter. She added, God, Jiang, will she really go with you? Are you serious? Wang continued. Shut up. It's hard for me now, answered Yang. This is all your fault. How can I explain this, Marie? Jiang asked. I have kept this secret for you. And Van patted his chest. I think you guess how he knows how to keep secrets. Secret? Will this work? But this is not so important. It is more important that I can remove the curse, Yang thought. I will bed in my father's room, so I will leave you two alone, Van said. But as soon as he went out the door, he heard heavy breathing and someone's groans. In less than 5 minutes, it has already returned. Why did you come back? I was surprised by Yang. I heard something from behind the door of my father, and worried about my pocket money, I decided that it was better not to leave them unattended. Okay, we will divide this room into 3, but I will sleep with Linda on the same bed, added Yang. Don't worry about me, just do whatever you have managed to think, Van added fun. Haha, ignore me? He asked Linda. Shut up. I know that you want to see a living performance. Why didn't you go to your father's room if you want to look at it so much? Added Yang. In the evening, as they agreed, they lay in different beds. But the problem is that they stood very close. Jan lay down with Linda. She took off my cowards! I was surprised by Yang. What are you doing? He asked in a whisper. It behaved quietly without attracting attention. She answered. And she immediately got down to business, so that she had the opportunity to enjoy every moment. Hey, what are you doing? Chard is very close to us. I noticed Yang. Shh, behave quietly, she said in a whisper. Crap! Why is this happening, always next to others? My first time was in the cinema, and now near Chard, who is sleeping next to us. I was surprised by Yang. What is this? What happened? You soaked everything. I was surprised by Yang. Sorry, I can't help with anything. I'm so excited that I even described it. She answered timidly. I ask you, do not move, stay inside me. I really want us to fall asleep so much, she added. But I need to take a shower. I'm all sticky, Ian said in surprise. I am normal with this. Let it be so, Linda reassured him. Linda was still that hot little thing. At night it continued again. Let's take a shower together. In the morning, Yang suggested. He grabbed the baby in his arms, and without waiting for her positive answer, he carried it into the shower. After Linda returned from the shower, she was simply surprised what their bed turned into. Do not worry, the hotel workers will change bedding a little later. They will restore order, Chard said. Hey, what have you seen this? Surprised by John Ming and Linda. No, I didn't see anything, but I heard everything. You were very loud. Sorry, but I'm not deaf, added Chard. All the guys gathered at the dining table. A fat man who looked like a hamster asked, And who is it? Oh, this is my girlfriend. She is here in order to see me, Ian answered calmly. Look, Yang already has a girlfriend. So what about you? Adult films, girls at night, and handmade, can you not do anything useful? This puffy is the father of Chard, and his name is Jason Chung. Well, I thought about doing something useful. So last night I went to you. But when I went to your door, I was scared by screams. Van answered. Why did you go to my room for this? Jason was surprised. It is wonderful that the girl Yang is here. Later I will give you another 20,000 yuan, so you can have fun, the father added. Later I will go to the stones market for purchases at random. Yan, did you say that you are interested in this? Jason asked. Yes, I want to expand my horizons. Then let's go together, answered Yang. They went to the stones market. A large number of people go under the scorching sun and experience their luck, choosing raw jade stones. Aha, yes, jade, this is jade. What a luck, he exclaimed separately from buyers. How valuable are nephritis? Jan asked. The price of one stone is only 500 yuan, but unprocessed jade, how this one can cost more than 2 million yuan? The experienced Jason answered. Moreover, it can be processed in a couple of bracelets and 2 pendants. In the total cost, they can cost 5 million yuan. Jason immediately figured. How it turns out a payback coefficient of 10,000%. What an incredibly profitable industry. I was surprised by Yang. You are of course right, but finding a jade is a very rare chance. See this mountain of stones? Most likely there is not a single jade, the employee of the bazaar said. Mr. Wu, bring me stones to experience my luck, Jason said. Jan decided to take advantage of his X-ray vision. He walked for a long time between these piles of the rock, carefully peered into the stones to see them through. Yes, this, his mother, Jade. I noticed Yang among a heap of stone breed. Mr. Wu, what about the stones from this heap? Asked Yan Min. Oh, these are scum. There is hardly a gem. Their price is a maximum of 100 wen apiece. Mr. Wu answered. It's clear. In that case, can I buy a few pieces? I don't know anything about them, but I just want to try to cut something, added Yang. Jang, take everything you like and write it down about my account. Jason answered politely. What are you, Mr. Chong? These are just the remnants of the garbage. Let it take them for free, added Mr. Wu. John Ming was waiting for this. Son, choose what you like and accept it as my gift, he added. Thank you very much, Uncle Wu, answered Yang. Fool, if you want to experience your luck, choose from expensive heaps. This is a bunch and so all processed. I decided to tell him charred. This is not important. I just want to gain experience in this. Yang answered politely. He did not need tips and tips, as he found his stone and tightly squeezed it in his hand, not at all wanting to part with him. Okay, I will also choose several stones, and see who smiled at luck, added Chard. If you get Jade, you will receive a reward from me. It will be a car, the father added. Great, the car costs 100,000 yuan at least, Chard answered. Linda all this time was nearby, and enjoyed cold ice cream. She was slightly shocked and could not understand what these guys found stones in this pile. Be sure to choose this stone, she decided to advise, although no one asked her advice. What do you say about this stone? Yang clarified. This one is not necessary, she answered calmly. How do you know? In surprise, I asked Yang. I was born with a very accurate sixth feeling. My father used this in gambling, but it does not work if I use it too often, Linda told. God, the curse with the sixth feeling, this Linda Liam is an absolutely unusual girl, Yang thought. Shh, you just do not tell others about it, he added. Yang. Linda wanted to turn to him. He did not listen to her and interrupted in half the corner. But what will others think if both stones are with nephritis? One jade can be attributed to luck, but what about two stones? Coincidence? This will cause suspicion, added Yang. I take these two stones. I also chose a couple of pieces, the guy said to Mr. Wu. This evening. Today free rooms appeared at the hotel, so you can rent yourself the best room. I will go to my room. I will polish the stones that I chose. Downloaded Chard. Of course, I walk a little more with Linda, added Yang. Yan, in the morning when you chose the stones, what method did you use, judging by quality? Do you also have a sixth feeling like mine? Linda asked. No, I'm just lucky, Ian answered merrily. Great. Don't tell me if you don't want to, she added. Well, this is not so. My situation is special. It is not so easy to explain, answered Yang. But Linda was already offended and did not want to hear any excuses. Where are we going? She asked. To the bookstore. I want to buy some books to better find out about nephritis, answered Yang. Jiang revised a large number of books, and immediately realized that each professor had his opinion on this subject. Each of them adheres to their own arguments in jewelry. What should you choose, he thought. Young man, is something wrong? You frowned all? The old man asked him. Oh, sir, I want to know something about nephritis, but I don't know where to start. Yang answered politely. Oh, it's not so difficult. These books are written by collectors. Each collector has its own unique preferences. So, of course, there are many different books. He added, but the value of precious stones is always established by these collectors, right? Yang clarified. Not always, the old man answered, and went to look for a certain book. If you really are interested in this, then you can start with a jade texture. This book will help you with this, the old man said and handed him this book. Ho ho, it should be amazing for you. This valuable book is a real antiques, the old man answered joyfully. Thank you, mister. I will definitely read it. I thanked him by Jan Ming. I have to go. This is my business card. Just call me if you have questions, added by the old man. To see that the young man loves to study is a rarity. The elderly seller was delighted. Wilson Lowe? I never heard this name, but he is definitely an expert in the jade industry. Jan drew attention when he studied his business card. Hey, Linda. Jan found her among many bookshelves. He came up behind and gently slapped her on the pope. Linda, do you read something? He asked. You scared me, she said. At this time, she watched the book, Sex Instructions for the Newlyweds. Damn it. She does not feel embarrassed at all, Yang thought. Yang, look, there are so many different positions for sex, we should try them all. What about testing some tonight? She asked. Linda, shh, say quieter. Do not let others hear it, Yang said in a whisper. Do they have sex? In addition, the book is published to be read and discussed, right? Linda was in complete misunderstanding. What a girl. Is it really so naive or just pretending, Yang thought. These are very personal things. Let's just save it between us, okay? He added. I realized I will not talk about it. But still, we will buy this book, she insisted. At this time, I noticed how the cashier of the store stare at them. I do not want the cashier to stare at me strangely. Buy it? Well, no, better come on when we return. We'll watch an adult video, he added. An adult video? Great. Will we see them tonight? Yes, now let's go back, she answered joyfully. Cool. You even bought a book. Why are you so interested? Chard was surprised when everyone returned home. About? Jang, it looks like you are very interested in nephritis, Jason said. Yes. Uncle Chung, I think about purchases for a bastard. Maybe I can accumulate my training. Buying at random, yes. In this matter, it all depends on good luck. But if you want to earn training through this, it will not be easy, added Jason. I understand it. Therefore, I did not plan to significantly invest in this matter, added Yang. Okay, just contact me if you have questions. By the way, what kind of book did you buy? Jason asked. Wow, she is quite rare. You are good in choosing books. This book is one of the most suitable for beginners like you, he added. Koho, only not me chose it. I passed one person in a bookstore, and he advised it to me, added Yang. It's clear. This person should be an expert, Jason said. Uncle Chung, have you heard of Wilson Lo? Yang Min immediately asked. Wilson Lo. You say his name was Wilson Lo? Jason grabbed him with both hands. Is he famous? Jan Ming could not understand what was happening. Certainly, he is a master in nephritis carving and a leading specialist in nephritis, who received a recognition of a wide range of people. He also gives consultations to many jewelry enterprises, added Jason. I invited him several times, but it was in vain. You know, nephritis is always much more expensive if they are identified by them. Jason told him, Uncle Chung, this Mr. Lo gave me his business card. He said that I can call him if I have questions. Do you think I have to call him? Yang clarified. Certainly. Mr. Law rarely gives his business cards. Jan is a very good opportunity. Jason already felt the taste of wealth. If you think you become his student, you will definitely become a new star in the jewelry industry, added Jason. Well, it's too early to talk about it. Maybe Mr. Law did not mean this, Yang reassured him. By the way, Yang, where are your stones? Chard asked while polishing his stone. Or do you not want to mention them because you found out that you have ordinary stones? The Chard decided to make fun of. Yang had already taken advantage of his X-ray vision and saw that Chard had agate inside. But I have not yet begun to polish my stones, he answered. Ho ho, then hurry up and polish them when you finish. We will give them to my father for verification, added Chard. Do not be so proud. Maybe there is jade in my stones, said Yang. What the heck? In the middle of the night, someone from the house screamed. Yes, this is a real nephritis, Father Jason shouted. What, nephritis? Uncle Chung, are you sure? Yang jumped and masterfully tried to portray surprise. Of course, I'm experienced in this. I did not expect that you have such a great success. Jason was delighted. What can I tell you? Yang won, so no car. He strictly answered his son. Well, I am satisfied with the fact that you are interested in nephritis, so I will still buy you a car, he reassured his son. Yang, this is a middle-class jade. If you sell it as an unprocessed gem, its price will be about 200,000 yuan. What do you think? Jason asked. I don't even know. What you advised, Uncle Chung, Jan asked. As a businessman, of course, I want you to sell it to me, but as your uncle, I do not advise you to sell it directly, Jason answered. I mean the fact that you can convey a jade to my workshop to remake it in several parts of precious jewelry. Then for sale, you can get about 800,000 yuan, he added. It will be wonderful. Uncle Chung, I leave it on you, and let's divide the profit 50-50. I proposed Yang. What are you, son? I'm not going to pick up your money. If you want to share, then 10% of processing will be enough, added Jason. No problem, Uncle Chung. By the way, can I leave one of the necklace for myself? Jan asked. Of course, they are already yours, added the Chung. Just let me know what pattern you like to win it on him, added the Chung. At this time, Chard continued to sulk because he has no such good luck. I had sex with him once, but he never gave me gifts. Is he not too stingy? I thought. Well, so far this stone will be safe in the safe, Jason said. Jan Ming wondered that I had tried it here for 3 days. It would be necessary to call parents. Son, how are you? Everything is wonderful for me, you cannot worry about me. How are you and Dad? He asked. We are fine. Listen, son, your classmate just called. Classmate? Jan specified, and he thought, could it be Marie? It was Marie. She asked you to call her when you return. Mom answered. I understand. I will definitely do it. Yang answered immediately. She is a sweet girl. Let's invite her to dinner after you return. I asked her opinion and she agreed. Mom added. Shoo shoo, Linda sneaks behind. As they say, in an old proverb, you cannot store your family and eat in it at the same time. Yang thought. Yang, what have you thought about? And Linda suddenly hugged him from behind. He was very embarrassed and he pushed her a little. I am all sweaty. Carefully, do not get dirty. I went to take a shower. He answered, and a huge amount of thoughts spun in his head. I heard everything. I just pretend. Should I tell him about it? Linda thought. The next morning in the house began with anxious screams. God, what? Is Jade gone? Ian asked with anxiously in his voice. Yeah, when my father woke up, he found that he was not. Let's go and check, Chard said alarmed. When did you notice the loss of Jade? What time did you see him for the last time? Police officers have already done their work. When I woke up in the morning and opened the safe, he was no longer. The last time I saw him, I put him in a safe. Jason answered anxiously. Has anyone entered your office after you put the nephritis in the safe? The policeman asked. Well, I called the girl for the night. Jason experienced a huge feeling of guilt. What was her name? Do you have her number? The police officer continued to ask questions about this case. Yes, I have her business card. She introduced herself like Lily. Jason answered and handed the policeman her business card. Well, just stay in the hotel and wait for our message. We will continue the investigation, the policeman answered. Thank you, gentlemen, police officers, added Jason. Uncle Jason was very ashamed. He felt embarrassed, and all the other guys were also very embarrassed. Yang, forgive that your Jade is lost. Jason tried to pick up words. Do not take it in your head, Uncle Chung. Now the police are working on it. Just let's expect good news, Yang reassured him. Even if the police cannot return it, I will not blame you, be sure. So, do not take it in mind, we will just wait, added Yang. Jang, I think it's very strange. With a serious expression, Linda said, What are you talking about? I was surprised by Yang. I'm talking about Jade. It is strange how he disappeared. Despite the fact that I stayed only one day by a girl at night, I heard how other girls talked about the fact that they usually do not touch customer suitcases, because they rarely put in valuable things there. Gradually undressing, Linda said, Do you mean that Uncle Chung stole it? I decided to clarify Yang. No. As you know, I have the sixth feeling, and I have no doubt about Uncle Chung, she added. What a pity. I plan to use nephritis to make a necklace for you, added Yang. For me? Linda was surprised. Oh, don't worry about it. I am happy that you thought about me. The Linda was delighted and even a little embarrassed. Anyway, even if I can't return it, I will find another and make you. Yang did not finish. At that moment, the Linda bra flew at him. What is this? What are you doing? He was surprised. Dear? Are you really against what I'm doing? She asked affectionately, and she pressed her breasts with her naked. Wow. Oh my God. I can't restrain myself anymore. Like a beast, he growled. I ask you, be more tender, added Linda. The police immediately found, suspected of a girl, and delivered her to the department for interrogation. That's her? Yeah, this is definitely her, Jason confirmed. M? I see her thoughts, Yang thought. What kind of Jade? I can't even imagine what he is talking about. Does this damned fat man really want to substitute me? Since she thinks about it in such a light, she is not a thief, that's for sure, Yang thought with confidence. The inspector shakes his head. As we learned, she is not involved in this. We checked her handbag. It is too small to accommodate a stone of this size there, added a policeman. In addition, when we came to her, she was preparing to meet with a new client. So suspicion of it is practically disappeared, added a policeman. The fat man Jason was upset by such an answer. We reported on this case to the police station and tomorrow investigators will come here. You will need to provide them with the information that they will require. Please do not move anything in your hotel room, especially your suitcase, added a policeman. Yan, went with me to the bank. I also give you 200,000 yuan. The fat man felt that they could suspect. Do not rush like that, Uncle Chung. The police are still working on this, answered Yang. Jan, this is a small amount for me. I will feel guilty in front of you if I do not do it. Do you think I'm deceiving you? The fat man said. Of course not. Where did you think about this? If you wanted to deceive me, you would say that the jade is useless and would buy it from me at a low price. It would be much easier.
I never had doubts about you, said Yang.
This is a relief for me. Hear this from you. But you should not worry, Jan. If in the end it is not found, I will pay you the price that we discussed, the fat man said. Uncle Chung, tomorrow, when you go to the market to me, can I go with you? I asked Yang. Of course. Do you want to experience your luck again? True, but I'm also interested in this. No problem. But then I will pay for you. Thank you, but I want to pay on my own, so it will motivate me. Okay, it sounds convincing. The next day, 3 friends, together with the fat man, went to the stones market. A huge room is spacious, where the stones are stacked in a heap, and everyone is looking for a stone for themselves. Yes, I hope to collect a whole bag of nephrites, but it does not look noun. Most stones are in the center or at the bottom of the heap. Of course this is a bad idea, to put all the stones and choose from the very center. I will arouse suspicions if I do it. Jan Ming used his X-ray vision and has already scanned most of the heaps. See you later, his friend shouted, and he left with his Uncle Chung. The price of stones is 1.000 yuan per 1 kilogram. I have 10,000 yuan for 10 kilograms. Delled Jan Ming. Even if there is no jade, it will be good luck. Find a bag of high-quality agates. The red-haired guy in small glasses raised the stone and began to examine it carefully, hoping to find a precious stone. Oh my god. My luck evaporates before our eyes. I began to worry about Jan Ming. His girlfriend did not understand why he behaves like that. The red-haired guy threw this stone aside, and Jan Ming immediately noticed this. Hey, there are so many stones. Do you definitely climb here? Another hunter for stones asked. Jan Ming ran through the hall and took this stone. What kind of idiot? This stone was thrown back by my master. Another hunter for stones laughed. Master, a dumbass. The cost of this stone is hundreds of thousands. I thought Yang when I took this stone. I also found several high-quality agates. Of course, I am ordinary stones too to avoid suspicion. He put the bag on the scales. It turned out only 11.5 kilograms, with it 11.500 yuan. Yan, what will you do with stones? Will you open them here or take them with you? Asked the fat man. And what will you do, Uncle Chung? I asked John. I will send my stones to the city, he answered. When I send my stones with yours. The next day they only woke up, and in the courtyard their conversation was already heard. Linda, get up. We must have time for an airplane. Sonia, get up. You can take a nap later on the plane, said Jan. Well, I already get up, she answered cheerfully. Jan was a little surprised that she was sleeping very naked. Is your luggage already packed? It needs to be double checked? I asked Yang from Linda while she was in her soul. Using his X-ray vision, he heard the thoughts of his girlfriend. It seemed to him that in her thoughts she spoke to someone she could think of schizophrenia. After some time, they were in the city of Soganjiang, remind. It was to this city that they sent their precious stones. First of all, they went to the realtor agency of Thagria in order to find the necessary housing. Which of you is a future tenant? I am a student at the University of Sijaja, and my girlfriend is not local, so she needs to rent a house nearby, said Yang. Now I'll look. A second. Professor Lowe, I brought potential tenants to you, said an agency employee. Okay, let me show you the surroundings. Professor Lowe said. Jan Ming recognized him. Professor Lowe, what a small world. You, the same young man from a bookstore. Professor Lowe was surprised. Ho, do you still remember me? Asked Yan. Son, what brought you to this city? So are you potential as a tenant? Asked the professor. I entered the institute in this city, and the tenants and my girlfriend. The fat lady grunted for herself. Nose. It was difficult to make out. Wow, you have a beautiful girl, noticed a professor. Hey, you will rent or not? The agency's employee was indignant. Well, we are already familiar, so we will not cause you problems, the professor said. The fat employee of the agency ran back to the office, grunt something under his breath. Come on, I will show you your apartment. So you, Mr. Law, are teaching at the University of Sijaja? I asked John Ming. Right, I am lectures there, he answered. So we came. The professor opened the doors and let the guys into the apartment. What a beauty. She's like a new one. Here in general no one lived before? Asked Yang. This house was prepared for my son. I never thought that he would do this. Okay, the past remains in the past, the professor said. This is a wonderful place. Professor Lowe, let's conclude a lease agreement, suggested by Jan Min. Oh, forget about the agreement. You can live here for free. I hope that you will take care of this place. The professor simply waved his hand.
Oh, do not think about it too much. I have no other motives, the professor said.
I just wanted to find someone reliable to look after this house. But let me clarify something. If you make a mess in the house, I will immediately drive you out, the professor said. Ho, Professor Lowe. You can be sure that this will not happen. Jan reassured him.
It's strange. Such a wonderful house, so why didn't the son live here? Linda carefully examined the huge photograph of her son with some girl.
Oh, just take off this photo. I don't think they will return here, the professor said.
Okay, I'll do it later. Thanks to the great housing, I thanked young Ming. The keys are here, you will see you again, the professor said.
Linda, what have you thought about? Jan asked her, when they were left alone.
I think I saw them before, Linda answered with surprise, showing the photo.
True, I definitely saw them before, she thought. They look very familiar to me, but I can't remember them.
Okay, do not take it in mind, let's take this photo, she suggested.
Well, lay out things, I went to my home.
Yan Min said, Of course, I will wait for you, Linda answered.
Should I call Mary? Yang thought when I ended up on the street in the middle of a night city.
Oh, I have to forget about it, not to mention the curse.
Besides, will Mary agree with Linda? And will Linda agree with Marie? Yang continued to think. The next day, Jan decided to visit his old friend, the old one in the sense of real.
It's great to see you, but what brought you here? Asked an old friend.
Mr. Fong, I just returned from Yunnan province and took with me local products for you. I said, Yang, thank you for that, what you remember about me, son.
The old man thanked him.
At that moment, the phone rang, just when Yang talked with the old man.
Yan, where are you?
Wasn't you have to come to my house today?
I just arrived at me. Come to my father's company. It was his friend.
Thank you, I understand. I will soon, I answered Yang. But the old man clearly thought about something. He did not like that he would leave so soon.
Your friend is waiting for you? Asked the old man.
Yes, a good friend, answered Jian Ming.
Have you tried the purchase at random in Yunnan? Asked the old man.
Yes, I was curious, Ian answered.
You must be very careful. Recently, someone is paying close attention to this business. Well, do not take it in mind. You did not invest much, so they will not disturb you, the old man said. Mr. Fong, what are you talking about? What does this mean? Surprised by Jian Ming.
I heard that some people are engaged in theft of nephritis, but you have nothing good in your hands, so do not worry, the old man answered.
What the hell? My stone was stolen.
Maybe Mr. Fong is involved in this? No, it cannot be. He was released from prison recently, and from that moment he was at home all the time, Yang thought. Well, after meeting with the old man, he went to meet his friend, and in the car he saw a pretty girl. This girl seems to me a friend if I saw her before. He carefully studied the pretty beauty.
This is him. What a small world. Did he really recognize me? She thought.
Please, sit down. I am coming out soon.
He politely invited the girl to sit down. Please accept my offer. I feel good for health. He clearly recognized this girl. Thank you. The beauty decided to look at him. After a moment, the train stopped and at that moment sat down on a chair. Here, it is not clear what happened, or by inertia, he pushed the car and he buried his nose in her chest, or he just wanted to do it.
I'm sorry. The train stopped so suddenly. He apologized. It's okay. Everything is in order, she answered. This scene looks a little familiar. I am sure that I saw her before, but I can't remember where I saw her. Dear viewers and subscribers, and you already remembered where he saw this girl. If you write in the comments,
Jian Ming wanted to start communication.
Sorry, this is my stop.
Goodbye, the girl answered and headed for the exit. For now, he answered. Also, a bunch of people who also went to the exit suddenly appeared. Jian Ming finally came to his friend, in the company of his father. Why are you so late? My father is at the meeting now. You have to wait a bit.
At that moment, they knocked on the door, and a beautiful girl entered. Mr. Chung is now in the office? She asked. Her purple bra fell out of a blouse.
Mr. Chung? Why do you need him? Asked the guy. Probably this is another of my father's mistresses, he thought. I have a meeting with him. I have not met anyone outside, so she came in. The beauty answered politely. Father, where are you? Here is a visitor in your office.
A visitor?
Who is he? Mr. Chung was surprised.
How do I know?
This woman, maybe she is your mistress, he answered.
Ha ha ha. Do I really look like a lover? She laughed. Binwell, you said stupidity.
Yang laughed.
What?
What? He was surprised. I have been familiar with her for a long time, so I do not think that she is your father's mistress, said Jian Ming. Charlotte, what brought you here? Asked Jan. I came to buy something, of course, she answered. The last time you said that you participate in the international exchange program, how did everything go? I asked Jan.
Oh, everything went well.
I returned only yesterday, she answered.
My grandfather will soon have a birthday, so that I came here to buy a gift for him. She added,
Yes. What mistake I just made, he thought. After some time, the door opened and Mr. Chung came.
Oh, Miss Xiao. Glad to see you, he said. Hello, Mr. Chung, she greeted. I came to check how my order goes. She jumped from the couch and came closer to him. Well, Miss Xiao, I have to upset you and ask for forgiveness, the fat man said. I received a jade that met your requirements, but by failure he was stolen. The fat man continued to invent different nonsense. It is clear that do not worry about it. It's just that my grandfather is interested in such things, so I wanted to give him a loan as a sign of my reverence. In any case, it does not matter much for him, she immediately said. Now I'm saying goodbye. Call me if you have good news, she said, sparkling with her big breasts and lush hips. Uncle Chung, what does Charlotte do? How does she buy such expensive things? Asked Yang. Strange. She told me that she was working as a teacher. But how is the teacher to master the price of jade in hundreds of thousands of yuan? He thought. I do not know. I think you know and not more than me. If your jade had not been stolen, you could sell it to her at a good price, the fat man muttered. By the way, Yan, your stones have already arrived. Do you want my factory to process them or want to look at it yourself? Mr. Chugan asked. I want to see. It can be exciting, Yanmin said joyfully. Look, this is a real jade. There were loud exclamations at the factory. Again you come across a jade. Incredible luck. Yan admired the onlookers. Surprisingly, this jade is even better than the previous one. Mr. Chung was surprised. God, why are you so lucky? Ben was surprised. Ha ha ha, I'm a really lucky guy, Yanmin said joyfully. I approached about 2 million yuan, about 2 million. Much more than the previous one, Mr. Chung said with a smart look. True, it looks like a hidden blessing. Yanming was delighted. Do not worry. This incident with the theft will not happen again. I will immediately send jade to the bank. In addition, if the police cannot find a stone, I compensate you for everything. The fat man Chong said. My master. You returned. What master I am? He was surprised. In the evening after a long working day, Linda joyfully greeted him. I found out about this from the TV. Linda watched some kind of film, and my master sounded there. Come on, this is my master. You can kill me with your curse at any time. How do you like it here? Are you already used to this place? He picked up in his arms and carried it into the bedroom. I could not sleep well without you. Jan, you can stay today at night, she asked. I'm afraid not. If I stay at night, my mother will be angry. Just wait until I go through the introductory commission at the institute. Are you afraid to be alone? Yang said, No, do not worry. I'm used to being alone. In addition, I am a master of curses. Of course I'm not afraid, she answered. Bad girl, I will punish you, Ian said mysteriously. Jan, come on, punish me. Come on, punish me. Let me undress. She began to speak playfully. The city has already plunged into night darkness. Professor Loe, I came to Linda, so I will be here for a while, said Yang. Welcome. Betty, I will have a conversation with Jan, so you can start working on invitation cards of the first, the professor said. Invitation postcards? Professor Lowell, do you have some kind of holiday? Is your son already returned? Asked Yang. If he had just returned. Listen, 6 years ago, on the eve of his wedding, my son of his bride suddenly disappeared, the professor said. Gone? I was surprised by Jan. Unfortunately, I was killed by grief. But life is still continuing, right? The professor answered. Invitation cards? Ho ho. They are for my birthday next month. I did not plan to celebrate him, but several of my friends and students insisted that I had to arrange a party. Come on my birthday if you have time. Some professors from the university will also come. This is a good chance for you to establish yourself. The professor said, and I won't interfere with you. Is I still so young and inexperienced? I asked Yang. It's not a problem. My adopted daughter and my students will come there. There will be a lot of young people. The professor said, thank you very much. I will definitely come. Jan Min thanked him. Yan, why don't you answer my calls? Are you with Linda now? Well, remember, my father promised me to buy a car. Let's go with me tomorrow after her. Bin wrote, dragged. I'm at home now, Ian answered. Yan, are you online now? At that moment, another message came from Mary. Jan clearly did not want to communicate with her now, so he turned on the status of invisible, so that it was not visible that he was on the network. The next day, Yang met with Bin, already almost noon, now most likely a break. Let's go for the car after dinner, Bin suggested. I'll tell you a secret. I recently talked with a burning chip, Bin said cheerfully. Yes, imagine. Yes, even in naked video chat. Bin seemed to soar in the air from such a story. Lord Jesus, said Yan. Come on, now I will show you her photo in the profile, Bin suggested. This is Jessica Chow. I was surprised by Jan Ming when I saw a photograph of a friend on a computer. Only because she stinted at me and Sue, I remembered Jan Ming, and her phrase sounded in his memory. You do not do so hard, but still get good grades for exams. I envy this. She was the best student in my class. Are you serious about the fact that she undressed in the video chat with you? Jan asked. Yes. I told her that my name is Jan Ming. Bin laughed. Oh, you are a moron. I was indignant at Yang. Not hot. She said that her name is Cece. I recorded everything on the video, except this flash drive. Like my apology, reassured him Bin. Jan took a flash drive and a brilliant idea was born in his head. Jessica Chow, you will end, he thought. The next day, the Bin was already with the car. Most likely they decided to skip the process of buying the car. Jan, let's take you to school so that you submit a statement to college. A good boy, Ian answered. You earned hundreds of thousands of yuan from Jade. Why don't you buy a car for yourself? Bin asked. Why should I spend money on a car? I have you as a driver, answered John. When they approached the school, Jan saw an old acquaintance and immediately called him. Hey, Chard. 2 weeks have passed since the moment we saw for the last time. How are your business? Asked Jan. Damn it. What's wrong with this Yan? Chard thought. How did your entrance exam go? You will go to Tsinghua or Beijing University without any problems, right? Asked Yan. Damn me, of course I had to go to Tsinghua or the University of Beijing. I never thought that he thought in such a situation. I think that I could not even enter the universities of the third level. I only go to the United School University SI Jaja. What a pity. I was surprised. Haha. What you sow and you will reap. You are a great example of this. I thought Yang. Is it suitable for me? What about you going to go? I asked Chard. I'm going to the University of Sijaja. And Bin, like you, applied to the United School University Sijaja. Great. It turns out the three of us can continue to go to the same school. Chard was delighted. Well, now I have to go to class, I answered Yang. Damn it, this bastard will continue to be my classmate. I thought he. It's just wonderful that you could not go to Beijing. I prepared well to take revenge on you. The closer to me, the easier it will be to do, Yang thought. When they went up to the classroom, Bin said, Yan, Marie is sitting in the classroom. Why don't you come to her and talk? And don't tell me that you no longer love her. At this time, Marie noticed them and decided to approach them better and say hello, since she had not seen him for a long time. Shut up. This is not so. In fact, I did not have time to finish the phrase how Maria came up and called him. Jan understood everything. He heard that she came up and was already very close right behind him. From this, he was very embarrassed. Jan, I heard you went to Yunnan when you returned. Why didn't you contact me? I was looking for you. Told Mary. I returned 2 weeks ago. Jan picked up the words and thought on the go. What to answer him? Let me remind you, after this is a young and beautiful girl did a manual work in the cinema. I was busy, so I did not check the messages in the messenger, Ian answered. Sit down, Mary, Bin suggested. How did you find out that I wrote to you in the messenger? I was surprised by Marie. Bin used my account and told me this. I tried to come up with something. Okay, I'm not complaining. By the way, what university did you choose for admission? She asked. Marie, did you really not know this? Yang was very surprised when you heard this question from her. Like Bin, I submitted documents to the University of Sitai, said Yang. But I will go to a united school with this university. Ho ho, Bin added. This is wonderful. Then we will be classmates, Mary said joyfully. I certainly apologize. The impression is that they have one university for the whole city. Yan, our teacher, organizes a class meeting. Will you come? Suddenly a card appeared from somewhere. If Marie goes, then I will go too. I am the elder of the class. Of course I will go. Then I will go too. All three answered. The contribution from all participants is 20 yuan per person, Chard immediately said. Yang handed him 100 yuan and said, What kind of three are for us? Let them leave the change to themselves. Hey, Yan, did you really get a great fortune? Chard asked with a smile. Speaking about the condition, who can compare with your family? Jan spread his hands. Ha 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 ha. But I have to get out before this condition for the next state, Chard answered. Will it be released? I will be surprised if the organization of your family lasts until then, Ian thought mysteriously. By the way, I have a car. You don't need to let you down anywhere? We can call in a supermarket, said Chard. Oh, thanks, but Bin also has a car. We will go on her. Yang grabbed Maria by the hand and they headed for the exit. They got into the car, and already when they were driving experienced an awkward sensation that they were sitting nearby. No one said a word, There was complete silence in the car. In the silence of the car, a beating of the heart was heard. It is difficult to make out who had a heart beating stronger. John could not stand it and grabbed Marie by the hand. "Hey, you are too. Do not be such bores. Do not behave like strangers to each other. You can't just ignore me." Bin turned and said it indignantly. "Look at the road. We need to buy products. First of all, we'll go to the supermarket." At that moment, a phone call from Jan. "Where are you, dear?" This message came from Linda. It is a little incomprehensible. It is most likely the difficulties of translation from the original, since both Michael and Yang turned to him. But so as not to get confused, I will call it Yang further. "Something is wrong?" I was surprised by Marie when I saw that he had a message. Ian was in a very uncomfortable position. He was about to answer something, but Bin saved him. "We arrived." "Ready for purchases?" he asked. Walking around the shops, they experienced great awkwardness, because a long time ago they missed each other and did not know where to start communication. I think some of you were in this situation too. "Let's take this snack. It should be tasty," suggested by Yang. "Okay, I just wanted to say about it," Marie joyfully answered. It seems to me that their communication began to slowly tie. "Interesting, look at them. They have the same tastes, and look at yourself. All I love you do not like. How can we live together? Was a couple of buyers." These views finally met. Judging by the background, you yourself or you understand everything. "Let me help you. It is not clear here. I decided to push the cart, or her. I think you understand that he had been bored with her for a long time. As soon as he snuggled up to Mary, the phone vibrated for. Very successfully called Stupid Bin. Yang was indignant. He took out the phone and was very surprised as his friend Linda called. "Hi, why are you calling?" He stepped a little to the side and quietly asked this. "Jan, I started menstruation. You can please buy me hygiene gaskets. I can't go out. Now I use toilet paper." It kills me," she said. Okay. Of course I will bring them to you," I answered Jan. He clearly felt embarrassed in this situation. Something happened? Why is he so nervous? Responding to a bin of Bina, marked Marie. Nothing. Bin just asked where we... Yang picked up words to somehow get out of the situation. The phone rang again. Where are you going to you? "We are in the suite area." I realized now. What the hell, Bin? It seems that I screwed up. I thought Jan. "Maria, what are you wrong? You somehow look strange," he asked. "Why are you lying to me?" she asked in surprise. Well, in fact, the first call was not from Bin. He answered a little awkward. "From whom then?" she asked immediately. From my sister." Ian's sisters answered a little awkwardly. "Why then did you hide it from me, if it was your sister?" asked Marie. And I asked us about one delicate favor and I was shy. I continued to come up with Yang. "What else for a favor?" asked Marie. She asked me to buy her hygienic gaskets. Jan felt very awkward, but he had no choice. "Wow, but if so, this is a completely different matter. You had to tell me the truth. I would not laugh at you," she said. "Wait for Bin here, and I'll go choose the gaskets." She sparkled with her underwear and went to the next row of the store. It turns out interestingly, Jan thought. The number 1 girl chooses the gaskets for the girl number 2. If she finds out the truth, then I have a lid. "Jan, where is Marie?" "Bin finally came. She got angry at you," Yang said with a serious expression. "He got angry with me? Because of what?" Bin was surprised. "Don't worry. I will settle everything," Ian calmly answered. "Cool. You really will do it? As expected from you." Dam was delighted. "Marie has already agreed with your polygamy? Now you fulfilled your lustful dream?" Bin asked cheerfully. "What other polygamy?" she asked. At this moment it is already very close. We talked about the plot of one online manga. Yes, her main character is just a sexual maniac," the guys answered. "From that moment there are no more unhealthy fantasies?" Marie asked. The city plunged into night silence. After some time, Yang came to Linda. "Here are your gaskets. Hold it," he said. "Oh, thank you very much. Now I want you to take me to the bath," she asked her affectionately. "Without problems, you behave like a child today." Yang laughed and grabbed her in his arms. The next day, 3 guys were going to go to a meeting of classmates. I did not immediately recognize Maria in this form. I was already used to her miniskirt. The vile chard chatted aside with their new friends. It seems to me that they start something again. But what do you think? Write in the comments. "Jianmin, hello. Come here." They called him. What did Chard Wong think this time? Ian thought. A large number of classmates were located on several buses, and together went outside the city, to a beautiful and picturesque place. This place was called the Arnold Reservoir. Yan took the opportunity to get a fishing rod and decided to sit in silence on the shore of a beautiful reservoir. But he did not enjoy silence for long. Yan, do you play cards? We need another player, Chard called him. Of course, I answered Jan. Show me what you planned.
How can it be, Jan? You won 2 games in a row. The guys were surprised.
Well, here. We lost again. Yes, you're very lucky today. Fatal's in the boys. You already guessed how I constantly wins? Of course he uses his X-ray vision and sees the cards that they hold in his arms. How about making bets? The fat man asked. I agree. What do you think about it? He supported his second friend, whose name we do not know. Well, will everything be in order? I'm not sure if we should arrange gambling. I tried as much as possible to portray surprise. Everything is fine. We are already adults. In addition, we play just for fun, said a vile Chard. Yes. Yan, even Chard says, are you with us or not? Or are you afraid to lose money? All 3 decided it to beat. These are naive idiots.
Well, then okay. How much will we make bets? I asked Yan Ming joyfully. Did you really decide to play with me for money? You yourself asked for it, I thought, Yang.
Let's put every yuan every round, suggested a fat man. 10 yuan? Well, I answered Yan. Damn, you couldn't put it anymore, he thought. Hee. All men were born gambling when you start playing. You can't stop so easily, they thought. Oh, you are just amazing, Jan. They continued to encourage him. I am just lucky, Yang answered merrily. You let me win 200 yuan in 5 minutes. Do you think I don't know that you are doing it on purpose? I decided to play along with them.
The bets are very small. It becomes bored.
The fat man began to be indignant.
Maybe let's raise the rate to 100 yuan. Do you agree? He suggested his friend to feel the sweetness of victory and then inflict a complete defeat, thought Jan.
100 yuan is not enough. How about 1,000 yuan? Jan decided to still raise the bets. He caught our bait. Chard's accomplices were already happy how brilliant was their plan. In any case, they thought so at that time. Okay, since you insist, let's do it in your opinion. They pretended to be the initiator of raising bets. Jan, what are you doing here with the boys here? At that moment, Maria came with Bin. Do you play gambling? She was surprised. Her surprise was so strong that it turned into indignation. It was just for fun, answered Jan. Chard Wong, are you the head of the class of class? How could you take part in gambling? Maria looked at him outrageously. Marie, we came to have fun today. Calm down, we are just having fun. True, you do not raise a hype, Chard said. Okay, but Jan, stop when there will be enough. A naive girl thinks that it is so easy to stop when the bet's rising. Of course, don't worry, Ian answered. Ho ho! I have good cards in my arms. Yan Ming, you screwed up. Chard studied the cards that came into his hand. At that moment, he began to wink at his assistant. The assistant turned out to be the same fat man who offered to raise bets. I think you realize that they decided to dilute Yana for money. Hey, my cards are better than yours. I thought Jan, and activated his X-ray vision. I put 1,000, he suggested. I rise to 5,000, suggested a fat man. Here the promotion of our hero has already begun with money. 5.000? Yan, are you in business or not? Asked Chard. He was also ready to maintain a bet, or even raise it. I accept, I am in case. I confirmed Yang. Yang, what are you doing? Mary was surprised. I raise yes 10,000, said Chard, and raised the bet. Immediately, he was immediately supported by the fat man. I am also in business. Yan, stop. You don't think that this is too much? Maria was already very nervous because the bet increased more and more. I accept. I am in business, confirmed by John. Jan, you might think again. I also think that the bet is very high. But if you are sure, then you can leave as much as you want, said Chard. Keep your performance. I thought Yang. I'm not a gambling player. He must have been up to something. He to the side and reassured her a little. I raised to 50,000 yuan. At that moment, Chard felt like the king of the party. The common bank amounted to about 200,000 yuan. Now this game becomes very interesting. So that you understand, all the rates were in dollars, and yuan was drawn in their hands. Jan, will you really put so much? Marie was very surprised, and could not believe that the boys started such a game. The bank more than 200,000 yuan should be enough. I said Yang. I better stop the growth of the bet, otherwise Chard Wong can throw something desperate. Well, he thought. Okay, let's open. I think they have been waiting for this for a long time. Look at their faces. They already feel the taste of victory. 8, 9, and 10. Sorry guys, my cards are more. Chard joyfully declared and opened her cards. Here is shit. I did not expect that you will have good cards. Yes, you went. You are clearly crazy. His accomplices continued to play the performance. Yan, why don't you show your cards? Why are you waiting for? Be a man and accept your fate. Yes, do not be a coward, they said. Oh, I'm sorry. It seems my cards are better. 9, 10, and a jack. Of course they are better. Jan opened its cards. Here the hell! You're Streetmore. Are you really trying to deceive? The fat man was indignant. Ho, ho. You really play well, Jan Ming. Chard already realized that he made a mistake and lost. We will go to dine the first. They said goodbye. Damn it. I just lost to him 160,000 yuan, all my pocket money for the summer vacation. Chard thought. I really do not care about these 200,000 yuan, but I wanted to see your frustrated face, Ian thought. John Min, what is happening here? Maria decided to intervene in the conversation and remind of her presence. Have you not seen? It is obvious that Chard Wong and his 2 accomplices wanted to substitute me. But I beat them, said Yang. Yan, I know. You and Chard Wong never stop quarreling with each other, said Marie. She understood this was all because of her. But this should not happen again, she asked. Now he knows that I and you... Marie did not finish his phrase. And he does not make any sense to do something dirty again, she said. What is wrong with you and me? Asked Jan, as if he himself does not understand. You are a fool. Now I am your girlfriend. Chard Wong has no chance. He doesn't need to bother you more. Maria answered. Okay, but if he does not contact me, then I will not provoke him, Yang suggested. That's glorious, Mary agreed. Maria, look there. And I pointed to a beautiful tree that grew near them. Cici Chu and Bin Chung. When did they manage to meet? Was marked Marie. See, this is the name, and not those in the frame. Yang, along with Maria, approached them a little, for decency. Yang poking a little to draw attention to. Bin and his girlfriend jumped up.
Damn! Jan, you scared me to death! You can't approach so quietly!
Bin was indignant, but I didn't do anything. Hey, and you're well done. When did you manage to meet? Asked Yang. The girl did not know what to answer. We still do not meet. Bin took him aside and quietly said this so that the girls would not hear them. He. Congratulations, Bin. She is a great choice. We are brother, Marie and Sai are also good friends. This makes everything convenient for us to relax together, said Jan. Cici, are you really with the Bin? Asked Marie. No, Marie, you are mistaken about us. I just turned my ankle and he massaged it, Cici answered. Do not miss your chance, Bin. That is how we look and began to communicate. Do you think I don't know what you think about? Said Yan. Yan, what do you think about Cici Chu? Bin asked when they were in the apartment in the evening. She is a good girl, she will be a good wife, and a mother. Yan seriously answered. Ideally, this is my type of girl. Bin agreed. Huh. And I already thought that you were only interested in sexy girls. I was surprised by Jan. At that moment, the phone rang in the room. Hello? Hello, sir. Do you need massage services? I promise you to feel great. He sounded a female voice in a telephone tube. Thanks to me. Ian hung up. What was they talked about? Bin was surprised. Offered intimate services. Ian answered. After a moment, the phone rang again. Jan picked up the phone. Hello, who is it? He asked. Good evening, sir. Do you need intimate services? We have a student and many other beauties of your choice. They offered him. No need. I call me more, I answered Yang. Damn, I just want to sleep well, Jan said with a tortured look. And you can just disconnect the phone, Bin suggested. You can imagine their surprise when, in just a few seconds, the phone rang again. Yes, you want a comma. I already said I do not need your slutty services. Now you fucking satisfied? Do you know what? I have a gentle and beautiful girl. Fuck me your intimate services. He was already furious. Jan, it turned out that this was calling Mary. You can imagine her surprise when their challenge was connected. Marie, I was surprised by Yang, and at that time, some strange silhouette with horns appeared in the corridor. Have you already noticed it? Well, I missed you, and I wanted to call. What did you just talk about? At that time she was only in her underwear, which beautifully emphasized the beauty of her young body. Sorry, Marie. I did not know that it was you. Before that, there were 2 annoying phone calls. Jan apologized for his rude words. Everything is in order, but no longer swear. What are you doing now? Asked Marie. Ho ho. Just talked with Bin about his girlfriend Cici. I'm sure the CC already talked to you about Bina, said John. At that moment, the door of the room opened. Maybe. I went to take a shower. Bye. Marie said goodbye to him, and an incomprehensible face appeared from behind the door. Hello, everyone. Now we will return a little to the names of our heroes, since I found manga where their names are not changed. John Min remains unchanged, Bin Chung. He is Zhang Bin. Marie also remains unchanged. Chard Vogn, now Van Jitao, if I am not mistaken, then his name was in the initial chapters. Si Chu, now Zhao Si, Linda Lime. There will be Lan Lin. Something like this. Now let's go back to our story. Brother. Cece said something Marie about me? Asked Bin. No, when we talked, Marie said that Cece was taking a shower, said John Ming. At that time, an incomprehensible black silhouette was already behind their door. It's good that I did not ask young Mina to order prostitutes if I did it, and Cece would know about it. It would be the end, Bin thought. John Ming drew attention to what was happening with Bin. He closed his eyes and mentally apologized to the Cece. A moment. Marie said that now she would go to the shower. John Min has come a brilliant idea. Interesting. I'll only look out of steady. Only once, he thought, and activated his X-ray vision. This is a shining snow-white body. Just wonderful. Damn. Yes, this is Zhao Si. John Ming was very surprised. Oh, what did I do? She's my daughter, in-law. And I just saw her naked. It's not good, right? I thought Jian Ming. Using his X-ray vision, he also looked into the next room, who was here with us. This is... surprised by Jian Ming. What the hell? Is he really so fearless? Van Zitao actually caused prostitutes for himself. Was surprised by Jian Ming. Bin, do you have a camera? Asked Jan. Camera? Of course, she was in my bag. Bin answered. I will go out for a while, said Yang, while Bin continued to fantasize on the CC. Jian Ming went outside and hid in the bushes of Van Jitao. Heh. He didn't even cover the curtains. I thought Yang. Who is this in the dark? Jian Ming saw the very strange black silhouette that staggered under the windows. He is mistaken next to the room of Maria and Sis. This freak. What is he doing there? Is he really peeping? He was surprised by Jian Ming. Yes, it can't be that I will give someone to peep from my girlfriend. You met your end, faced with me tonight. Jian Ming resolutely jumped out from behind the bushes. Hey! Damn it! Wait a second! And Jian Min slapped him on the shoulder. Ooh, growing menacingly, the monster. Is it Chen Afu? I was surprised by Jian Ming. You are a dull moron. You think it will work? Pretend to be a ghost in front of me. I was surprised by Jian Ming. Wait, something is wrong. This guy did not come here for peeping. If it was so much he needed for this. If he wasn't for peeping here, thought Jian Ming. So he wants to scare Marie. This freak is definitely looking for death? Yan Ming thought in surprise. Ha, what about one interesting idea? At that moment, Jian Ming updated something. Hey, you, in a mask, followed me. Jian Ming grabbed him by the veil and dragged him behind him. Boo-boo, muttered the freak in a mask. Do not even dare to give up the chance that I give you. If you continue to behave like that, and I will end you. I strictly said Jian Ming. Here is the hell. Is Ian Ming not afraid of ghosts? He thought. Start, said Jian Ming, and placed the ghost directly opposite the window. Guess whom? What to start? What are you talking about? The moron was surprised in the costume of the ghost. I do not understand what you mean. The moron was surprised in the costume of the ghost. You can't seriously understand this for what you came here earlier. This is now, said Jian Ming. Go, and scare people. I understand. Do not lose time. And Jian Ming pushed him with a juicy kick in the ass. The ghost approached the window and began to make incomprehensible but frightening sounds. What kind of sound is this? Van Zitao was surprised, and began to look around to understand where he heard this terrible sound. Here is Larimo. What kind of crap? When he looked out the window, he bounced on his sofa. Why are you screaming? What is wrong? Is this because you can't continue sex anymore? And you decided to come up with such an excuse? The girl was surprised. Yes, this is a ghost. The ghost outside the window. Van Zitao was very scared. He almost fainted. The next day he was very gloomy. He obviously did not get enough sleep. His accomplices could not understand what was happening to him. What is wrong with Van Zitao today? Bin was surprised. Maybe he was upset because he lost to the cards yesterday. I answered Yan Ming. After the past at night, I saw how Van Zitao used his little toilet. He was so frightened that he turned into impotent, thought John. Van Zitao. Oh, Van Zitao. Be good and stay the same, not courageous person. Now you are impotent, so why are you still fighting for a girl with me? First, deal with you, I thought Yang. A little more time passed, and already in August, friends gathered in a restaurant. To celebrate my son Young Mina to the University of Shijie, everyone should eat a lot and drink, his father said. The University of Shijie, right? Not bad, but still worse than universities in Beijing, said Kuzina John Mina, named John Li. If yours were tall enough, then he could go to the city. But the solution is not so tall, you have no choice, said Kuzina John Li. Its science is enough to go to Beijing or Tsinghua, but he did not want it, his father added. How many points do you have? I am curious in what universities of Beijing you could go, Kuzina John Li said. Not so many. Only 697 points. Ian Ming calmly answered. I don't know a lot or a little, but the cousin was very surprised. I heard that the questions this year were easier, so the average score is higher than usual. So most likely this result will not be considered so high in Beijing. She tried to get out. 697 points. This is higher than 60 points in my result last year. But maybe so, but the fact that Jian Ming entered the University of Ciji already makes me and Aunt very satisfied, father said. Yanmin, your cousin is still such a childhood itself, so do not keep evil on it, he reassured his father. A couple of days later, Jian Ming stood at a bus stop and waited for his transport. At that moment, he remembered the words of his father. Jian Min, visit Jian Li. What new students need to know about? He remembered the words of his father, who constantly grumbled. I would never go to her, he thought. Oh, Jian Ming, you still arrived. Come in, sit down. Yang Li upstairs with your girlfriend, get up to see her. Jian Ming climbed the second floor and heard the laughter of the girls when he came closer to her. Didn't we agree to talk in private? Why does she have another guest right now? Her friend was surprised. When Jian Ming opened the door, he saw two pretty girls, Jian Li and her friend. They both sat on her bed. Sorry for the invasion. I greeted Jian Ming. Jian Ming, that you are not like you can enter the girls' room in this way. Kuzina was indignant. Lily, this is your cousin about which you spoke about. He is actually pretty beautiful, not as nasty as you said. Her friend said. Sunji, do not pay attention to him, Kuzina said. He was fastened with God. I am 80% sure that he is still a virgin, Sunji said. Interestingly, so is she a whore? Why did my cousin contacted someone like her, although maybe she was the same? Thought Jian Ming. What did you stare at? Sunji said. Her breast size. G? Maybe A. Or maybe even more. From school, thought Jian Ming. And what? Is it really not allowed to watch? Do you think someone will believe in your innocence? Yan Ming answered sharply. Innocence? Sunji was surprised. From such courage, she even got up and came closer. I didn't put on my underwear today. Do you want to see? She asked Jian Mina. She clearly felt like a queen. Jian Min, how can you talk to my friend like that? How can you be such a pervert? Am I a pervert? Are you the only one who is friends with a girlfriend? Who knows? You can even be the same as she still dare to tell me something like that. He thought. You need advice from me about when you go to the university or not, cousin asked indignantly. Yes, start distributing your advice. He was clearly bored that he even began to poke his nose, pleases that he at least turned away from the girls. Yan Min, firstly, your attitude is absolutely wrong. How you're going to build relationships with classmates if you behave like this is a school? Kuzina said. Yes, I understood. Ian calmly answered Yang. When you start, in your class, most likely there will be many children from wealthy families. So you should try very hard to establish a good relationship with them. She continued to speak. And today I will let you gain the experience of a lifestyle of a higher class about rich people. So, when you meet your classmates, you will not worry and not disgrace, said the cousin. Will you really lead me somewhere? I was surprised by Jian Ming. True, I and Sunji have already planned everything. Soon we are going to the party of our friends and you will come with us, Kuzina said. My friend Sunji does not meet anyone, so you will temporarily play the role of her boyfriend, she added. You dare to talk to me when you actually ask me for a favor? Not to mention your condescending tone when you said that you would take me to gain the experience of a higher class life. I was surprised by Jian Ming. Sunji but stood in front of him and bent a little back. Jian Ming in the smallest detail saw the beauty of her magnificent chest. But this huge chest is so attractive. Jian Ming froze a little in place and forgot what he wanted to say. Well, tell me something that you're waiting for. Kuzina pulled him out of her vulgar fantasies. I have one question. Can a temporary guy use the same privileges as an ordinary guy? Asked Jian Ming. What kind of privileges do you want from me? Everything is fine for now. Sunji approached him closely and ran a finger across his neck and chin. Hehe, you yourself said that, agreed Yang. Yeonmin, who did you imagine yourself? His cousin was indignant. At least Sunji does not speak so sharply as Janli does, although she definitely loves to flirt, thought Janming. There are many people who want to get Sunji. The man who invited us today, vice president of Xianfeng Groups. Just be a good boy and act like our defense when we will be there. Do not create any problems, she asked. Then do not ask for my help. Here I am. What is, said John Min. Damn, again, this is a Halong group, and he is a vice president? It turns out in the future he will be a footman Van Jitao, thought John Ming. Lily, your cousin just has such a character. Sunji laughed. What else character? Hey, now we will change clothes. Now come out of here. Kuzina was indignant. After 30 minutes, 2 incredibly beautiful girls appeared from the room. Is it really the same girls what before? Why couldn't you find out so much? Asked Sunji. Of course not. Janming was very surprised how they changed for the better. Sunji. This girl is so mysterious. My intuition suggests that she is a person who can eat me entirely. John Ming plunged into his fantasies again. A pervert. Be serious and do not behave naturally to betray us, continued to say a cousin in a serious tone. It looks like this party will not be the same and simple. Only someone like Jan Li. Someone who thinks that she is always right. Maybe a girlfriend with a girl like her. Interesting. I can't see him through and through. You said that he is a pervert and a lecher, but it seems to me that this is not so. From the same case, over the past 5 years, he's the only man who did not seem disgusting to me. Sunji thought. Very soon, they were in a nightclub. Sorry to interrupt, the club employee arrived 3 guests. Sunji, I'm very happy about meeting here, said the guy with glasses. This is the vice president of the Xianfeng Groups, named Gu Tinchan. Vice President Gu, what do you mean? We arrived in time, why are you saying it as if we were late? Jan Li asked in a strict voice. Vice President Gu, I brought Sunji here, only because you bought me a branded handbag. You should not blame me if you cannot get Sunji because of your haste. I did not mean that. I said this way only because I was really waiting for a meeting with our beautiful lady. Four Eyes decided to rectify the situation. This is my boyfriend, Jan Ming. Sunji. Introduced him. Her boyfriend? The vice president of Gu was surprised. True. John Ming. Let me introduce you to you. This is Gu Tianshan. He is the vice president of the Xianfeng Groups. He is only 29 years old, but it can already be said that he has endless prospects, said Sunji. Well, hello. Jan Min held out his hand to him in order to exchange handshake. Did you decide to ignore me? I tried to show you some respect, but you completely rejected it. Then do not blame yourself for the fact that I will not respect you, thought Jan Ming. Dear Sunji, it seems that Mr. Gu is very hostile to me, Jan Ming quietly told her. Mr. Yang, you are mistaken. Please sit down. Mr. Gu invited them at the table. Mr. Yang, who do you work? Asked a rich, bespectacled man. I am unemployed. I could calmly answer Yan Ming. He had nothing to hide, so he felt relaxed. My cousin began to study at the university this year. How can he be as successful as you? Said John Li. I may have brought you together, but in fact it was for the vice president of Gu. Now I gave a hint that in the truth of Sunji alone. Why should I tell you a guy Sunji and deceive everyone? Yan Li thought. I noticed that Mr. Yana had the same surname as mine, so I called him in a joke. I added Jan Li. She specifically spoils everything. I thought John Ming and frowned a little. Since you are doing this, I will play by my own rules, I thought Jan Ming, and loudly put a glass of wine on the table. Enough, cousin, I know. You look from top to bottom at people like me. He began to portray already drunk. But Sunji and I sincerely love each other, he added. She still did not have time to say anything, so why are you baked? And hugged her shoulders tightly. All 3 were stunned by this behavior. They obviously did not expect this. 2 rich bastards even looked at each other. I will go to the restroom, the President Hua suggested. The president of the jewelry company Hua. Me too. We go together, supported his proposal. He watched them. He realized that rich bastards began to panic. Sunji is so good. So why did she choose such a guy? Was it a spectacle? Don't worry, brother, he reassured his friend. Do not forget, we still have a backup plan. And his friend showed a bag with incomprehensible white powder. I think you already guessed according to what scheme they decided to act. Wall the girls and then have sex with them. What's happened? Are you afraid? I asked his friend. I'm afraid. What should I be afraid of? Do you think I'm afraid of this jerk? Said the Four Eyes, who wanted sex. No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the Sunji family, his friend Hua said. And Four Eyes, I somehow did not think about it. Are all women not the same? While you are pleasing to her in bed, she is not able to refuse you. The bespectacled man gained courage and grabbed a bag of drugs from his hands. Hey, this is true. Then I congratulate you on the formation of the future son-in-law of the Sun family. He said his friend Hua. Ha ha ha. Relax, the elder brother of Hua. When this day comes, I will not forget your kindness. Four Eyes laughed. Stupid baby. Now I have material for blackmail in the future. You're all in the palm of your hand, Hua thought. Why is there such a quiet atmosphere here? Four Eyes returned to the hall and offered to drink wine. Sunji, how about drinking a little red wine? He suggested and poured her a glass. I would not drink it in your place, said Jianming. He perfectly understood that it could be a setup. Why do you say that? Sunji was surprised. Is it just a glass of red wine? What may be wrong with him? Well, how do you want... Did you just ignore my advice? Well, I think we lost you, I thought Jianming. And do not say that I did not warn you if something happens to you later, he thought. Sunji put an empty glass on the table and the bespectacled man smiled pleasantly. Let's finish here. I ordered a large karaoke room with a floor above. Let's go up, sing and relax, suggested by Mr. Hua. It looks like the drug has already begun to act. I wonder how much time it should have passed to the full effect. Watching Sunji, they climbed in karaoke and began to sing. In Korea are very common karaoke. Oh, they are so terrible. I thought Jianming, and clicked a lighter in order to light it. If you want to smoke, go out and smoke. You are trying to kill our lungs. We sing right now and smoke strangles us. Cousin was indignant. No one had anything against you, the only one who betrayed this meaning. Well, I'll just conquer the restroom so as not to hear these screams, thought Jianming. At this time, Sunji felt that something began to happen to her. It is strange. Why am I so excited? She thought. Sunji, something is wrong with you? There is a room for relaxing. Why don't you go there and relax a bit? The bespectacled man was clearly waiting for this moment. I urgently need to go to the restroom, she said and ran out of the room. She jumped into the restroom, slammed the door. Sit down and take off her panties. How it began. She was so excited, could not restrain herself, that he began to caress herself. Sunji, didn't you go too far? She didn't notice me here. I was surprised by Jianming, who smoked near the window. Damn it! She went to the restroom. She did not do it in order to appease herself, right? If so, it turns out our plan failed, said the Four Eyes. Heh. Brother, you can't wait for you anymore? Under the effect of this drug, the girl is not able to take care of herself. She will not be able to control her body, even being in a sober state, said the scoundrel Hua. What happens to me today? I'm so hot. I really want to find a man to have sex with me, she thought. No, there are no good men in the world. Everyone gets closer to me only because of my family, she thought with a little disappointment. But why I'm thinking about him now? Of course, at that moment she thought about our handsome man Yang Ming. Hua, older brother. Are you sure that Sunji will not bring me to me? The bespectacled man was scared. Do you really understand what is happening? Said the scoundrel Hua. The Sun family is a modern noble family. If something happens that can shake, do you really think that they will decide to report this? Said the scoundrel Hua. Moreover, if we take a few piquant photos, do you still have reasons to be afraid of this? Said the scoundrel Hua. The girl was very excited, and continued to caress herself with her fingers. Yanmin, do it tougher, she whispered. Is your imaginary partner really me? I would not say that I have such a dominant character. Jianming was very surprised. Or maybe I heard her incorrectly. Maybe it just coincided that I was her type, said Jianming. Jianming, she continued to repeat. I do not pay attention to what is happening around her. At that moment, a phone call rang out. Damn, why didn't I change this ringtone? Or didn't I put it on a vibro? Jianming almost dropped the phone when he rang. At that moment, not my scene occurred. They both stood and looked at each other, then expiring later. She was from excitement, and he was from the fact that he disturbed her. The phone call did not disturb her in any way. At that moment, she continued to satisfy herself. Jianming was even more surprised. Does she not see me at all? Is she really blind? Jianming was even more surprised. Jianmin, she continued to repeat. Kiss me. Right now. I think you understand that she was very excited and did not control herself. I had previously warned you not to drink wine, but you did not listen to me. I am not responsible for what will happen next, said Jianmin. After these words, passionate and hot sex began, right on the wash basin of this toilet. It was great. Hua, older brother. What do you think? Maybe she was able to satisfy herself on her own.
The vile scum began to suspect something. I would like to say no, but she is there for more than 30 minutes. How she was able to restrain herself for so long, said Hua. At this time, they continued to actively have passionate sex. The wash basin cabinet was perfect for this, the perfect height for deep penetration. After some time, she began to feel much better. And I remembered what Jan Ming told her. I wouldn't drink it in your place. So it means a drug poured me. This guy go. I will get to you. Current, and put yourself in order so that no one suspects us. She corrected her dress, and Jan Ming put herself in order. Sunji, she said, we are all similar, aren't it? We all have needs. When we go out, pretend to have happened nothing, she asked. Okay, I agreed to Yan Ming. Now it excites you? Am I your toy? He thought. This was your first time, right? I can say I underestimated you, she said playfully. I can say the same thing to you. We are all similar. John Ming decided to answer her with words. In my opinion, he did well. When everything was in order, John Ming opened the door and left the toilet. You are too. So much time. What did you do there? In surprise, the jaws almost hit them. Sorry. I felt bad. I was very sick after red wine and my boyfriend took care of me all this time. She said, Oh, is it really true? The Four Eyes was surprised. He in one gulp drank his wine and realized that today he was left without sex. I think John Ming would be grateful to him for such a surprise. Forgive us, Sunji. We got things, so we will leave you first. Two bastards realized that they screwed up and decided to leave the quiet.
Sunji, are they already left? Kuzin finally woke up. Yes, they all left will come from here too, suggested by Sunji.
Oh, why are you still here? Kuzina was surprised when I saw John Mina. This is not because you want Sunji and I would take you home, right? She continued to be indignant. I think you understand that she overslept all the most interesting and offered to grumble. I'm leaving right now. I'm already tired of it. Jan Li called him here so that he was their protection, and now she curses at him. Lily, your cousin is very interesting, Sunji mysteriously said. You are joking, he. Interesting? I asked Jan. I wonder if he has a girl, asked Sunji. How does someone dare to be so arrogant? I will break his damn legs. John Ming opened the door to the corridor, and there was his acquaintance, and something muttered. Is this the older brother of Bao, whom he met in prison? Was surprised by John Min. And Ming caught up with him in the corridor and called, Brother Bao, really you? What a coincidence. Brother Bao, what are you doing here? I asked Yan. Brother Yang. Glad you see. Where are you going so evil? I asked Yang. Well, after I was released from prison, I started working here as a guard. The waiter told me that someone was creating riots, and I'm going there to check this, Bao said. Let's go there together. With your support, I am not afraid of anything. Okay. Brother Bao, let's go, and now take my hand. If you suddenly see us so, they might think that we meet. Well, you understand. Ah, this is he. Again. Passing a little along the corridor, they saw familiar physiognomy. Jan Ming immediately recognized him. Something is wrong. Brother Yang, do you know him? Asked Bao. Yes, I met this bitch just recently, I said Yang. I give him good kicks before I throw him out into the street. Bao was ready to rush into battle. Wait, good kicks. Isn't it too simple to let him go? Said Yan Min. So what? What is your plan to punish him? Asked Bao. Brother Bao, why don't you take advantage of my plan? And he shared an interesting idea with him. Brother Yang, this is a rather interesting and sinister plan. Bao was surprised. Oh, you are a fucking freak. Did you dare to pick up my girlfriend? Do you want death? Bao approached with others. Who are you? The bespectacled man was surprised. I am the main guard in this institution, and she is my girlfriend, Bao said strictly. I apologize. I was terribly mistaken. I'm sorry. I'll leave, sir, right now. Four Eyes began to stutter and muttered something under his breath. Oh, you are a freak. Are you trying to escape after you pressed my girlfriend? Do you pretend that I don't exist? Bao was indignant. Then in your opinion, we must solve this. I asked a bespectacled room. How? First, let's go to my office, Bao said strictly. Do you know what the sage said? Eyes behind the eye, tooth for a tooth. You are a man and you wanted to rape my girl. What do you think you should have? You have to bring a woman, so that she raped me? Asked a bespectacled man. A woman? Dream. Bao smiled slyly. Heh, Dulon. He is yours. Help him feel good, okay? Bao called his acquaintance. Ah, this cute boy is really charming, said a strong guy named Dulon.
Who are you? Leave me alone. No, do not touch me. The screams of an indignant bespectacle from behind the cabinet door continued to break out.
How was it? Did you like it? And Bao Punnel under the ass. No. Flooded with tears and sobbed a glass.
That is, yes. I liked it, said the bespectacled room. So you were good, right? Then how about one more time? Asked Bao.
At that moment, someone knocked on the cabinet door. What's the matter? Asked Bao. Brother Bao, your friend came to see you. A voice sounded from behind the door.
Friend? Who? This is Yan Min, Brother Yang. Young Mi went into the office. Brother Bao, are you busy? He asked. Brother Yang, long time no see. No, I'm not busy. Just one asshole climbed to my girlfriend, I think to drown him in the river. Bao answered.
Yan Min, save me. Began to ask for a bespectacle. Hey, who allowed you to call the name of his brother Jan? Bao kicked him under the ass. Are you not a vice president of Gu? Why are you here? Asked Yan Ming. Senior, elder brother Yang, save me. I don't want to die. The bespectacled man snapped. To die. Brother Bao, let go of the vice president Gu. He is a friend of my girlfriend, said Yang. Brother Yang, you and I live according to the same concepts. You must understand that we care about reputation more than anything else, Bao said. This shit is not how it does not apply to you. If you want to let him go, there should be a significant reason for this, Bao said. Jan looked at this miserable jerk and did not even know what to say. He is my subordinate, said Yan Ming. True. Right. I am a subordinate to the older brother of Yan, the elder brother Bao. For the reputation of the older brother Yan, please let me go, whimpered the Four Eyes. Is this true? Why didn't you say this before? Bao asked strictly. I was afraid to deliver problems to Yan's older brother. I was too scared to say something. Whimpering an otter. Well, okay. I will save your life, but only because of the reputation of my brother Yan. You better remember this. You are one of the people of my brother John. I will not touch you, although I really want it, Bao said. But if the day comes when you are no longer needed by brother John, it will be the day of your death, Bao said strictly. Yes. I am the subordinate of my older brother, the rest of my life. Don't worry. I will no longer dare to do anything that can bring problems to her elder brother Yan. Vice President Giyu began to bow low and floor. Okay, but do not forget that I wrote down your words. The elder brother Yang covered you this time. Until I show anyone this record, it can also be used to control you, Bao said sternly. If you do anything else that will denigrate the name of his brother Yan in the future, I will publish this entry on the internet, and the whole city will see her. Bao said, I won't laugh. I will not laugh. Vice President Giyu began to bow low on the floor. Okay, that's enough. Lost, you insult me with your presence. I will catch up with my brother Jan, Bao said sternly. Brother Yang, you are really very insidious. This guy is now very grateful to you. Now he will not dare to argue with you in the future. Bao said, It's all thanks to your help, Brother Bao, said John Ming. He finally finished at the nightclub and went outside. It was already late at night outside. That call I got in the bathroom was from Linda. Damn it, I forgot about the curse. He took out his phone and decided to call her back right away. Yang Min, where are you? I miss you. Why didn't you answer the phone earlier? Asked Linda. Well, I was in a meeting and didn't hear the phone. He was trying to think of something. Will you come to me? Since my period just passed, you won't need to use a condom. We're in for a hot night. I'll come back tomorrow. I can't right now. It's really late. I have to go home. Okay, then I'm hanging up. I'll miss you, she answered. After a while, Yang Ming went back to his house. Youngmin goes shopping for clothes tomorrow, said his mom. Clothes? He was surprised. You already have a girlfriend. How can you still dress in such childish clothes? Why don't you go shopping with Marie tomorrow? I'll give you some money for that, Mom suggested. Mom, Marie might be busy tomorrow. I'll go another day. Yang Min tried to think of something. She is free. Why should she be busy? Maria just called and asked about you, so I asked her if she could go to the store with you tomorrow if she was free. She said yes. The next day, he was waiting to see Marie. Looks like I won't be able to get to Linda's until late at night, he thought. And here his eyes widened with surprise. He saw a gorgeous beauty, wearing a beautiful white sundress and white stockings. Sorry for the wait. I sleep a lot during vacation, so I overslept. She said politely. It's okay, I just got here. Still got a couple minutes before 8 o'clock to both get in early. You sure know how to make me feel better, joyfully she said and grabbed his strong hand. Yang Min, what do you think of these t-shirts? Asked Marie as she picked out a pair of matching t-shirts with the same pattern. Not bad. Why don't we try them on? Miss Zhao? That's when Maria saw her teachers. They obviously didn't expect to see each other in this store. Is it really the two of you? Surprise teacher. Sis in. School starts soon, so we decided to buy some clothes. The teacher looked at it very suspiciously. Sis in, you're going on here. Marie and I are going out, said Young Min. What a pity, Young Min. I wanted to say. The teacher didn't finish the sentence. Young Min, Maria called him sternly. I apologize, Miss Zhao. But Young Min has bad manners as usual, Marie said. It's okay. The teacher didn't say anything, but was very thoughtful. The teacher who came with her was happy about the situation. Yang Min, do you have a problem with Mr. Jin? Marie asked. Problems? It's much more than just problems, he replied. At that moment he felt, or saw with his X-ray mood, that a mugger was moving through the mall.
If you don't want to die, get out of my way, shouted the unidentifiable guy in the cap who stole the wallet and ran through the mall. Get out of the way, shouted the thief. He ran through the crowd of people straight towards Yang Ming and Marie.
Yang Min was about to do something about it, but a young teacher beat him to it. Hey, stop right now, he shouted. What are you doing? We still have things to do. Resented Miss Zhao. This is a great once-in-a-lifetime chance to show coolness in front of Miss Zhao, he thought. When injustice appears in the streets, I show up to eliminate it. The young teacher obviously decided he was Superman. The mugger didn't give a damn about this Superman. He kicked him in the stomach to stop him from running away.
Stop it! Stop hitting him! Otherwise I'll call the police!
Miss Zhao was trying to save the stupid teacher. Mind your own business, girl. Unless you want me to beat you up with him, the robber shouted menacingly. At this moment, Yang Ming came up from behind and ripped off the robber's cap. After a moment, he grabbed him by his hair. Are you looking for death? He asked sternly. Yang Ming lightly lifted him up by his hair so that the robber would calm down a bit. Ouch! Ouch! Let go of me! Screamed the robber like a girl. Sis Sin, are you okay? Yang Ming asked while holding the robber at arm's length. Yes, I'm fine. What can't be said about teacher Jin Gan? She said. Well, don't worry. I don't think he'll die. He was trying to play the tough pepper. Even if he is so weak, he's just an idiot, said Yang Min. It wasn't long before the police arrived. Whose money is this? Asked the policeman. Of course it's my money. What are you doing to me? Continued to resent the robber. I'm innocent. Why are you detaining me? The robber continued her outrage and asserted her rights. Wait, that's my money. He stole it. A young girl appeared from the crowd. She was out of breath and could barely stand on her feet as she caught up with the robber. What a small world. Isn't that the girl who looked familiar? The one I ran into on the bus recently? If she's hurt, maybe I can find out her name, thought Young Min. The girl looked around and noticed him too. Why do I keep bumping into him? She thought. Is it so hard to leave the past in the past? She thought in surprise. He has a girlfriend after all. She noticed that Mari was standing next to him in a white sundress. Is this your money? The policeman asked. His question distracted her a little from her thoughts. Yes, it's my money. There should be exactly 1,000 yuan in there. Here's the ATM withdrawal slip, she said and showed the receipt. After they finished testifying at the police station, they went outside. So, tell me, aren't we model citizens? Haha, this is the second time recently. Marie laughed. Strange, the victim wanted to keep her name a secret. What a pity, thought Yang Min. But I hope you won't be so cruel in the future. Just remember his head. You pulled him so hard that his head bled. It was red. So scary, said Marie. Fight fire with fire against fire. Haven't you heard that before? They used to call me Crazy Jan. Mad Jan, that sounds awful. And you were with that nickname, right? Marie asked. Does it sound horrible? Said Yang Min. And then he remembered about me. Did she forget about me? In the afternoon, he went to Linda's house. Yang Min, I missed you so much. As soon as she saw him, she threw herself into his arms. Okay, enough already. You're home all day and you don't even go out. You're turning into a recluse. I like to be with you. When you're not here, I'm asleep, said Linda. Wait, isn't that shirt from the couples collection? I saw it in a commercial on TV, said Linda. Yang Ming didn't see that coming. Really? She recognized that shirt. He thought, I actually have a second one. I didn't bring it with me, but I'll bring it to you another day. Okay, laughs. I've never worn doubles before. I just took a shower. Do I smell good? She asked. Super. You really smell great. What kind of shampoo do you use? He asked.
Hurry up and take off your clothes. I want to do it. I tried to give you a hint, but you don't understand. How can you say no to a girl at a time like this?
It was already late at night outside the window. Young Min was sound asleep, and his snoring sounded all over the room.
Linda couldn't sleep. She picked up his t-shirt. He lied to me. He just bought it today. Why is he lying to me?
Cradling it against her, she inhaled its scent. That scent doesn't belong to me, but I can still feel his feelings. He sure loves me, she thought. He still doesn't know the exact meaning of the curse. These thoughts comforted her a little, and she pressed herself against his warm chest. This made him wake up a little, and he saw Linda's sweet sleeping tightly pressed against him. Would he just leave without saying a word? Linda woke up later than he did and saw him leaving. You're not awake yet? He asked quietly, and looked at the lens, which was fast asleep. Ho ho ho. Looks like my little cutie is still asleep. Then I can do whatever I want and she won't know it, he said when Linda opened her eyes. Ha 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 ha. Stop fooling around, I'm getting up now. She woke up. Come on, I made you something delicious, said Young Min. Young Mi left Linda. It's getting pretty late. It's already dark outside. Oh, Big Sister Charlotte. I almost called her an old lady, said Yang Min. What are you doing here? She asked. I have a friend who lives here, don't you? Replied Yang Min. I'm here to see my father. I see. Then I won't keep you. I'll see you later. And Yang Min said goodbye to her. His friend Ben came over. Who was that just now? She's so hot, he said. It was my friend, replied Jan. Her body is amazing. But more importantly, she has the charm of an older woman. And those black stockings are so seductive. Maybe you could introduce me to her? Ben asked. Okay. On the day you go out with Zhao Shishi, I'll call her so you can ride together, said Yang Min, cheerfully. Damn it. Just pretend I didn't say anything, shouted Ben. A few days later, all the friends met at CJ University. They were on their way to register new students. Classmate, do you need help? Classmate, do you need to go somewhere? I can walk you if you want. The older students started harassing me. Hey, don't you get it? I was the first to come up and ask questions first. What did you say, you bastard? The students started swearing. We'd better look for the dormitory ourselves, said Young Min, and he and Marie went on their way. That day, late at night, the friends were walking and talking. Heh. Now we're dorm neighbors. I wonder who else is going to live with us. At that moment, he saw a 7 Series BMW drive up the road, and an old acquaintance of theirs got out. Youngmin Ben, what are you doing here? He asked. We're going for a snack. Class President Wang, why don't you mind your own business? Asked Yang Ming. Why did I run into this walking disaster? Are you going out for a snack, then take me with you? Right now, I don't have any business that urgently needs to be done, he asked. They walked around the city for a while and went into one of the restaurants to get something to eat. As soon as they got inside, Yang Ming noticed a girl he knew. Is that Zhao Jiajia? What the hell is she doing here? If you've forgotten, I'll remind you she was in a nude video chat room. Zhao Jiajia noticed him too, and they exchanged glances. I guess they both weren't happy to see each other. That bastard Ben, how could he pretend to be me while chatting with her online? It's not good. That slut Zhao Jiajia will ridicule me for always hiding my true feelings or something. It's better to pretend that I don't know her and get out of here. John Min headed for the exit. Why don't we sit here? Wang Jitao suggested. The last thing Yang Ming wanted to do right now. This hottie. Isn't that the girl I've been chatting with online lately? I should find a chance to talk to her, Wang Jitao thought. Zhang Bin, you're going to be a businessman after graduation. You and I are alike. We'll both follow in our father's footsteps. When the time comes, my father will make me president of Xiangfeng Group. And in the future, you guys can contact me whenever you want. I will definitely take care of my old classmates. He continued with a caustic smirk. But Zhang Bing was not particularly pleased by this statement. The person I corresponded with a couple days ago also said he was the heir to the Xiangfeng Group. Could it be that person behind me? Zhou Jiajia wondered. Into the same establishment swiftly entered 2 young fellows. Brother Chen, are there any new disciples sitting behind these 2? Said the first one. Yes, it looks like it. It can't be that we didn't notice such beauties before. The latter replied thoughtfully. Are you both freshmen at Songjian University? They quickly moved closer to the girls, and Chen casually asked them about their place of study. Uh-huh. How did you know? Asked Zhou Jiajia. Heh. Let me introduce myself first. I'm the vice president of the Taekwondo club. The guy decided to introduce himself first. Are you interested in joining us? He continued. We just started studying, so we need a couple days to decide which clubs to go to, said the girl sitting next to Zhou Jiajia. From now on, we're all university comrades. I'm sure we'll become friends quickly. The guy unceremoniously sat down next to Zhou Jiajia. This angered the girl. "Hey, you! What are you trying to accomplish?" Wang Zhitao abruptly jumped up from his seat and threatened the guys who were trying to suck up to the girls. "What are we trying to accomplish? Who are you to ask?" Chen exclaimed threateningly, and the two of them jumped up from their seats. "You guys don't know who I am? Okay, let me tell you. My father is the president of Xiangfeng Group. Now you better leave or you'll regret it." Wang Zhitao threatened the boys in a boastful manner. "Rach! So you're just someone's rich brat?" With a mocking smirk and tone, Chen said, encouraging Zhitao. "You." That made the already angry guy angry to the extreme, and he seemed ready to kill the guys with the most sophisticated methods. Just then, the enraged Zhitao grabbed the wine bottle and furiously ran up to Chen while swinging it around. But the guy wasn't going to expect a punch, and as soon as he got close enough to him, he took a left punch to the jaw and knocked his opponent off balance. He went to the floor with a crunch. "Hello, Zhang Biao. I'm at Dranon Tianbao restaurant near the entrance of Songjian University. Someone is picking a fight with me. Send some people over here." Wang Zhitao sat on the floor in shame and resolutely called for backup. Here the guys did not hesitate, and as soon as the opportunity presented itself, knocked the phone right out of the hands of the defeated guy. "You're pretty cocky. Decided to call for help?" Chen put Zhitao down and pressed his head to the floor with his foot. "Stop it! Stop fighting! Break them up, someone!" Finally, Zhou Jiajia couldn't stand it anymore and jumped up from her seat to settle the situation verbally. "Why don't you get out of here?" Yang Ming exclaimed irritably, still sitting at the table. "There are people here trying to eat. Stop making so much noise." Yang Ming stood up and decided to finally get this matter over with. "Ha! Another sucker who's not afraid to die? Who are you now? Don't tell me your father is also the president of some company." Chen started to actively push the guy. "My father is just an ordinary worker," Min said expressionlessly, and the boys began to approach with determination. "But if you don't stop this nonsense and get out of here," Yang Ming said this, and then stopped talking expressively, showing his seriousness. "You mess up my mood, and I'll kick your asses." Then, without prelude, he abruptly began to threaten them with violence. "Huh?" Chen was frightened by the guy's fierce determination, anticipating his further actions, and prepared to defend himself against the attacks. But then the guy grabbed a chair that was not far from his table to use as a weapon. Yang Ming accelerated, holding the chair and smacked Chen with all his might, leaving marks on his face. He naturally staggered back, and he fell to the floor. He was foaming at the mouth from the impact. The friend was very stunned that his friend had been completely overpowered so quickly and easily. "He probably needs to see a doctor. You should take him to the hospital." Yang Ming admonished the injured man's buddy, which he reluctantly complied with, because he obviously needed medical attention after being injured like this. "Just wait, I remembered you." The wounded Chen, who was barely being led by his friend, was still not giving up. "Bitch," Yang Ming said lazily. "President Wang, are you okay?" Ming jokingly asked, seeing him rubbing his jaw while still lying on the floor. "It's fine, thank you for chasing them away, Yang Ming." Relieved and embarrassed, Wang Zhitao thanked him. "Are you ladies all right?" Zhitao immediately stood up and asked as if nothing had happened. "We're fine, thank you." Zhou Jiajia thanked the guys for saving her from the intrusive admirers. "Oh, your name wouldn't happen to be adorable underscore baby, would it? I'm the prince underscore of underscore the underscore big underscore wave," inquired the guy to start the conversation, since he knew for sure it was her. "Ha ha, what a coincidence." The girl giggled cutely, feigning slight surprise. "Well, will you introduce me to your friends?" Zhou Jiajia inquisitively asked, looking at the group of guys nearby, and thus continued the dialogue with the guy. "These two are my classmates from high school. We treat each other like brothers. The one who kicked them out just now is Yang Ming. He can be a bit testy. I hope he didn't scare you." He happily introduced the guys to the girl. His cheek still had the mark of the blow on it. "Hi, my name is Zhou Jiajia. So your name is Yang Ming? You have the same name as my former classmate in elementary school." The girl introduced herself, but Ming recognized her from the start. "Really?" He looked surprised. Obviously, he wasn't very happy to see them among his friends. "What a coincidence, I used to have an enemy whose name was also Zhou Jiajia." Yang Ming turned away. There was nothing to hide anyway. "Heh, it really is an incredible coincidence." Jiajia only grinned. "Ha ha ha ha. So many people with similar names in the world. It looks like we were destined to meet. In that case, given the circumstances, how about we all eat together? It's my treat." Wang Zhitao decided to soften his friend's mood and smooth over the awkwardness between the two. "You can stay. Me and Zhang Bing have had enough, so we are leaving." Yang Ming did not want to stay in this girl's company anymore, and left with the others after saying goodbye. Zhou Jiajia sighed in relief. She wanted to avoid crossing paths with him as much as Ming did, though she tried not to pretend to know the guy at all. Yang Ming, you just hurt that guy. Aren't you afraid that they will try to take revenge? Chen Mengyan asked the guy in surprise. This matter has nothing to do with you, so why did you interfere? The girl enthusiastically continued to question Yang Ming as they walked privately away from the others. It is true. Would it be bad if this dog Wang Jitao was beaten to death? Jiang Bing heard the girl's question from the edge of his ear. He too was curious how his friend would explain his act. I also feel conflicted about it, but right now, I can't fight Wang Jitao. Annoyed, Yang Ming thought to himself. I just couldn't stand the arrogance of those two. Min casually said the first thing that popped into his tired head after a long day. Why have I become so weak lately? Jitao sadly remarked as he strolled alone around the campus in the afternoon, munching on a donut. In frustration, he violently threw the red wrapper of the treat right onto the sidewalk. The impact made the wrapper bounce a few times before landing in the middle of the road. Hey, you there! How dare you litter the campus? There's a fine of 50 yuan! An elderly campus worker shouted from behind, demanding that he pay the fine. Do you have to pay a fine for something like this? Wang Jitao was taken aback by such a demand. Hurry up and do it. I'm warning you, if you continue to treat me like this, I'll report it to my superiors. Menacingly assured the guy, the old man threatened to get in trouble with the campus authorities. He was waiting for Jitao to move further away from him, so he kept looking around. Now they were far enough away from each other. Haha, you idiot. If I had known you had so much money, I would have told you to pay you 200 yuan. The man gloated and took off his false beard, which he needed to be more convincing to extort money from inconsiderate students. Hey bro, how do you get to the comp technology building? Meeting an acquaintance at the campus, Yang Ming quickly asked. A computer? What's that? The guy asked in surprise, not understanding the acronym. Comp means computer, Yang Ming explained to the old-fashioned guy. Oh, so you should go to the red light building. Why didn't you say that before? That one asked Yang Ming in a perplexed manner. Red? What? Min was immediately taken aback by such an ambiguous answer. I study in the red light building too. Are you a new student? I'll take you there. The student decided to help, but Yang Ming still didn't understand what to expect next from such a place with an unusual name. What is it? Do you think the name is a bit strange? The man asked casually. You're still asking? Min thought in surprise. That's just what people call it. That's the reason people who study there are called whores. Take me as an example. I am called a slut, and you will also be called a slut in the future, explained the student. But there were still a lot of questions. What the hell? Why did I put so much effort to get into this university? If only I had known that I would be called a whore at the end, doomedly thought Yang Ming. My name is Jiang Weihan. If you have anything you don't understand in the future, you can ask me. Weihan eagerly offered his help to the guy and held out his business card. Really? Do all students have business cards these days? Ming thought about the offer. On my business card, I specialize in helping those who have missed courses, helping them prepare for exams. I also act as a personal tutor. Yang Ming read everything carefully from beginning to end. Hey, it's always good to have something as extra income. If you need anything, just give me a call, Jiang Weihan said in farewell. Yang Ming? What a coincidence. Suddenly a female voice was heard from somewhere behind. Yang Ming and Weihan leisurely turned around at the sound. Two pretty girls appeared in front of them. Zhou Jiajia was in front. She was the one who turned to Ming. Among the incoming students this year, are there any pretty girls like her? Jiang Weihan thought. Obviously, he liked her looks very much. Is this little bitch here to become a whore too? Yang Ming thought. Hey there, whores! He shouted to the girls walking towards them. RDJ? Shh, whores? The girl was indignant, and afterward she thought worriedly. Wait a second. Maybe that big underscore beach in QQ was really him? Did he call me a whore because he saw that video? No. There's no way he's that Yang Ming. Zhou Jiajia was getting more and more worried with every second of reasoning. Fellow students, please don't misunderstand him. Jiang Weihan began to explain and reassure the girls. This guy is very inexperienced in talking to girls. Yang Ming remarked to himself about the guy's inexperience. He said so because we are from the computer technology department and... Jiang Weihan continued. But the girl wasn't really interested in listening to him. The main thing was that she was relieved to hear that it had nothing to do with her. Oh, so that's why... She interrupted the guy and thought, he's the same as before, always likes to tease others. But back then, he was only nice to Su Ya. The class of the computer science department began. How come? Is she in the same class as me? Zhou Jiajia sat beside the not-so-nice girl and smiled at her, thinking. And now, everyone calm down. The teacher came in sharply and slammed his hands on the table to silence everyone.
My name is Z Wenjo and I will be your instructor. Tomorrow you will have a day of rest, after which your month of training will begin. The instructor introduced himself and began to tell the work plan. As for the uniforms, we'll talk about it at the first training session. Shi Wenzo continued to speak, but Yang Ming didn't listen to him and only thought, the number of girls in my class is regrettably small, and Zhou Jiajia is the only one of them who can be called pretty. But I just can't stand her. Yang Ming continued to be tormented by his thoughts. Here it was night over the campus dormitory, but almost no one was asleep. Lights were on in almost every room. Yes, I've already looked into him. His name is Jijun, and he is the vice president of the Taekwondo club. Yang Ming and Zhang Bing entered the room and heard their fellow student talking to someone. Isn't that the guy who tried to strike up a conversation with Marie? Right. And the vice president of the Taekwondo club is the other guy who also tried to make conversation with Mari. This time, that four-eyed guy must have lost this time. Yang Ming thought to himself, yeah, I'm thinking of forgetting this one for the first time. I just transferred, so I don't want to cause a scandal. The new neighbor kept talking. Yang Ming thought to himself, so this guy is our roommate? Excuse me. I was talking to my family. My name is Tian Dunhua. You guys are my roommates, right? Dunhua said hello and introduced himself in front of them. The guys stretched out their hands to greet each other. Tian Dunhua, right? My name is Yang Ming, and this is Zhang Bing. Yang Ming introduced himself and his friend and thought, this four-eyed Tian's last name? I'm a sophomore transfer student. It's nice to meet you both. Friendly, replied Tian Dunhua to the guys. Oh, aren't you the guy who was with the pretty girl earlier today? Dunhua said enthusiastically, which flattered Ming. I heard what you just talked about on the phone. Do you have hatred for this Liu Jikazun? Yang Ming asked. I only wanted to teach him a lesson, but I just transferred here and I don't want to cause trouble, so I'll forget about it this time. Tian Dunhua explained. Ha 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 ha. Someone already taught him a lesson. Our friend Yang Ming beat him to a bloody pulp in a restaurant not far from here. Zhang Bing walked over to the guy and clapped him on the shoulder while chuckling, a look of confusion on Dunhua's face. For real? Oh man, now I owe you a huge debt of gratitude. Bro, you're really something, Tian Dunhua exclaimed enthusiastically, looking at Ming with rapt attention. Such a violent reaction puzzled the guy a bit. Bros, let's find a place to have a few drinks, my treat. Dunhua suggested we celebrate. Alright, let's go. Thank goodness we don't start training until the day after tomorrow. Zhang Bing agreed to the idea. A month later, fail. These exercises are so easy. But why can't so many people do them? Yang Ming wondered, scratching the back of his head after practicing again. Hey kid, you're doing pretty good, Instructor Yang Yun praised the kid. Yes, you could say that. My only regret is that I didn't have time to learn a little more. Yang Ming was very pleased with the instructor's praise. In that case, I'll give you my number, okay? You can call me anytime you're free. Only I never turn on my phone during training, suggested Instructor Yang Ming. Understood, briefly and clearly replied the student. So the guys decided to go and have some fun at a barbecue joint. Ha ha, old Tian. You're awesome, man, Zhang Bing exclaimed excitedly while holding a lulia kebab in his hands. Tian Dunhua was once again treating the guys. You actually broke your teacher's leg because of your girlfriend? Respect, Bin exclaimed enthusiastically. Of course, otherwise I wouldn't have changed the university. Tian Dunhua told the story of his expulsion. I heard something happened to the vice president of the Taekwondo club? Yang Ming listened carefully to the students' conversation. Oh, right. It just happened yesterday. Liu Jujun and his girlfriend tried to get a hotel room, but they thought she was a prostitute and arrested him. One of them went on. Mistaken for a prostitute? But how? Another of the students asked in amazement because how could that be? The girl wasn't a whore, she just dressed up sexy. It was a one-night stand, nothing more. He hastily answered his friend's question. So, the police let him go right after questioning him. But as soon as Liu Zhaojun left the police station, he was stopped by a dude who claimed to be that girl's boyfriend. Hesitantly, he continued. He beat Liu so that even his own mother wouldn't recognize him. Finally, the student finished his story. Meanwhile, everyone at Yang Ming's table was also eavesdropping on this guy's story. Ha! He deserved it! Zhang Bing and Tian Dunhua shouted out with glee as they were amused by this story. I know the feeling. He was beaten as soon as he got out of the station. Maybe he was framed. Min thought seriously, remembering how he had been treated in a similar way. It was probably Waz Jitao, that guy is very primitive. Looks like I should get rid of him as soon as possible. Yang Ming continued to think unhappily. Linda? His phone rang. The number was familiar. Hello, Yang Ming. Linda called Yang Ming in anticipation of seeing him since they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Wilson Lowe stopped by for a visit. Tomorrow is his 50th birthday,
And he invited us to his anniversary. The girl continued excitedly. Tomorrow? How did I get a gift on such short notice? He said that he didn't want us to give him a gift. Concernedly said Yang Ming. Okay, Bean and I will pick you up tomorrow. Already relieved, the boy said. He'd figured out what to get. Yay! Zhang Bing was happy too, and he and Dunhua clinked their beer mugs in honor. What? You want to give the jade as an anniversary gift to Wilson Luo? The next day the guys went to pick up the gift. After surprisingly clarified the man, Zhang Bing was also surprised at this decision of his friend. Here, Linda, Min and Bin had arrived at the celebration and were about to go inside the luxurious building. Please put the gift here. A voice sounded as Linda and Yang Ming entered the room, holding the gift. No, I'll personally give it to Wilson, the boy said firmly. Mr. Lowe is very busy right now, shouted the employee and thought, how much of a valuable gift can a student afford? Hurry up. What's your name? I'll check you in. The man continued, but Min noticed another older man being let through to Wilson. Who is handing him a gift right now? Yang Ming asked. Chairman Yun of the Yun Jewelry. His gift is worth at least 10,000. What can you match him? Irritatedly asked the administrator. My father is Zhang Jifang of Zhang Jewelry. We are here on behalf of my father. Zhang Bing shouted at the impolite worker. Zhang's Jewelry? Oh, are you also here to establish a good relationship with Wilson? Chairman Yun asked, which made Bin angry. I advise you to take back your gift. It is nothing compared to mine. Arrogantly said the man, and Zhang Bing couldn't stand it and shouted. We'll see about that. But Yang Ming didn't pay attention to this at all because something surprised him. Qing Xiao? Yang Ming exclaimed. The doors opened in front of him, and the elderly couple and their pretty daughter walked in. Good evening. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for coming to my father's anniversary. Now, the banquet has officially begun. Qing Xiao said her welcome speech and announced the start of the banquet. Xiao Qing is Wilson's daughter, but I've never heard that Wilson has a daughter. Besides, Qing's last name is Xiao, and Wilson's last name is Lao. How can they be father and daughter? Yang Ming wondered. Elder Liu, please accept a humble gift, Yun said modestly. Jade! Wow, Chairman Yun actually gave Jade as a gift. He opened the gift box and there was Jade. This really stunned the audience and everyone began to whisper and some of them began to marvel audibly. It's not big though, and the quality isn't that good. At least its value is between 200 and 300,000 yuan. Wilson Luo thought to himself in admiration. The company just received a whole shipment of jade items. If I can get Elder Liu to appraise them, the prices will double. That's why I brought this amazing gift that will surpass all others. Yun continued to mull things over in his head. Stop! This is the jade I lost in Tengchun County. Suddenly an insight came to Yang Ming. I didn't think he'd show up here. Who exactly is this Chairman Yun? The guy seriously wondered about the identity of the giver. It seems that this jade... Linda started to voice Ming's thoughts, but there were too many people and the guy interrupted her. Yeah, I know, let's talk about it at home. Yang Ming decided that it shouldn't be made public here. Wait! We have a present too! Shouted Zhang Bing. Everyone forgot about their gifts after such a huge presentation, but the guy had a gift just as good. Qing Xiao was surprised at this turn of events. What kind of gift was there? Oh, my apologies. We have one more person with a gift. Please welcome Yang Ming. Qing Xiao said. Eh? It was clearly Zhang Bing who had just shouted. So why did they introduce me? This old lady Xiao. Could it be that her eyes are so bad at seeing? The guy thought to himself. Eldest sister Qing, since when did you become eldest Liu's daughter? Yang Ming inquired carelessly. We can talk about this some other time. Although I have to ask, why are you here? Are you also one of father's disciples? Xiao asked. Okay, we can talk about this another time. For once, Yang Ming was embarrassed. This is a gift that I present to Mr. Liu Weishan on behalf of Zhan Jewelry, Yang Ming said, holding out the gift. Yang Ming, I already told you that you don't have to give me anything. Why are you so kind to me? Liu asked gratefully. Elder Liu, I represent Zhang Jifang and Jewel Zhang, and present this gift to you. Please accept it, the young man said patiently. Ah, all right. Finally accepted the gift from the celebrant. One last gift. It has to be the best, right? The chairman said gloatingly. He was sure they would bring some trinket. Yes, yes. Open the present for all to see. The audience really warmed up, teasing, thanks to such an expensive present, thinking that there would be no better gift. Yang Ming, my student and soulmate. I am going to open this personalized gift from Yang Ming myself. Liu said, because he thought that the gift from Yang Ming would be much less expensive, and that it would not be an uncomfortable situation. It's all right. You can open it here so that everyone can see what's inside, assured Yang Ming and irritatedly thought. You wanted to see? Then look. All right. Xiao Qing, help me open it.
The father politely asked the father to help his daughter while handing over the gift. Jade! It was twice as big as the jade presented by Chairman Yun. Qing Xiao and the entire hall were even more shocked by this gift. It was unexpected after the chairman's presentation. The birthday boy couldn't find words and thought in a daze. The quality of this jade is much better than Chairman Yun's. Its market value should be at least 2. Yang Ming, this gift is too expensive, concernedly said the old man. Elder Liu, don't say that. This gift is for you from the bottom of my heart. Yang Ming was relieved. Now the lad staggered out of the hall to eloquent stares, but there was a sepulchral silence. The chairman was particularly displeased. After all, he had wanted to impress the birthday boy, but Min had outshone him. Brother Yun, who are you so angry with? Someone patted the man's shoulder and he turned around. Brother Hua, it's you! The chairman exclaimed in surprise. Are you angry because this boy stole your glory? Asked Hua. That boy! He had nothing to do with it. This jade was clearly planted by Chdan Jifeng. Yun exclaimed indignantly. That boy is not so simple. Thoughtfully, but with a wicked grin, the chairman's buddy said, I had dinner with him once. I think he's Sun Zhouli's boyfriend. Don't you follow Sun Zhouli? He kept inciting me. Sun Zhouli? Bullshit. Then why haven't I heard about it? The chairman was surprised at the news. Oh, right. Who is that girl next to him? The man inquired. They're very close. Maybe he's cheating on Sun Zhouli? Hua's buddy was pulling all the strings. I need to hurry up and get a picture of them together to show Zhouli. You can blame it all on your bad luck, said the chairman, and hurriedly captured the couple on his smartphone. You ruined my plans, Yang Ming. Do you mind if I have a little fun this way? I don't think you'll like it. Hua thought gloatingly, taking a little revenge with the help of the chairman. Dad, do you really think that this jade was a gift from Zhang's jewelry? Qing Xiao asked her father after the party. Why do you ask that? Father asked. I went to Zhang's jewelry shop recently, but Zhang Jiefang told me that they don't have jade of such high quality. Qing Xiao told her father about her recent trip to the jewelry shop. If that's the case, could it be that this jade belonged to Yang Ming? Wilson exclaimed in surprise.
Hey, how am I supposed to get out if you idiots parked your car blocking my car? Shouted Jiang Bing, sitting in the car and trying to drive out of the parking lot.
What did he yell? Asked the first one. He said that our car was in his way, replied the second hooligan. That's right. Right. We stole your spot and won't let you leave. Their girlfriend joined the conversation. I can say that you're the one blocking my way. You're not going to dictate your rules, are you? Angrily continued to threaten them. Yang Ming walked out of the car, slamming the door loudly. I'll give you 3 seconds, so hurry up and start the car and get the fuck out of here, or you'll be fully responsible for what I do to you after the time is up. Now Min rightly began to threaten the insolent men. The bullies hesitated as soon as they saw the guy. That's him. One of them pointed a finger at Min. Wait a second. Who sent you to my soul? Asked Yang Ming and thought unhappily. These 6 came here to cause trouble, and their target, is it me? Let's not waste time talking to him. We'll talk to him as soon as we've beaten the crap out of him, shouted their leader, calling for action. The hooligans were armed with bats. But Yang Ming didn't wait until he was beaten up and hit the leader of the hooligans in the jaw, which immediately defeated him. While one was sitting on the floor, Yang Ming made a kick with his foot at the second bully. Just like that, he quickly dealt with them. Only their friend was left, but she didn't dare to fight, seeing her comrades lying helplessly on the floor. Don't! Stay away! Do you have any idea who my boss is? She exclaimed fearfully, her body trembling and hoping that Yang Ming wouldn't attack. So you mentioned him? Just tell me who sent you. Jian Bing shouted irritatedly at her, holding the huge horn keys in his hands, because that was what they were trying to find out. One of Xiao Guang's classmates was looking for him. He sent a photo and asked me to teach this person a lesson. The girl held out her phone, which showed a picture of Yang Ming. This photo was taken near the White Swan Hotel. I didn't seem to have offended anyone. I hope so. Yang Ming started to recall his actions. Oh, right. This person told us to go to the Romantic Life tea house after we were done with this case, and find a person named Liu Xiaosheng to take our money. The head of the team cut into the conversation and told everything that was known. Okay, I get it. You go and find this person. I will follow you. Yang Ming said threateningly. He was going to find out who exactly was grudging him. Have you accomplished the mission? Asked the customer to the team members. Yes, we beat him up, said one of the company members. Respect. And this is your reward. The man said this contentedly and handed them the money while sitting at his desk in his office, but he didn't know that behind his back was an enraged Yang Ming. Liu, you have so much free time, don't you? Yang Ming asked reproachfully and slammed his head on the table, still holding his head. Yang Min,
Why are you here? He started questioning the guy. Tell me, what did I do to you? Min asked sternly, not letting go of Liu.
You didn't hurt me in any way. There's no point in telling you I'm Chairman Yun's driver. It's just that I couldn't help but react to you acting so arrogant during the gift giving, the man replied. But the guy wouldn't let him go.
I want to kill you and cut you into pieces, Liu suddenly shouted. And Ming thought in surprise. What? Why the hell did the six get angry, more so than someone who actually cared? Chairman Yun didn't even say anything, but the driver expressed his displeasure instead.
Get out of here. I don't want to see you anymore. Yang Ming said this and let the guy go, but still gave him a kick in the ass, and at the same time the camera was filming him. Standing with the camera grinning was Chairman Yun.
If Sun Zholi finds out you're a savage, you're dead, he shouted, putting the camera away, for what he needed had already been recorded. Yang Min, son of a bitch! Somewhere in his office, the chairman shouted.
How did that little hooligan seduce Sunji? He couldn't stop his anger.
Yang Ming spent half an hour with Sunji. Chairman Yun recalled Hua's words. He couldn't believe that he had managed to sneak up on Sunji. He picked up his cell phone. Clavi! Yun shouted viciously into the phone. There's no way out, he shouted into the phone. Who is it? Asked on the other end. We need a back door, the chairman said. This is the company's back door. What can I do for you? The man on the phone asked. I need to get rid of one person, Yun said decisively. Yang Ming, you are so generous, said Zhang Bing to a friend while driving his car. You just gave a gift of about $2 million. Aren't you upset? Inquiring, he asked Ming's friend if he regretted his decision. A gift is money, but friendship is priceless. Elder Liu has helped me a lot. Jade is a small thing, by the way. I gave a gift on behalf of your father. You should be happy. Yang Ming serenely replied to his friend and wondered if he was happy. Give me a ride. I need to stop by an elder I know. Yang Ming kindly asked his friend to give him a ride somewhere. He arrived at a modest house, which was probably on the outskirts of the city or just outside of it, with a view of the mountain from the doorstep. Oh, I thought you'd forgotten me, said the old man to the boy. Damn it, if you're not happy to see me, then I'll leave, said Yang Ming angrily. I bought you something. The guy started putting the purchases on the table. Meanwhile, the old man thought, this guy is just what I need. Ruthless to his enemies, sweet to his friends. Yang Ming, do you think you are strong? The old man asked casually. Yes? Ordinary people can't compare to me. The guy calmly answered him. Oh yeah? What about the unusual ones? He asked the question defiantly. Hey, old man, what do you mean? The guy just as defiantly replied, rubbing his hands together. Have you forgotten who helped you with those bandits? Min shouted at the man. Oh, all right, let's eat, said the old man, inviting the guests to eat. I pickled the cabbage. Come back in a couple of days and I'll treat you to some pies. After lunch, they said goodbye and the old man invited him to his house. Good. See you later. The boy said goodbye and assured him that he would visit again. Boom! Just then, something rapidly began to approach him. The boy quickly noticed it out of the corner of his eye. He managed to react and dodged the blow in time. What the fuck? He thought, still his cheek had been grazed. Blood spurted out in a scarlet trickle. The blows didn't stop, forcing the guy to be vigilant all the time. So fast! Shit! If I miss a hit, I'll die! These unhappy thoughts hit him like a bucket of cold water. But the attacker slowed down abruptly, but he still had a knife in his hands and was still approaching Yang Ming. He had a crazy smile on his face. Suddenly, the knife fell out of his hands and blood gushed out of his mouth. A knife had been stuck in his back, and he was now lying in front of Yang Ming on his stomach. This event and the sudden defeat of the enemy greatly surprised and alarmed him. The old man was still standing in the gate, behind the corpse. He was the one who stabbed the knife into his back. Yang Ming noticed with horror that the guy was clearly not alive. This kind of thing didn't happen every day, so his surprise was understandable. Dead. I killed him, the old man said calmly, not sharing Min's surprise. He clearly seemed to be hiding a lot. This is not a good place to talk. Take him to my house, he said in a commanding tone, asking me to take the corpse away so as not to make too much noise. Is he the old man I saved? Yang Ming thought, taking the guy's breathless body in his arms and following the man. Put him here. I'll take care of him later, the old man said to make Mina. Grandpa took out some suspicious vial. Afterward, shook it up a bit and opened it, and started pouring the contents on the corpse with a very serene face. After that, a toxic vapor started emitting. Acid! What the fuck? A cold-blooded criminal! It turned out that he was helping the corpse by dissolving it with acid. That is, getting rid of the evidence. Yang Ming was amazed by this sight and the fact that he thought it was a decrepit old man doing all this. Any questions?
Ask. They went into the house and the old man sat down on a chair, wiping his hands. You... Min didn't know where to begin. This man... The guy was trying to pull himself together, but he wasn't doing a very good job. That man tried to kill you. Grandpa finished instead of Min, so I killed him. The old man finished cheerfully. But you, the boy said excitedly. Right? The old man said slyly. Look at the eye of the tiger in the painting. He continued, and Yang Ming turned around, seeing the picture of the tiger's face. Boom! Zing! And he threw the knife, hitting the target. How did you do that? Dumbfounded, the boy asked him. Surprised? It's a small thing, the older man assured him.
A trifle? Then what's not change? Old man, you're hurting my pride.
Min couldn't stand it and shouted, while the old man stood smugly with his arms folded. You should think about who wanted to kill you. I found this on him. He said that and handed Yang Ming's picture to him. This photo is from my high school journal. I got into some trouble, but nothing serious. Not serious enough to kill me. Yang Ming thought about how much trouble he was in. Scared, enemies who hide themselves are most dangerous, but not to you. The old man decided to inspire the boy with this news. Who are you? Yang Ming shouted at the old man, as he was very ambiguous in his behavior, and his awareness was also striking. Yang Ming, do you really want to know who I am? He asked coldly. I can tell you, but think about it. When you find out the truth, you'll have to accept it, or I'll kill you. The old man finished majestically. What are you talking about? The boy asked, excitedly, eager to find out what he was hiding. In fact, it will be useful for you. The old man continued speaking. After I tell you everything, you will become my disciple, my successor. He decided to make a very interesting proposal to Yang Ming. I agree. He immediately agreed, which pleased the old man, and then thought admiringly of the offer. His skills are unfathomable. He wants me to be his apprentice? That's fucking amazing. Okay, listen carefully. Already serious, he continued to initiate Yang Ming into the new things. In this world, there is a group of specialists. They're called professional killers. And I'm number one in the world's most famous assassins. The old man told the guy who he was. They call me the King of Murder, he said seriously. King of Murder? He asked, shocked. It was hard to believe this old man's greatness. But with his actions, he had already proved that he was clearly not a simple old man. I'm different from everyone else. Everyone works in groups, but I'm a loner. Like me, my master was an assassination king. A kill king is an unbeatable mystique among the world of assassins. Assassination kings never let go of their targets. No one knows who we are. He went on to talk about their world and his high title among his kind. I went to prison to evade Interpol. I played dumb for a couple years, and then I met you. The old man talked about his hard life, and it embarrassed Yang Ming. I've had an apprentice before. I think you two have met. But he has a big problem with diligence and can't be a killer. He apprenticed with me and became a pro thief. He told me about his past bad experience in learning the craft of assassination. But he raised an excellent thief. He noticed you and has been watching you for a long time. You fit my requirements and can be my successor. The old man explained how he had chosen Yang Ming for this difficult role. Holy shit! Yang Ming was stunned to find out what he had gotten himself into, and how professional he had acted in choosing an heir to his title. Don't tell anyone about this, not even your closest friends. Remember, in this world you can't trust anyone but yourself. The old man warned the boy not to talk about it, because there might be enemies everywhere. Come by tomorrow night at 7. I'll perform the initiation ceremony, and from then on, you'll be the new king of killing. He invited Yang Ming to his house for the initiation ceremony, and after that, a whole new life awaits him. Come to me every day at this time and I will train you. He announced the training and that was the end of it. Okay, I got it. The guy said goodbye and left. Here's the action taking place in the back door office. Why hasn't the Grey Wolf returned yet? The man with glasses said this while looking out the window from the back door office. He was waiting for his colleague who was supposed to finish off Min. It's been over 11 hours. Any news? Asked a blonde-haired girl in a red evening dress, holding a glass of wine. It's just a student. What could have gone wrong? Asked the man in the hat, smoking a cigarette. Boss, call him. We're waiting for him to get a drink, said a guy with a huge scar that stretched across his eye and nose. Brr! Ring, 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 brr! It was the phone on the table in the dorm room. The phone that was found on the killer is ringing. It must have been a call from the back door office. Yang Ming reached for the vibrating phone. The call rang in the middle of the night, but as usual, hardly anyone was awake in the dormitory, and the lights in the rooms were off and on. The display showed the number of the incoming call. Hello? Grey Wolf, where are you? Yang Ming took the number T as what was said on the other end, but the guy didn't say a word. Hello? Grey Wolf, can you hear me? Hello? Hello?
The guy was shocked. He didn't answer anything. Now I know the hitman's nickname was Grey Wolf, and he works for an organized crime group. We need to take some time to figure out who called from this number.
Oh shit, why didn't he answer? Shouted a guy in a hat from the office. What's wrong? You can't get through? Asked the girl in the red dress. I got through, he just didn't say anything. The guy answered. Not even a word? The woman asked tensely, her face a black mask around her eyes. Maybe something really did happen to him. He couldn't let some kid kill him. The man suggested tensely. Let's try to find out at least something before we jump to such conclusions. The masked girl said calmly. Maybe we've gotten someone else's attention because we've been so active lately. Let's lay low for a while and deal with the situation. She suggested it. The time on the clock was already past 10 p.m. Yang Ming was sitting at his computer and a new message came to him. Barbaric teacher, are you okay? Has your broken heart healed yet? Heh, we've already made up. The boy grinned. Barbarian teacher, is that normal? Well, congratulations. How did you make up? Is there any truth in this world? Actually, it's called affection. You just have to make an effort to maintain the affection. As long as there's mutual attraction, it's really easy to resume a relationship. Barbarian teacher. Seriously, is there any truth in this world? Yes, of course. You must fight for your own happiness. Thank you, now I know what to do. Written by a barbarian teacher. You're welcome. Written by Yang Ming. I have to fight for... The girl was lying on the bed by the laptop. Big sister, what are you doing? A sweet voice came from outside the door. Yan, are you back already? Asked that one. Aha. I was afraid you were scared to be home alone, so I decided to come back, said the younger sister. Honey, go to bed. It's very late. Do you have school tomorrow? The older one told her to go to bed. Who are you calling a kid? That's the guy you like. Isn't he my age? Wang Xiaoyan asked her sister. There's nothing between me and Yang Ming. She started to justify herself, blushing instantly. Huh, who said I meant Yang Ming? Xiaoyan said slyly. The girl thought for a moment. Yang Ming? His name is Yang Ming? Concernedly asked the girl. Huh? Is something wrong? The older girl asked. No, not really. Xiaoyan replied sadly and became downcast, and then thought, my big sister is very kind to me. I can't break her heart. That's right. You went to the same school, so maybe you've seen each other there? The older sister noticed. No, we're on different campuses. We're waiting for the new campus to be completed. Xiaoyan started to deny knowing Yang Ming. That makes sense. Maybe we can be classmates in the future, the older one said dreamily. What do you mean? Xiaoyan asked, wondering what it meant. Big sister blushed a little and smiled slyly. Here we are. A new school day has begun. Today the students had to choose a responsible head teacher, who will be responsible for their class and will deal with organizational issues. Tonight, everyone is feasting at my expense at a restaurant under the pretext of university. To celebrate my new position and thank everyone for their support. Made a generous offer to the class to celebrate newly minted head teacher Sun Jiwei. Nice. Awesome. Everyone appreciated the new headman's suggestion and cheered him up with words, but Yang Ming sleepily thought, fucking boring. Hey, classmate, can't you hear that our senior is giving a speech? Asked a student, seeing that Min was rapidly leaving the classroom. I have a date with a girl right now. I'm leaving, waved the guy away. Don't you have any respect for me? Sun Jiwei asked his classmate, who refused the offer. I have things to do. I don't care about you and your parties. Yang Ming mumbled. He still had a lot to do, after all. The old man was waiting for him to be initiated as an assassin. Hey, motherfucker! By inviting you, I'm giving you a chance to go out. For the last time, are you coming or not? The headman said fiercely to the boy. I'm not going. Yang Ming turned away from the guy and walked like nothing happened. Dumbass. The headman didn't understand why this guy was so cocky. You're not going. Fuck it. Walk looking back. Sun Ziwei shouted furiously. Ziwei, let's go. Don't pay attention to him. His buddy tried to calm him down. Here came the night of the day on which the ritual must be. Second little brother. You're here, said the thief professor to Min.
A second younger brother. This could easily be mistaken, couldn't it? This is what Sun Wukong calls Jubaji, Yang Ming remarked.
Ha ha ha. The master is already waiting for you inside. The man laughed and invited the boy inside, for they were already waiting for him for the ritual. Yang Ming, today will be your dedication. And also my retirement, said the old man while looking at the painting of his predecessor as soon as Min entered his house. In other words, a new assassin king had come to the throne. He summed it up succinctly. Okay, the boy said excitedly. Kneel. The king of assassins began conducting the dedication to his office. O great founders. He began to recite a kind of incantation for initiation and lit incense. From today I, the fourth king of assassins Fang Tian, leave the life of assassins to the new king. From now on, Yang Ming is the new fifth assassin king. This is the end of the initiation. Good. It sounded from somewhere in the room, as if it was the otherworldly forces agreeing to accept Min as the new king. Show me your strength. Hit me. Tian wanted to test his new strength, so he asked him to hit him. What? The guy clearly didn't want to hit, not even the former king of assassins. Will Grandpa Fang be able to withstand my punch? Yang Ming was about to attack, but the old man easily intercepted his arm. I didn't even feel it. Where did your strength go? Tian said teasingly, but the punch was indeed weak.
I can't get my hand out of his grip! I can't even move it a little!
Ming thought in astonishment. He was still standing there and couldn't get his hand out of the master's grip. Strength is the foundation for an assassin. Tian said this, and smiled at the lack of the slightest resistance from the guy. You mean I'm not strong enough? Min remarked disappointedly. Yes, but you have a good physique. At the very least, you should take some time to train with me, Tian instructed. I have 10 capsules of ointment. You have to put it on your hands and feet every night, and every morning you must go beat the tree. You must train for 10 days, 3 hours each. Come to me when you're done with your training. He told Min the plan of action. I'll make sure the tree is destroyed by then. If you fail, I'll give you a hell of a workout. The old man threatened to get the boy to take his work seriously. The next day, the sun had not yet risen. Yang Ming went to try to destroy the tree. The next day he came again. The blow was stronger this time. The next day, too, the guy didn't forget about 3 hours of training every day. So these days flew by unnoticed in attempts of self-improvement, to show the result to the master, and not to disappoint not only him, but also himself. Why didn't you tell me you were coming? I would have made something to eat, said the girl as Min uninvitedly walked in to visit her. It doesn't matter. We'll go to lunch somewhere else. Calmed the girl guy and finally went inside the apartment. Here's one for you. Min held out the laptop to Linda. Is this laptop for me? The girl was embarrassed. It was obvious that she was very pleased with such a useful gift. Thanks. I really wanted it. There's nothing for me to do at home, so I'm lonely and bored here. Linda threw her arms around his neck and kissed him on the cheek. Now she would have some entertainment. Wilson recently invited me over. He's taking us to lunch, said Yang Ming. About the place they'll go to. He'll talk to Wilson at the same time, and he and the girl will spend time together. Go change and get ready. The guy gave the instruction because the girl was in a homemade top and short shorts. Okay. Linda went to change for the meeting. Xiao Qing, said the guy as soon as the girl came out to them. They were already at Wilson's house. They entered the room. Linda and Yang Ming stood next to each other, and Xiao Qing stood across from them. Your girlfriend is beautiful, complimented Xiao Qing's girlfriend. Thank you. You're good too, awkwardly said Yang Ming, and afterward he thought unhappily. Fuck. When I first met Xiao Qing, I was with Marie. Now Xiao Qing knew about his affairs. Yeah, but I remember. Someone once said I wasn't as pretty as his girlfriend, right? The girl recalled his words to himself. He was just kidding. You're much prettier than me. Linda started to deny it. Huh. You're so cute. When you grow up, you'll be much prettier than me, Xiao Qing said and stroked the girl's head, which she clearly liked. By the way, and you and Wilson? Min decided to ask, because he couldn't find out the answer the last time they met because they weren't in a very private place. Oh, about that. Professor Lau is my godfather. The girl explained why she called him father and him her daughter, but now it all makes sense. Now tell me about the jade you gave my father. Is it yours? Xiao Qing asked, a question she had been curious about since her godfather's birthday. That's what we thought. He'll talk to you about it. You should be well prepared. The girl warned me. Okay. Yang Ming scratched the back of his head. Yang Ming, this is my goddaughter, Xiao Qing. She's an engineer at SJ University. Wilson introduced the girl. Wilson, that's where we met her, Ming told me. Seriously, what's the coincidence? Xiao Qing, you have to take care of Yang Ming at the university, asked the professor. Okay, Xiao Qing obediently agreed. Yang Ming, your gift is too generous, Wilson said after they had eaten lunch and talked for a while. I recognize your goodwill, but it would be better if you took it away. He continued, looking at the present Yang Ming had given him. I think you really need the money now. You can sell this emerald for 2 or 3 million. You don't have to thank me like that every time I help you. The man wanted Min to take the gift back because it was too expensive. Honestly, I knew it. The best place for an emerald is in your hands. Cheerfully, the young man explained his act. Well, if you say so, have it your way. This emerald is perfect for processing. Finally, Wilson agreed and explained what he was going to do with the gem. As soon as I finish engraving it, I will return it to you and then you will sell it to the highest bidder. That's what the man suggested. Yang Ming was surprised by such an offer and thought, fuck, this is an unbelievable investment. After Mr. Liu processes it, I'll be able to get a shitload of money for it. Everyone wants him to process their emeralds, but he always turns them down. Okay, have we reached a consensus? I'm too old to keep something like that, said Master Lu with a wave of his hand. It is early morning again. The sun has not yet risen and it is still dark. But young Ming does not forget his promise and comes to destroy the tree. The bark of the tree has already been destroyed. It feels like it's soft like a sponge, Min thought in surprise as he continued to beat the tree. Why did you come back? Tian asked the disciple who had returned early. It's only been a week and I've already managed to break a tree in half, Min said smugly, not expecting the old man to return so quickly. Great. Now your strength will be enough to get you started. But as a killer, skill comes after strength. Wisely, the master said and handed the bundle to the boy. Young Ming was quick to learn and practice at the same time. This activity was very entertaining for him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so eager to learn. Here is Sunji's posh estate. The girl picked up the letter that someone had sent her. I can't believe that transportation companies accept packages without a return address, the girl said with a sigh. Out of the letter were photos of Yang Ming kicking the chairman's driver's ass in a disc, probably with audio recordings of their conversation. Yang Ming? The girl shrieked and jumped up from her seat in surprise upon seeing these things. Did he send me those pictures? Puzzled, the girl thought. No, why would he do that? Especially since he doesn't keep in touch with me. Sunji sighed and wondered who had sent these things and for what purpose. Isn't that Yunguan's driver? The girl looked at the picture of Yang Ming kicking the one, and recognized a familiar face in him. Maybe someone told him I was Yang Min's girlfriend. He purposely put on this show to shit on him. Sunji immediately figured out Chairman Yun's plan. Yun Guangdu, your driver endured the beating for nothing, the girl said quietly. She was fed up with this man and now he wanted to make Ming look bad. Sis, I'm back! The boy greeted her and entered the room, the girl standing in a very frivolous pose, leaning on the table. Jiwei, how are you? Tell me, what do you want? Sunji asked the one and immediately turned to face him. Last time you promised to buy me a car? Well, I want a Ferrari. Wei told me what he wanted. How much is it worth? The girl asked interestedly. About 4 million, answered the kid. Even for Sunji, it was a decent amount of money. Did your uncle give the okay? The girl asked sternly. No, sadly replied the boy. 4 to 5 million is a lot of money. You shouldn't throw money away, isn't it? Let me buy you a Porsche. Sunji made a reasonable suggestion. Thank you, sister. Wei thanked her. So that son of a bitch is no longer afraid of our taekwondo club? Asked a guy from over there. But you were the one who screwed up the new students back then, Renjian Ren said without letting go of the dumbbell. President Ren, this freshman even made an arrogant statement. He said he would do the same even if it was our coach. The guys who were fighting with Min, the head of this club, started to tell us. Really? Motherfucker, he must be nuts. Let's beat him up so he knows where he belongs. Renjian Ren was extremely angry after hearing the guy's story. Zhang Bing walked calmly through the campus, saying hello to his new buddies. That guy! He's one of them! Chen shouted, pointing his finger at Bin to the club president. Malloy, stop! Ren took the boy by the shoulder, stopping him. Who are you? Do I know you? Asked Bean, turning around. He saw an unfamiliar man. Huh. Maybe you'll recognize me then, shouted his friend Senya while grinning evilly. Ouch! This was all Zhang Bing could shout out. The crowd beat him mercilessly. His mouth was foaming, and he was lying on the floor, not trying to resist. Ren, if anything, this dude is a 6. The head douchebag's name is Yang Ming, Chen told the club president. Kid, get up and go tell Yang Ming that I'm calling him to the arrow, Ren Jianren said with a fighting attitude. What? Did Zhang Bin get beaten up? Shouted Min to the whole dormitory. Okay, wait for me. I'll come right away. He continued to speak loudly into the phone. He was going to visit his friend and deal with his abusers. Shh, keep it down. Zhang Bin just fell asleep. Marie asked the guy to keep his voice down because the sick man only managed to rest. The doctor examined him, said he had a couple of bruises, nothing serious, but he'll have to stay in bed for a few days. Qingxiao told the boy how Bin was feeling. I'm going to eat with Marie. Stay with Zhang Bin, okay? Said the girl as she was about to leave with Marie to finally have lunch. Hey, stop pretending, they've already left, Min said with a smile, and he immediately recognized him. You got me? Hehe, Bing smirked. You're just taking advantage of Zhao Xishi's sympathy. I can easily rat you out, Ming threatened his friend. That beating was worth it. It's only in situations like this that you can understand a person's true feelings. I didn't know Cece was so worried about me. I didn't know Cece cared so much about me, he said dreamily, clearly enjoying the girl's attention. By the way, the guy who beat me up challenged you to an arrow, he added seriously. Uh-huh, said Min. He was already aware of it. Bro, did you hear that? Rumors were already actively spreading at the university. There's someone in our university who dared to challenge the president of the Taekwondo club, said the guy walking with his friend ahead of Min. Who's already spread these rumors? When did I ever challenge him? He thought. On the street, they say that these two are fighting over a girl. The first one's buddy started talking. Seriously? He was surprised. Each rumor was more unbelievable than the last. I saw the video in a school conference. Anyway, this situation isn't going to go away that easily. As he walked away, one of the guys said, he should have accepted the challenge, but now he has mixed me with shit. If something happens and the school investigates, I will be the prime suspect. Yang Ming thought about the possible problems. He took out his laptop and decided to see what the video was about. It was titled, Yang Ming and Liu Zhaojun, fighting over Zhou Ji and Ga. The guy even choked up in surprise. Someone had filmed them fighting. Hello, is this the school news manager? I want you to delete a new post, he said over the phone. Students now have the right to say what they want. As long as there is nothing against the government or religious freedom, we will not delete this news, told him on the other end. The guy was staring angrily at his phone screen. He suddenly noticed a new post on the website. Recently, we got a call from Yang Ming asking us to delete a post related to him. He even swore at the manager maybe he's hiding something. The post read, "What the fuck? Is that manager fucking crazy?" Min thought this was obviously set up by someone. Women's dormitory. Joe, look. It says here that Yang Ming fought for you, said her friend after seeing a new post with a video of the guys fighting. I saw that. I think it's pretty funny. The girl said because she and Yang Ming didn't like each other, and he wasn't fighting for her. I think Yang Ming has a taste problem. How could he not fall in love with a beauty like you? Her friend said confidently. Please don't remind me of that time. I acted like a complete fool with him back then, Zhou Jiajia said. Well, it looks like God is on your side this time. If this spreads... The girl's friend started thinking up a plan. He will only hate me more, Jiajia said resolutely. She wasn't going to get Ming in trouble. Even so, it was Liu Zhaojun's handiwork. My friend couldn't seem to calm down. Yes, Zhou Jiajia confirmed it.
But soon those posts would be gone, said the girl and sat down at her laptop. What? You mean you? Asked her friend in surprise.
Yes, the forum admins are on their side, however. They are out of luck. If they don't delete the posts, I'll put their forum down for a few days. Decidedly, stated the girl. She wanted to help Yang Ming, especially since he was in trouble thanks to her too. Men's dormitory. RDJ? The posts about me disappeared? The guy logged back into the forum but found nothing there. They had indeed been deleted. And there have been many posts exposing Liu Zhaojun. Fighting, humiliation, sexual harassment of students and teachers. Yang Ming looked at everything on the site. Who is helping me? Said Min and thought deeply. This is clearly not the site manager. After all, he is not on his side. But this person is clearly from the university. At noon on Monday, the karate dojo clubhouse was full of people.
Why is Yang Ming still missing? He wasn't scared, was he? Said the president of the Taekwondo club. It's only 2:30. It's still early, Zhaojun said.
Suddenly, out of nowhere, pigeons started flying out. Pigeons? Why are they here? What the fuck? The audience was stunned. And then, abruptly, Yang Ming comes out, dressed up, wearing a hat and scarf, and white doves flying ahead of him, an extravaganza. Wow, what the fuck? What is he, a mafia boss or something? President Ren thought in shock. Yeah, that's it. That's what I was counting on. Let it all be a fun performance, Min thought as the crowd behind him whispered. He had managed to make an impression. Then it would be easy. He went on to think that it would be easy to handle all of this. Wow! Suddenly he throws his black hat into the astonished crowd. With a roll of thunder, the hero arrived. Yang Ming was obviously playing to the audience, but it looked epic. Everyone in the hall was still whispering and discussing Min's appearance and the upcoming battle. Are you done? Can we start? Irritatedly asked the club. Apparently Yang Ming had overplayed his hand and he was no longer so frightened. I can't describe my power in words, so read a poem, said Ming and turned around. There were only 3 red papers on his back and ass, which read, I can break the Great Wall on the northern cities. I can kick down the doors of the South Seas. I will hit you with a brick. How would you like to fight? The boy asked excitedly. How? Karate style, President Ren replied expectantly. Wait a minute, Min stopped him. Did you say karate? But I don't even know the rules. Of course you'll win, since I don't even know anything about it. Yang Ming started haggling and bargaining. Well, actually, he's right. Yeah, that's not fair. The crowd began to discuss the appropriateness of karate fighting, and it got very loud. Then what do you suggest? Agreeing, Ren asked. Let it be a no-holds-barred fight. Min replied it would really be fair. As you wish. I'll use karate and you fight as you see fit. Ren agreed. But before he did, he thought, no rules? But I can still use karate and beat you. Can I do whatever I want? Again the boy questioned. That's right. Anything, the club president shouted to him.
Oh, great. Then I'll use my strongest techniques. Yang Ming asked a rhetorical question, riling up his opponent.
Asshole! Use whatever you want. It won't work anyway. Ready? Shouted the president of the Taekwondo club. The kid had succeeded in annoying him. I'm gonna do a quick workout. You've already warmed up and I haven't, the boy said. But Ren was about to attack, and he missed and fell down. Are you done? Ren asked, annoyed, because Min had been stretching for a very long time. He was stalling as much as he could. Aha! Ready, the guy assured him. For real? The club president thought he'd take a little longer to show off. Can you stop talking? You're a man. You should talk less and do more. Why are you such a slob? Min said with a sneer. What? Min was surprised at the guy's insolence. Catch! And President Ren angrily threw himself at the guy, jumping out. But Yang Ming easily dodged his punch. Is that karate? Yeah, it's nothing special. The guys in the bleachers were discussing the fight. Now I'm going to use my strongest move. Watch out, Yang Ming warned the man. What? Ren shrieked. The guy had pulled out a brick and was about to accomplish what was written on the piece of paper on his ass. And he swung a gray brick right at his face. Catch! He shouted and plunged the brick into the man's face. If I used any of my grandfather's moves, I'd kill him in a second. But I'm not going to kill him in public, so doing so is the best solution. Min thought, after knocking out his opponent, there was some blood on the brick, and the man was lying on the floor. Yang Ming is so mean. How could you bring a brick? Disgruntled voices were heard from the back of the grandstand. Well, actually, he mentioned he was going to hit him with a brick. A girl in the stand stood up for him, but really the club president was all for it. And really, he claimed he would do it, so you could say he won fair and square. That's right. He even gave a last-minute warning. The other two girls chimed in. I think Yang Ming is a genius. That's true, but he said he doesn't know karate, so he'll fight the best he can. That's right. They were still talking, but mostly everyone was in agreement with the guy's victory, while Ren was still lying there with a brick mark in the middle of his face. Looks like my plan worked. Min thought excitedly, because he didn't win fairly because he had used a weapon. But since he had said so many times before the fight, he was able to get away with it. A minute earlier. Are you worried? Do you think Yang Ming will lose? Asked Zhou Jiajia's friend, who looked tense from the upcoming spectacle. He won't lose. He won't lose, the girl assured her. You're so sure of him? Do you know him well? Asked her friend. Maybe so. However, he has changed a lot, said Zhou Jiajia as she watched the start of the fight. At this moment, Yang Ming was just striking with a brick. Changed? Why don't you forget about him then? The girl said carelessly. She didn't want her friend to get jealous of him. No, he was much warmer toward me, she said, remembering something. What? Her friend asked in surprise, wondering why she'd started treating him like that. A couple days later in a college sorority house. Hey, Chang Bin is asking me out for dinner tonight, but it seems like he wants to sleep with me. Do you think I should go with him? A friend asked Marie. Think about it carefully. If you think it's worth tying your life to him, then go, she said awkwardly. Yang Min took advantage of my gullibility. He made me do it to him, and even invited me home. Marie thought sadly, but she should have realized that Min's accusations were unfounded. And now, after we went to college, we cleared the relationship. We love each other, but for some reason there was nothing physical. The girl pondered, annoyed. She missed the physical manifestation of love from her boyfriend. Cece, what's it like when you kiss? Marie asked. Oh, it's beautiful, she replied happily, and must have been remembering their kisses with Zhang Bin. You two have kissed before, haven't you? Why are you asking me that? Cece asked, puzzled, since they had been dating for a long time and it was very strange. We didn't really kiss. Very embarrassed, Marie thought. Yang Ming has never moved on to this. I can't take the initiative, can I? The girl became downcast when she thought about it, and Cece said, Actually, I like Chang Bin. He said he would marry me.